This dude is our main character, the man who defeated the Demon King without even lifting a finger. He did it by NTRing the Demon King, which made the guy so salty he self-destructed. That's because he possesses a completely shameless system. Any demon, as long as they're female, will experience a strange pleasure upon touching him. French kiss the Demon King's wife, and his attack goes up by 1,000. Lick her feet, and his agility gets a 1,000-point boost. Get into some BDSM, and his defense stat skyrockets. As long as he can emotionally damage his opponent, his own stats hit the jackpot. The world calls him the NTR King, overwhelming his foes with a single sword stroke. Okay, no more rambling. Let's get started. I am Ceres, a man of integrity. Not long ago, I activated a system. Anyone I target will feel a deep stirring from within their heart. I originally planned to refuse, but right now, a crowd of people is running for their lives in front of me. They screamed, "The report was wrong. The demonic beasts here are a much higher level. Run, save yourselves. Damn it, they're using us as bait." It wasn't until I stumbled upon this battle that I understood. A giant monster dropped a man and casually remarked, "Is this the power of a human hero? So weak." She licked her hand and said with a thrilled smile, "Completely incomparable to my king. This woman is the Demon Queen." A girl behind Ceres called out, "Yug, D-rank hero. You need to run. The beast's level is too high. Don't worry about me." The main character mentally called out, "Bera." She continued, "An F-rank hero like you doesn't need to try and act all heroic." Hearing their words, the Demon Queen stretched, yawned, and muttered, "Humans are so weak, they can't hold my interest at all." Upon seeing the Demon Queen's alluring figure, Ceres got a nosebleed. He put on a serious face and replied, "I am here to protect the safety of this city. At such a critical moment, how could I possibly run away? Don't worry, I can handle her. In this battle, I will absolutely not retreat." Bera frowned and shouted angrily, "You're bleeding!" A group of goblins pointed at Ceres and said contemptuously, "Just standing in front of them is making his body give out, let alone trying to fight." Immediately, the Demon Queen and her goblins charged forward, yelling, "Why aren't you running?" But Ceres didn't move an inch as a goblin rushed him, shouting, "My queen!" "There's still one of them standing over there." Just in the nick of time, the system announced, "Logging into the I Love a Blockhead system. Locked on. Activated." The queen reached him at the same moment. She grabbed Ceres by the head, but our main character's face remained calm, without a trace of fear. She brought her lips close to his face and opened her mouth. The system announced again, "Kiss completed. Attack plus 100. This system can continuously boost my combat power." Bera, watching from the side, was so shocked her jaw dropped. She screamed, "Ceres, what in the world are you doing?" The goblin that had rushed over was also stunned, questioning his very existence as he asked, "My queen, what are you doing?" Ceres gave him a slight glance, then swung his sword, sending the nosy goblin to the afterlife. The queen's eyes widened in surprise and she leaped backward. The main character casually wiped his mouth. Seeing his action, Bera blushed, completely speechless. The Demon Queen was now blushing, drooling, and her heart was pounding as she stared at Ceres and thought to herself, "What the hell is wrong with me? Wasn't I trying to kill him? Why did I kiss him? Was it a trick that human pulled?" Meanwhile, our main character pointed dramatically and shouted, "For the safety of the city's citizens, I would not regret sacrificing this very body." Seeing this, two goblins started whispering to each other suspiciously. "The queen just kissed that human." "Yeah, I heard a rumor that the queen has a boy toy on the side. I can't believe it's true." Ceres raised his sword and roared, "Come on, I will fight to the very last moment." Seeing this, they continued their discussion. "I heard that too, but I didn't expect him to be a human. No wonder this guy is so calm. He's not even trying to dodge." Another goblin walked up and yelled, "Insolence, you fools. How dare you doubt the queen's feelings for the king? We are demonic beasts. Only degenerate humans would do something like have an affair." Nearby, the Demon Queen's face kept flushing as a fiery passion stirred within her. She thought, "The king can absolutely never find out that I kissed this human. This is so strange. My heart is beating so fast." Agitation score, 15%. A moment later, she regained her composure and ordered the goblins to kill the human. Ceres gripped the sword in his hand, breaking into a sweat as they charged at him. A goblin swung its axe down. Ceres blocked with his sword, then jumped aside to dodge the attack. The sword snapped in two against the goblin's axe. He stared at the broken blade and thought in fear, "You've got to be kidding me. My sword broke in a single hit." Suddenly, the goblins had him surrounded. One of them swung its axe forward with great force. Ceres quickly ducked, avoiding the fatal blow. He thought to himself, "My defense didn't get a boost, but my attack power increased by 100 points. Ceres retaliated, his counterattack shattering the handle of the monster's axe. Another one charged from behind with an axe, launching a sneak attack. Startled, the main character pivoted, and, with all his might, unleashed a powerful slash at the ambusher. Seeing that powerful strike, Bara said in amazement, "He actually sent a demonic beast flying. That's not the kind of power an F rank should have." Ceres frowned, a dangerous smile on his face as he thought, "He must have been sliced in half." The goblin walked back angrily. Seeing this, Ceres thought, "It's just a flesh wound? The level of these demonic beasts is way too high." Suddenly, he turned his head in surprise and saw the Demon Queen charging at him, raising her leg high for a downward kick. The main character quickly crossed his arms to block, and the kick created a massive shockwave. Bara, sitting off to the side, had to struggle to withstand the pressure from the explosion. The goblins waited eagerly. They shouted, "The queen has him pinned down." One goblin took the opportunity and charged forward. "Dia, human." Ceres thought in a panic, "Well, I'm screwed." Suddenly, a tail swung through the air. The Demon Queen used her tail to send the goblin flying, and it crashed straight to the ground. The other goblins called out to her in confusion, but she said, "Listen to me, and listen well. No one is to lay a hand on him." The Demon Queen's face was flushed with excitement as she gave a deviant smile and said, "I have to discipline this human myself." The system announced, "Agitation score, 91%. Two goblins excitedly shouted, "Queen, kill him!" She opened her mouth, grabbed Sarah's head, and said, "I'm going to bite you to death." The main character was surprised. His ear was bitten, and she was drooling. The system announced, "Defense plus 50. Seeing this, Ceres thought to himself, "Is this the price I must pay to receive this power? Forcing a man as righteous as me to go through this. This is a complete insult to my character. But, compared to the safety of the city's people, what's a little humiliation like this?" Our MC thought, blushing with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen blushed, thinking how strange she had become, to actually be initiating this with a human. Why? I'm a powerful demon beast. Stop it. Damn it, my body. It's not listening to me anymore. The system announced, "Flexibility plus 120. The goblins watching this turned red and exclaimed, "The queen is trying to kill this human, right? Why do I feel like she's—" Another goblin with an axe shouted, "Insolence. Open your damn eyes and look. The queen is looking for a weak point on him. If you don't know what's going on, shut your mouth." In reality, Ceres was blushing beet red, completely enjoying himself as the system kept announcing updates. Defense power plus 30, attack power plus 150. I thought to myself, my stats should be high enough to deal with these demon beasts now, right? It's my turn to counterattack. He tremblingly stabbed at the queen's back with his broken sword. A goblin saw this and yelled, "Queen, look out!" But before he could even strike, his hand was pinned by her tail. The queen grabbed him by the throat. He grimaced and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, it's still not enough." She slammed him to the ground. The goblins cheered wildly. The queen really is trying to kill him. I was so foolish. My thoughts were so naive. The queen wants to kill him. Meanwhile, she blushed in a fluster, thinking, "My body feels so strange. I have to resist this," the queen said to him. "You tiny human, daring to stand against us demon beasts. Now, I'm going to rip your clothes to shreds." She let out a perverted cry and grabbed the collar of Ceres' armor. She tore it off, shouting for the human to witness the difference between his frail body and that of a demon beast. The queen laughed happily, thinking, "I really want to see this human's body." The goblins, completely oblivious, kept cheering enthusiastically. "That move from the queen is a heart-piercer. We have to learn from her," Ceres suddenly said. "My armor." He saw the queen's hand preparing to do something and frowned, thinking, "She's raising her hand. I have to endure it. I absolutely have to. I can't let her get any closer." That's what she said. But she was drooling, thinking, "Something is welling up from deep inside me. I can endure it. I definitely can." The system announced, "Agitation 100%. With the queen sitting on him, Ceres gritted his teeth and thought, "So heavy." The queen could no longer control herself, her face beginning to lose all reason. Ceres thought angrily, "Damn it, with my current strength, there's no way I can beat these demon beasts." Bara, watching from the side, was also amazed and blushing, trying to rationalize it in her mind. They must be fighting. Ceres, too, lost his composure and thought, "For the safety of the city, I can only sacrifice myself to achieve the greater good." Just then, he reached his hand behind the queen's head and pulled her in. "I need to raise my own stats. My power." The system announcements rang out continuously. Flexibility plus 200, defense plus 300, concentration plus 450, sensation plus 700, intelligence plus 830. The whole horde of goblins started to question their existence upon seeing this. The system continued. Sensation plus 700, intelligence plus 83, stamina plus 900, light magic plus 1000, attack power plus 1100. Just then, her old husband arrived. Seeing the queen doing something with Ceres, he called out in alarm, My love. Ceres was in such bliss, he couldn't even open his eyes. The queen, blushing with embarrassment and speechless, snapped her head around in surprise. The goblins called out, "Great king!" He collapsed to the ground, screaming in a fit of rage. "You! How could you?" At that moment, the system announced, detected that Demon King Bali has been dealt a critical blow. All stats will be doubled. Level up +1. The enraged Demon King grabbed his sword and charged, screaming, "I'm going to kill you." The queen, worried and blushing, called out, "My king, it's not what you think. Let me explain." Ceres picked up his sword, thinking, "I wonder if my current level is high enough." The Demon King roared in fury. "Ah!" He rushed forward like a gale, unleashing a powerful strike towards the two of them. Then he yelled, "Get away from my queen!" The Demon King charged, swinging his sword and knocking Ceres away from the queen, sending him crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Bera ran over worriedly, calling out, "Ceres, are you okay?" Ceres sat up, clutching his chest, and said, "I can still fight," he thought to himself. That guy appeared in front of me in an instant. His attack power is also unbelievably high, Demon King Bali said angrily. "Didn't you say this wouldn't happen again?" She remained silent, unable to say a word. Demon King Bali trembled as he held his sword. "Ah, do you remember what you told me before? If this happened again, I would. Why on earth are you still doing this?" The queen screamed, "The reason for all of this is you. Why were you so late? Where were you just now?" Being yelled at, the Demon King looked dumbfounded. The three goblins who heard this began to question their own existence. The queen walked up and pointed in Demon King Bali's face, shouting, "Ah, you're questioning me and threatening me for your own mistake? Ah, you were so late. What exactly were you doing?" After saying that, the queen turned her back. Demon King Bali, terrified, tried to soothe her. "My love, don't be angry. I was wrong. I saw a lot of humans escaping earlier, so I went to deal with them first. That's why I didn't come to you right away. My love, I promise it won't happen again. I was wrong." Seeing this, the goblins started to gossip. "Our great king is so deeply in love with the queen. To think he'd bow his head and admit fault just like that. No wonder he was able to marry a demon beast queen like her. My own level is so far from the great king's. I should just work hard and keep at it. I get it now. I'll go confess to Lady Sadir." Elsewhere, Ceres looked at Demon King Bali and thought, "While they're not paying attention, I should bolt. The gap between my level and that Demon King's is just too wide." The queen's crying could be heard. Sob, sob, sob. The Demon King panicked. "Queen, please don't cry. My heart is about to break." The goblins saw this and said, "I advise you not to go. She'll beat you to death." Meanwhile, Ceres and Bera were leaving. They talked as they went. "Can you still walk? Or should I carry you?" "No need. My legs are a little unsteady, but I can walk on my own." The queen covered her face and wailed, "It's all your fault for being late. You made me get seduced by that human. Our pure and faithful love was almost tainted." Sob, sob. The Demon King grabbed her shoulders to comfort her. "My love, stop crying. It's all that human's fault. I'll go kill him right now. You won't be heartbroken, will you, my love?" "Of course not." The queen hugged Demon King Bali's leg tightly and said happily, "My king, you are the love of my life. Even in death, we will enter the void together. How could I possibly develop feelings for another human man?" Seeing the two of them leaving, Demon King Bali shouted, "You idiots, they're getting away. Why aren't you stopping them?" The queen suddenly said, "I love how powerful and domineering you are." A goblin scratched his face and said, "Great king, the queen gave an order earlier not to let us interfere. A bunch of brainless fools." Model. With that, Demon King Bali charged straight at Ceres with all his might. Ceres whipped around in surprise and yelled, "He's here!" The Demon King roared, "You piece of human garbage, how dare you seduce my beloved queen?" With that, he swung his sword powerfully at Ceres, sending him flying. The queen watched him crash to the ground, confused. Ceres thought in agony, "I think. I've broken a few bones. There's no way I can defend against his attacks. I can't even see how fast he's attacking. I'm completely outmatched right now." Demon King Bali shot towards Ceres like a rocket. He swung his sword with a powerful slash and roared, "I'll cut you in two. This is what you get for seducing my queen." "There's no other choice," Ceres thought to himself. "I just have to level up again." He shouted, "System, lock on target." Instantly, a hand appeared and slapped Demon King Bali hard. After striking the Demon King, the queen screamed, "Don't you hurt him." The old Demon King was completely stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Seizing the opportunity, Ceres used every ounce of his strength and ran for his life. Still reeling from the slap, Demon King Bali asked, "Why? My queen, why?" "So you really do feel for him." The queen was currently under the system's control. A system notification appeared. Demon King Bali has suffered another emotional blow. Level +1. As he ran, Ceres said, "I leveled up again, but can I really beat the Demon King now?" It was only one level. The queen blushed, sticking her tongue out, and said lustfully, "Oh, forget it. I can't hold back anymore." As soon as she spoke, she lunged forward. Demon King Bali grabbed her hand. "I want that human's body so badly. My queen, what are you saying?" She flung the Demon King's hand away and charged frantically toward Ceres. The Demon King screamed, "But, you just said I was the only love of your life." The queen ran madly at Ceres, screaming, "I want to be set free." Ceres watched in bewilderment as she flew at him, and then she immediately threw her arms around him. System notification. Vitality plus 180. Focus plus 140. The old king could only watch as his wife lunged at another man, staring at his own hands in complete helplessness. The system continued its announcements. Attack power plus 210. Perception plus 140. Agility plus 230. Ceres blushed, thinking, "I guess I'll just have to let her do whatever she wants with me." From behind them, Demon King Bali wailed in despair. "My queen, it's all my fault. I wasn't good enough, and I let this human take advantage of you. It's all on me. But I'm here now. I'll kill this human and make you normal again." She roared back in fury. "Get lost, and stop bothering us." The old Demon King Bali was so stunned his jaw hung open. He dropped his sword, falling to his knees. Demon King Bali had completely fallen into despair. Just then, a worried Bera rushed in with her sword and yelled, "Let go of Ceres," before slashing at the queen. Ceres raised a hand, signaling for her to stop, but she paid him no mind, screaming, "You shameless demon beast." Before her sword could land, the queen whipped her with her tail, knocking her forward. Ceres yelled, "Bera, don't come any closer." The queen's tail wrapped tightly around Bera. "This is dangerous." After trapping Bera, the queen went right back to devouring Ceres. She thought to herself, "How did I turn into this kind of person? I feel like I'm not myself anymore, but why does a part of me feel so happy?" She blushed as she looked down at Ceres hungrily. Trembling, Demon King Bali picked up his sword and approached. "You lied to me. It was all lies. I won't stand for this. You bitch." He launched himself forward like a bullet, slashing at the queen and screaming, "I'm going to kill you two shameless mutts." Suddenly, the queen looked up at him, her face blushing with an innocent expression. A gust of wind blew, and his sword stopped just inches from her head. You would have thought she was about to apologize, but instead, the queen merely glanced at him for a second before getting right back to it. Demon King Bali dropped to his knees, clutching his sword and looking up at the sky, saying, "I still love her." The Demon King's face went rigid with utter helplessness. He dropped his sword as his body began to glow with a strange, blue light. A system notification popped up. Detected Demon King Bali has suffered a complete mental collapse. Initiating self-destruction sequence. Level +3. The queen shot up, startled, and stared in horror at her husband. The nearby goblins began to flee in terror. "Bali, what do you think you're doing?" someone yelled. "Great king, we're innocent," another cried. Everyone was scrambling to escape. Needless to say, Demon King Bali's body began to glow even brighter. The system warned, "Do you want to die in the explosion? Run." Ceres picked up his broken sword and swung it at Demon King Bali's head. System notification. Flash step slash. User's body becomes a shadow, instantly teleporting within 5 meters of an enemy to deliver a single, powerful slash. The queen stared in horror at her husband's headless corpse and screamed. The system announced again. Self-destruction sequence paused. Ceres looked at his broken sword, thinking, "If I keep upgrading this, I bet I can unlock a lot more skills." The queen sighed sorrowfully. This can't be happening. He wasn't like this before. Shouldn't he be more composed the second time this happens? Why is he breaking down even worse? At that moment, Demon King Bali's headless body lunged at her. The queen was completely stunned as the corpse pulled her into a tight hug. Startled, the queen lost her grip and let go of Bera. The body spoke, "My love, honor your promise. And die here with me," she screamed. "I don't want to." In that instant, Ceres ran to catch Bera. The system announced again, Bali initiating self-destruction. Tears of despair streaming down her face, the queen screamed, "Let go of me. Don't do this. Ah, let me go. Somebody save me." At that very moment, Ceres rushed in with his broken sword, severing the Demon King's arm and freeing the queen. He grabbed her by the hand and pulled her away, leaving the helpless Demon King to scream. An instant later, he exploded, creating an enormous shockwave that shattered the very earth around them. Ceres, the queen, and Bera were all thrown a great distance by the blast. The queen glowed with a purple light and then disappeared, leaving the other two to crash hard onto the ground. Ceres clutched his chest, panting. He thought to himself, "Did we fall all the way to the lowest level of the citadel?" Suddenly, an adorable little pink pet appeared on him. The system explained, "This is a prime body demon beast, Lin Lan Chi Si. Magic power. 0. Health. 9. Ceres was still trying to figure out where it came from when it glanced down and crawled right into his pants. Bera clutched her head. Ow. This is bad. Meanwhile, Ceres was staring intently at her sensitive area while the system announced that he had successfully defeated Demon King Bali. Reward received. Divine map. Accept or decline. Ceres thought to himself. A map? With blood dripping from his nose, he thought, should I really open this map? I need to think carefully about this. Just then, Bera looked down and realized Ceres was right beneath her. She let out a startled scream. Ah, I'm so sorry. Bera quickly covered her face, too embarrassed to look at him. Ceres, however, simply pressed the button on his system panel and said, Open map. He looked at the 3 map filters, paths, traps, and resources, thinking for a moment. Every single room is marked, Ceres exclaimed happily. This is perfect. I can head straight for the boss room now. No more getting lost. Bera was blushing at Ceres' excited voice and turned to look at him in surprise. What are you talking about? Did you see something? He pretended. It's nothing, then thought. Only I can see this system. Ceres helped her up and said, Let's go. We're getting out of here. Yeah. Ceres' heart suddenly pounded, startling him. He collapsed in pain, kneeling and vomiting a purple liquid. Bera cried out worriedly. What's wrong with you? Why all of a sudden? Veins bulged on his right hand, and his pinky finger began to glow with a demonic purple light. Ceres clutched his hand in agony as his pinky started to melt. He was in so much pain that he rolled around on the ground, groaning, as purple fluid oozed from his shoulder blades. Seeing Ceres in such agony, Bera reached out and pulled him into her arms. She thought to herself, his back is bleeding now. I can't let him keep scraping against the ground. His body is so hot, it's like he's on fire. His pinky finger burst into flames, burning until only a third of it was left before it stopped. At that moment, the pain also ceased. Ceres sighed in relief. Lying in Bera's arms, he whispered, It's over. It stopped. Ceres sat up dazedly and said, I'm fine. Bera, surprised, finally asked, Ceres, what's wrong with your body? Why was it melting? He looked at his hand and stammered sadly, I've been poisoned. Ceres started to recall. 6 months ago, when magical beasts attacked the city, I saw some of them fighting a hero from the guild. It looked like they were fighting over a box. A monster holding a weapon charged forward. The magical beast struck the box, causing a huge explosion. I was caught in their fight and buried under the rubble, trapped beneath layers of rock and dirt. A purple liquid leaked out of the torn box. Then, blood began to rain from the sky. Ceres quickly covered his nose, thinking, The smell is so pungent. I feel like I'm going to puke. The box started to melt when the rain hit it. Even the monster that struck the box screamed non-stop. My body is melting. I was still under the rocks, so I wasn't directly touched by the blood rain. But my back hurt so much, it felt like it was about to dissolve. Even just smelling it was enough to get me poisoned. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. The doctor told me I only had 1 year to live. Right at that moment, a system notification popped up. Demon God's blood can cure the poison. Ceres stared at the system window in shock, thinking, What is this thing? The system continued. Bind to the system and become a player to receive hints about the Demon God's blood? Yes or no? I hit yes. The system then notified me that the Demon God's blood was in the underground city of Na. That's when I knew the cure was in this city. After saying that, Ceres stood up and said, Let's go. There's a room up ahead with some clothes and weapons inside. Let's go there first. Bera helped him up and replied, Okay. A while later, the two arrived at a ruined building. Elsewhere, a group of people cautiously approached a set of double doors. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from behind them, and the whole group scrambled back in panic. It's a trap. The shield shattered into pieces, and another man shouted, Everyone, don't move recklessly. The blonde man was DNI, the vice captain of the subjugation squad. If you move carelessly, you might trigger another trap. Hearing this, the entire team froze in place. They looked at the guy who had been holding the shield, now collapsed on the ground, and started murmuring. Even Ket, who had the strongest defense among us, was pierced right through the head. How are we supposed to get through this? All the cannon fodder from the decoy team has already been sent out. There's no one left to act as a shield. We've come this far, we can't turn back now. The A-rank captain of the subjugation squad, Satusis, spoke up. Same old rule, lowest rank, step forward. Immediately, a low-ranked member was pushed to the front. This was the D-rank member, Ma Kui. Satusis threatened him, Go over there and find the correct path. Hearing this, Ma Kui broke out in a cold sweat, too terrified to speak. Satusis continued, You know the consequences of disobeying my orders. Although he didn't want to, seeing the captain's sword, he was too afraid to refuse. DNI took something out and offered it to the captain, saying, Wait a moment, I made a puppet that can hop around to scout the path. This way, we can at least detect some of the traps, and his chances of survival will increase. The moment DNI finished speaking, Captain Satusis sliced the scouting device in two. Ma Kui watched, speechless with fear. Satusis then pointed his sword at DNI menacingly. Let me see you make any more of this useless junk, and I'll kill you. DNI sadly turned away, remaining silent. The captain scowled and said, Get up and scout the path. Trembling, Ma Kui stood up and stepped forward to scout the path. Satusis squad, move it. Ma Kui walked slowly. He looked down at his own footsteps and sighed. He thought, good, I didn't hit a trap. But which step should I take now? This one, or this one? Captain Satusis angrily urged him on. What are you dawdling for? Stop wasting everyone's time. Get a move on. Shaking, Ma Kui forced his legs to move forward. He closed his eyes and took a step. When he realized he hadn't stepped on a trap, he let out a sigh of relief. The captain, holding his sword behind him, said, Good job, keep going. Inside, Ma Kui was screaming in terror. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. I can't go on. Suddenly, Ma Kui spun around and started running frantically, screaming, I don't want to die. I want to go home. Just then, as he sprinted back, he accidentally stepped on a trap. A beam of light shot through his head. One of the men exclaimed, Oh my God! This time the attack came from below. Does that mean the traps attack from a different position each time? And the light appears so suddenly, you can't even tell where it's coming from. Captain Satusis glanced at Ma Kui's corpse for a moment, then rested his sword on his shoulder threateningly. Now, the next lowest rank, step forward. As the group stood there in fear, the inner door suddenly opened. A man saw it and shouted, Captain Satusis, the door's open. He glanced over and saw Saris peeking his head out. Saris scratched his head, wondering, how did they get here too? A squad member yelled, Captain, it's someone from the decoy team. Satusis eyed the two of them thoughtfully. The decoy team should have been wiped out. Did this guy disobey my orders and run here? DNI called out in panic. Bara, you're okay, that's great, he sneered angrily. You bastard, Saris, how are you still alive? Saris casually replied. Yeah. Saris recalled the day before the expedition when a sword was pointed at him and a man threatened, How do you know the color of my wife's underwear? The other men quickly tried to hold him back. Captain, calm down first, Saris said in a panic. I was training my intuition for the upcoming battle, so that I could perceive the colors of all objects around me. The man grew even angrier, raising his sword high and shouting, You son of a bitch, tell me what's going on between you and my wife, too, Cam, or I'll cut you down right now. Another person grabbed his shoulder, trying to stop him. Captain, calm down. Killing someone in the city is against the law. Saris shouted, I will not allow you to slander my character like this. Now, I'll show you the results of my training. Saris wouldn't stop nagging, refused to wear pink. The two of them were acting like a couple. DNI shouted angrily, Captain, I agree. Let's just kill him now. Another person tried to reason with him. Absolutely not. We can't kill him inside the city. If someone finds the body, it'll just cause unnecessary trouble for all of us. The captain then asked, Then what do you suggest we do? One of them suggested, Why don't we just assign him to the bait team? That way, we won't have to get our hands dirty. Back in the present, Saris thought to himself, I only came here to get some new gear, so how did I end up running into a subjugation squad? Are they lost or something? The captain pointed and said, Saris, get over here. As the captain of this subjugation squad, I'm giving you an order. Saris thought despairingly, Are they going to use another low-level member as a human shield? Suddenly, DNI yelled, Don't move. He then said, Captain, if he makes it to the other side alive, we can just follow his path to bypass the traps. That way, we don't have to risk any more of our squad members. The captain stated calmly, We've already lost over 10 valuable combatants trying to take down the boss of this C-rank dungeon. There's no time to turn back. I'm just thinking about what's best for the team. If you don't like it, then you can go instead. DNI's face darkened, and he remained silent. Satusis continued, Didn't you receive intuition training? It's about time you contributed to the team. You know full well the consequences of disobeying an order. The system displayed a notification. Map opening. Oh. Bara called out worriedly. Saris, don't go that way. That path looks dangerous just from here. Let's find another route. Saris replied calmly. The captain has already given the order for me to go. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Seeing him move, the others shouted in alarm. Hey, he's moving. He took the first step without a second thought. Is that E-ranker for real? Is he actually trying to navigate the traps using just his intuition? The system prompted, move forward 3 spaces, then right 2 spaces. As he walked, Saris muttered to himself, forward 3 spaces. The others yelled out in greater astonishment. He walked forward 3 steps and he's fine. This guy's luck is insane. Just then, guided by the system, Saris made a left turn for 2 spaces. leaving the squad completely stunned. He turned and took another step. Did he trigger it? No. Still nothing? They exclaimed, dumbfounded. This guy isn't hesitating at all. Is this really just luck? Don't tell me he actually knows the correct path. What? How could he possibly know? We lost over 10 intelligence agents just to map out the first half of this dungeon's terrain. An E-rank adventurer like him would never have access to that intel. Oh, it's over now. He just leaped forward. This is where it ends. See? He was just getting by on pure luck. However, contrary to their expectations, Ceres was perfectly fine. He let out a sigh and thought, almost lost my balance. Captain Satusa stared at him, thinking, huh? How has he not set off a trap yet? The system prompted again, forward 5 spaces. Ceres thought joyfully, I'm almost there. The rest of the squad was still watching in horror. He's really going to make it all the way over. A moment later, Ceres made it across. He looked the captain in the eye and flashed a victorious smile. The squad erupted in whispers. He's completely unscathed. He didn't set off a single trap. Was that just luck? Or can this guy really sense the traps with his intuition? Ceres declared proudly, this is the result of my training. Cam and I are innocent. Satusus pointed his sword at Ceres threateningly, thinking to himself, impossible. Intuition, my ass. It was just pure luck, and sooner or later, his luck will run out. With that thought, he made his decision. If that's the case, you can lead the way from now on. At that moment, as the group moved forward, Ceres looked down and was surprised to see 2 mushrooms at his feet. A system notification appeared. When a monster consumes a blue realm mushroom, its stamina will increase and fatigue will be reduced. If a human consumes it, they will suffer from a stomachache. Ceres stared at the 2 mushrooms on the ground, thinking, I wonder if she's hungry, maybe I should pick some for her. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the 2 mushrooms. Holding them in his hand, Ceres thought with a craving, man, these mushrooms smell amazing. Too bad I'm a human and can't eat them. A little lick couldn't hurt, could it? Just as he was about to take a small lick, a shout echoed from behind him. What's that you're holding? Startled, Ceres replied. Mushrooms? Captain Satusus snatched the mushrooms from Ceres' hand, yelling, hand them over. He shoved one in his mouth and asked, you wanted to eat this? Let me make something clear. Once we conquer this dungeon, everything in it belongs to the Adventurers Guild and to my subjugation squad. Ceres watched him eat the mushroom, too fed up to even speak. While chewing obnoxiously, the captain pointed a finger at Ceres' chest and spoke. You have no right to just take things for yourself. Now get to the front, that's an order. Upon hearing that, Ceres stood at attention and gave a formal salute. Yes, Captain, I will follow your orders. I'll take my place at the very front of the team and will absolutely not stand behind you. Seeing his compliance, the captain said, good, as long as you know your place. D&I approached Bera as she was being treated and said, I'm sorry. I had no idea you were assigned to the bait team. You should have told me. I'm the vice captain, after all. I could have transferred you to another unit. Bera replied, I joined the team voluntarily. He asked in surprise, why would you do that? Bera glanced in Sarah's direction, sighed deeply, and then said, this door is the real entrance to the boss's chamber. The one next to it is a dead end. There's nothing there. At that moment, the healer treating Bera stood up and said, your fractured bone is healed now. Thank you. Vice Captain D&I was quiet for a moment before calling her name. Bera? He frowned and said with a serious tone, if you joined the recon team just to protect that E-rank guy, you might as well be walking to your own death. The recon team is just cannon fodder. It's a bait squad made up of the weakest adventurers whose existence is a drain on the guild's resources. The only way for them to prove their value is to serve as decoys or meat shields. Stop talking such nonsense. When Bera didn't respond, he pressed on. From now on, you stay by my side. I'm a top B-rank adventurer. I can protect you. Meanwhile, Ceres was speaking with the captain. There's nothing behind that door. The captain pointed and ordered, well then, you go and open it. Annoyed, the captain scowled and snapped. What is it now? You expect me to send one of our valuable combat members to take the risk? Quit wasting time and open the door. Ceres remained silent and turned to push it open. Behind him, the rest of the squad readied their weapons. The door's opening. Stay alert, everyone. The captain frowned, cursing to himself. Damn it. Why does my stomach suddenly feel weird? At that moment, Ceres pushed the door open, but nothing at all happened. They shouted anyway, the door's open. Stay vigilant. Something unexpected could charge out. The captain's face went pale. This is bad, he thought. The man in red armor behind him sniffed the air. What's that smell? He wondered. Footsteps echoed as Ceres walked inside. Seeing him go in, the captain called out, Ceres, is there anything in there? Ceres remained silent. The captain muttered to himself, gotta clench, just a little tighter. Damn it, why is my stomach acting up at a time like this? Wait, could it be that mushroom I ate? Crap, I can't move too much or it's all gonna come out. Just then, Saras let out a sinister smile and turned to say, "From what I can tell, this whole place is rigged with traps." The moment he finished speaking, he stomped his foot and dashed inside, his voice echoing back. "All right, everyone, follow my lead. We're running through," the captain shouted. "You, don't run. Walk slowly. That's an order." The men running behind him started chattering. "What's going on? Is there something behind us? Probably not. Then why are we running?" "I have no idea." Taking advantage of the noise from everyone running, the captain let out a loud fart. His face turned purple as he thought, "Oh no, I can't hold it in much longer." Although the footsteps drowned out the sound, the smell remained. The group running behind him got a full whiff, pinching their noses and yelling, "Something's not right. There's poisonous gas. I smell it too. It really is a trap. Run! Damn monsters. I knew it couldn't be this safe behind that door. This smell. It's a little familiar." Hearing the word familiar, the captain, blushing, turned around and roared, "Stop talking and run. If you don't, we'll all be poisoned." The furious captain slammed his fist into the wall. Panting, Ceres asked, "What's wrong, Captain?" The captain approached him, frowning. "Did you know about that mushroom's properties? Is that why you deliberately started running?" Ceres feigned fear. "Captain, I don't know anything about that mushroom." The captain clutched his pants and said, "It's nothing." Just then, a subordinate carried a rock over, set it down, and said cheerfully, "Captain, you must be tired, right? Why don't you sit down and rest?" The captain was silent for a moment, then furiously kicked his subordinate in the chest, yelling, "Sit on my ass. Get lost. Everyone, pull yourselves together. We're moving on." He held his sword to Sarah's neck, threatening, "You too. If you run again, I'll cut you down right here." "Yes, Captain." After walking for a while, they saw a strange symbol on the ground. Ceres pointed at it and said, "Don't step on that tile on the floor." At the same time, a monster was sleeping nearby. Ceres pointed forward, telling everyone to go this way. Above them, numerous monsters were watching and stalking them. A system notification appeared, "Do not touch." Seeing this, Ceres thought to himself, "This must be the final trap." The captain observed their surroundings and thought, "Why are there fewer traps the deeper we go? We haven't set off a single one, nor have we encountered any monsters. Could he have been here before? What am I thinking? How is that possible? If he weren't with my team, even a D-rank monster at the entrance could have eaten him alive, let alone making it this far." Just then, Ceres pointed ahead and said, "If we keep going forward, we should reach the boss room." The captain thought to himself, "Once we get to the boss room, you'll be useless to me. Whether it's your luck or something else, this is as far as you go." They stopped by a stalagmite. The captain charged power into his sword and slashed straight at a sharp stalactite above. At this moment, Ceres was still unaware that he had been set up. A moment later, he looked up to see the stalactite falling and said in surprise, "Huh?" The captain gloated silently. The lowest level F-rank hero, killed by a trap in the underground city. It makes perfect sense. In that hair-raising moment, a sharp tail shattered the stalactite that was about to fall on Ceres' head. It lunged forward. The captain panicked, letting out a grunt. The tail sent him flying. A subordinate called out in shock, "Captain!" Immediately after, a monster with a scorpion tail leaped down from behind them. Standing behind the scorpion, Ceres said in alarm, "Is this place about to collapse?" Suddenly, falling rocks sealed off the cave entrance. The terrified captain thought to himself, "Good thing I reacted quickly and blocked with my sword, or I'd be dead. Trapped at the front. I'm screwed. I'm locked in." As he was looking for a way out, a voice echoed from behind him. "Why is there a human here?" He turned his head to see a girl approaching. She said, "How utterly disgusting." A scorpion was advancing towards them. It was a B+ rank cobra scorpion, Sadir's beast. DNI raised his sword and shouted, preparing for battle, while thinking to himself, "This sword is so heavy." Then he quickly gave an order, "Shields to the front. Block its position. Don't let it pass." "Yes, sir." A group of men with shields planted them into the ground and yelled. DNI quickly commanded, "Archers in the back, fire." The group of archers took their positions, and a volley of arrows flew towards the scorpion. It raised its claws to block the rain of arrows. Seeing this, DNI yelled, "Keep attacking." The scorpion roared in pain, then used its tail to create a gust of wind that blew the arrows away. The shield bearers struggled to hold their ground. DNI also raised his arm to block the wind, thinking, just its aura alone was enough to repel all the arrows. That last attack was useless against it. The foolish captain then raised his sword and bellowed, "What are you just standing there for? Are you scared by the monster's presence? Everyone, charge. It's just one monster. There's nothing to be afraid of." Meanwhile, Ceres worriedly wondered, "Is that the sound of a monster?" From the darkness, a tail shot out towards Ceres. He quickly spun around to dodge the attack. Ceres wondered in surprise, "Its tail?" The scorpion lunged at him from the shadows. It raised its pincer to strike him. Ceres leaped up to evade it. The blow shattered the ground. Ceres retreated, clenched his fist, and furiously yelled, "Take this! My 3,190 power fist!" With just one punch, he easily tore through the scorpion's abdomen. Ceres' eyes were filled with rage as the creature's body parts fell to the ground. At that moment, a voice echoed from the darkness. "To think you could shatter one of my scorpions with a single punch." Ceres panted, thinking to himself, "The antidote I need is in the boss room up ahead. I can't waste any more stamina on pointless fights. Anyway, I have the map. I'll just run for it. I'll spare you." The A+ rank monster, Sadir, appeared and said, "But it doesn't matter. I was planning on discarding anything touched by a disgusting human anyway." She looked at the string on her hand and continued, "I was originally going to use this to twist your head off, but it seems I'll have to do it myself." Ceres thought. "A female monster?" Then he said with annoyance, "My head? Can't you just gently twist it off with your bare hands?" She frowned and said, "Huh. I would never touch something as disgusting as you with my own hands." She then began to manipulate the string on her hand again, smiling and thinking to herself, "I can take care of those humans outside with just one hand." Sadir lifted her leg and said, "I'll deal with you first, then I'll slaughter all the humans outside." Ceres grimaced and yelled, "I am a hero. Protecting humanity is my duty. I will stay and fight. Even if it costs all my strength, I will stop you here." System activated. Hearing this, she glared at him, then raised her leg and said, "Is that so?" Her leg clamped tightly around Ceres' neck. She easily threw him to the ground, and the system announced that the target was locked. Sadir looked at Ceres as if he were an insect and said, "You reckless brat." Excitement value at 16%. Meanwhile, outside, the scorpion had already broken one of the hero's swords. D&I pointed and said, "Everyone, look. The magical beast's head is turning red. Our attacks are working." "She's too fast," Ceres thought in agony. Sadir pressed her foot against Ceres' face and said, "For you humans to have made it this far, your strength isn't half bad. But this is as far as you go." She ground her foot into his face, adding, "It seems Master Ne really hates humans entering his chambers." Meanwhile, Ceres was trying to figure out a way to deal with her. "This magical beast is too strong. I absolutely cannot let her get outside. I will stop you here," he then roared. Sadir shrieked, her face flushing in shock. "Ah! You pervert! How dare a little brat like you do that to my foot?" The system announced a swift agility bonus of 220. At the same time, outside, the scorpion, which had been attacking a hero with its tail, suddenly stopped, its face turning red. Seeing this, Bera thought, "It's been so long with no sound from inside. Don't tell me Ceres tripped on a rock and knocked himself out? I have to get him out of there quickly." With that thought, she called out to D&I, "Cover me. I'm going to get Ceres out of that rubble." D&I reached out to stop her, but she had already bolted. "Wait, don't go." Bera looked at the pile of rocks and thought, "Ceres, I'm coming. You better be okay." Just then, the scorpion appeared right beside her. It raised its pincer to strike Bera. At that exact moment, a blade swung by, and D&I managed to block the scorpion. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed as he held his sword steady. Meanwhile, Bera had managed to run to where Ceres was trapped. She thought, "He's a hero, for better or worse. It's just a pile of rocks. Surely he's okay, right?" Sadir stared at her saliva-covered foot and yelled, blushing, "Ugh, you disgusting brat." The system quickly announced, "Agility plus 340. After getting free, Ceres clutched his throat, coughing violently. "Finally, I'm out," Sadir thought angrily. "How dare you defile my foot? I'll make you pay." The system announced, "No weapon equipped, unable to use skills, flash strike." Ceres cursed under his breath. "Damn it. If I had known, I would have kept a weapon on me. Now I have no choice but to use my fists." With that thought, he rushed toward Sadir. She easily dodged his punch and quickly countered, kicking him in the face. She thought in surprise, "His face is so soft?" Ceres was sent flying into a wall, letting out a soft cry. "Ah," Sadir thought to herself with satisfaction. That was a damn good kick. The excitement value had risen to 54%. Suddenly, she clutched her head, blushing. "Ugh, what am I thinking? I need to kill this brat quickly. It'll be bad if I let these humans get into Master Ne's chamber." Sadir then extended a thread toward the scorpion tail and gave it a tug, sending the tail flying towards Ceres. He frowned, thinking, "Here it comes. My agility is just high enough to dodge this volley of attacks from her." As he thought this, Ceres quickly dodged the attack. He focused mana into his hand and brought it down in a chop, snapping the tail in two. Suddenly, her leg appeared right in front of him. Sadir once again locked him in a chokehold with her legs and threw him down. Ceres slammed into the stone wall behind him again as she laughed with delight. "Caught you again. This time, I won't let you escape. I'm going to strangle you with my leg." Ceres' brow furrowed in anger, and he reached out his hand, whispering, "Have a taste of my grip." Sadir let out another embarrassed cry. "Ah." The system announced, defense plus 130. She angrily lifted her leg and stomped directly on Sarah's face. Then she pulled on the thread controlling the scorpion tail, shouting, "Don't touch my leg with your disgusting hands." The tail quickly bound Sarah's hands. He thought in shock. The scorpion tail I just shattered. Her oppressive force is too strong. I can't evade her attacks. Sadir lifted her foot and stuck out her tongue. "I'm going to smash your head in right now." She forcefully stomped on Sarah's face. The system announced, stamina plus 50, sensation plus 71, mana plus 93. Suddenly, she thought in confusion, this is so strange. Why does stepping on him feel so exhilarating? I wonder what it would feel like to stomp all over his body. Excitement value increased to 66%. She manipulated the thread in her hand and thought, humans only deserve to be trampled under my feet. Outside, the scorpion was now trembling violently. It clamped its legs together. Seeing this, DNI shouted joyfully, "The magical beast is starting to lose its footing. Keep it up, everyone. We're about to win." Sadir lifted her leg, and the system announced, strength plus 240. She gave a satisfied smile and brushed her hair back, thinking, this feeling is amazing. Excitement value increased to 89%. Meanwhile, outside, the scorpion's tail was chasing after Bera. Seeing this, DNI yelled, "Bera, watch out!" The scorpion tail. Bera looked up in surprise just in time to see the tail slam into her, sending her flying. DNI called out worriedly, "Bera!" Seeing her crash into the wall, the team captain clicked his tongue in annoyance. Inside the stone walls, Saris was yelling with a flushed face, "Wait, not there!" But Sadir didn't care and continued to stomp. Outside, the captain was surprised to see the scorpion's tail rushing toward him. He thought, is it my turn now? The tail collided with his sword and plunged straight into the stone wall. His face went pale as he thought, from that far away, the tail can still pierce the wall? This magical beast's level is beyond that of an elite monster. Sadir, with a look of ecstasy on her face and drool dripping from her mouth, cried out perversely, so soft, so wonderful. Excitement value increased to 95%. Meanwhile, the scorpion was charging towards the captain. He turned and thought, damn, I wasn't paying attention to its direction at all. Its pincer is heading this way. It's too late. I can't block it. Sadir covered her mouth and let out a cry. This caused her scorpion to convulse and vomit blood. It stopped right in front of the captain. Satusus slowly opened his eyes and looked at it, thinking in surprise. It stopped. A perfect chance. He seized the opportunity, knocking the monster's arm away and slashing repeatedly at its abdomen. Tiger's roar, severing slash. The blow sent the scorpion flying. The other heroes saw this and cheered. What a great attack. The captain is so strong. Sending a magical beast flying with a single blow. Our captain has to be A rank. Meanwhile, Sadir was moaning uncontrollably. Excitement value at 98%. Seeing the scorpion on the ground, the heroes said, the magical beast is wounded from just one hit. That's the captain's true power. As long as the captain is here, we don't have to be afraid of any number of magical beasts. Model. Her body is just too flexible, especially those legs. If I waste any more energy, my body won't be able to take it. Ceres, blushing, shot up and yelled, I will never submit to you. Just then, Sadiel's foot appeared in front of his mouth. She covered Ceres' mouth and said, I don't want to hear that disgusting sound coming from you. System notification. Vitality plus 1,632. Focus plus 51. Endurance plus 2,167. Outside, the captain, Satusus, fought the monsters while thinking to himself, damn it, it's happening again. Inside, Sadiel, with a look of pure bliss, kept sticking out her tongue, which caused the scorpion fighting outside to let out a cry. Satusus seized the opportunity to strike it. Divine full circle slash. Seeing this, the others cheered. There it is. The captain's signature skill. The scorpion collapsed, its tongue lolling out as it moaned incessantly. They all cheered. The captain is so strong. He beat the mana beast until it went delirious and started crying erratically. The captain attacked the mana beast with one final blow. At the same time, inside, Sadiel was lifting up her drool-covered feet. Outside, an oblivious Satusus boasted arrogantly. See that? For a mana beast to go haywire like that before me in a single blow. It's because your captain is just that strong. System notification. Defense power plus 3,304. Agility plus 4,310. Perception plus 30,005. Satusus raised his sword for a strike and thought to himself, I really am way too strong. Sadiel was panting in satisfaction. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Sadiel, why is it so noisy outside? She jumped, breaking into a cold sweat. Lord Naja, then she leaped off Ceres and untied him at the same time. Sadiel thought worriedly, I'm so dead. I got so carried away that I forgot Lord Naja's orders. I have to kill these humans now. To atone for her mistake, her expression quickly turned serious. System notification. Attack power plus 10,000. Ceres was now stronger than ever. He stood up and said, "Do you still wish to continue?" Sadiel thought in horror, this isn't right. The feeling he gave off just a moment ago was nothing like this. This pressure, it's just like Lord Naja's. It's terrifying. I have to fight him now? Before her, Ceres emanated a terrifying aura. She thought, I'm finished. Sadiel quickly turned and fled. Seeing this, Ceres thought. She ran off. Should I give chase? Nah, forget it. My goal is the demon god's blood in the boss room. I don't need to waste my energy on things like this. I've already expended too much energy. Outside, the warriors were chanting nonstop. The captain is invincible. The captain is so strong. With him here, what dungeon could we possibly fail to conquer? A pair of feet kicked through a pile of rock and dirt right in front of Bera. Ceres emerged, exclaiming in surprise. Huh? Bera? She ran over and asked, Ceres, are you all right? Are you hurt? Ceres smiled and replied, I'm fine. Bera quickly took his arm to check him over. You're covered in dust, but there are no external wounds. You must be injured internally, right? Let the healing team take a look. Ceres waved his hand dismissively. Bera, I'm really fine. Bera said, if you feel any discomfort at all, you have to tell me. Ceres replied, okay, I will. The captain, Satusis, excitedly shouted, everyone, listen up. Stay behind me. I'm about to show you all what true power looks like. I will kill the boss. The others cheered. Go, Captain. You're the man. Satusis arrogantly thought, the danger level in this dungeon definitely isn't C rank. I'd say it barely even qualifies as D rank. This time, I'll clear a D rank dungeon, but get a C rank reward, and I'll get to keep my boss slayer title. When I get back to the guild and tell them this story, I'll definitely get a promotion and a huge payday. Inside, Sadiel knelt and said, Lord Naja, there's an extremely strong human outside. I don't know what method he used. Originally, he was very weak, but his combat power suddenly skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. I beg you, my lord, you must be careful. The hidden boss spoke. Sadiel. She looked up, surprised to hear her ask, what were my orders to you? Sadiel sweated and replied, to guard the door, and not let any living creature enter your room. The boss asked, then what are you doing in here? Sadiel's eyes widened in terror. She quickly looked up and said, Lord Naja? But before she could finish, the boss's attack pierced straight through her. A huge explosion erupted behind her. The boss said nonchalantly, I don't want to hear your excuses. Sadiel fell in agony. The boss lifted a hand and moved her towards the pile of corpses littering the floor. Sadiel fell onto the pile. The boss said coldly, you will become fuel. She thought to herself, I don't want to die here. Not yet. It's taken so long, but it's almost done. Using thousands of humans and mana beasts as fuel, the demon god's blood is finally about to be completed. Suddenly, the door behind the boss shattered, and a swordsman strode in. The boss turned and asked, who is so bold as to enter my chambers? The arrogant, idiotic Satusis replied, I am the hero who will make you know terror. System notification. Upon consumption, the demon god's blood will remove all toxins from your body. The boss looked at him and said, so, this is the powerful human Sadiel spoke of? Meanwhile, Ceres stared in amazement at the cauldron the boss was brewing and gasped, is that the thing that can cure the poison in my body? The fool Satusis shouted, everyone, listen up. Without my command, no one makes a move. I'm going to kill the final boss of this C-rank dungeon myself. The warriors cheered, Captain, kill it, and show that beast the power of humanity, Ceres said in astonishment. Is that thing on the dais really the demon god's blood? At the same time, the boss created a magic circle. Satusis charged forward as the warriors cheered loudly. Go, Captain, take it down. He leaped into the air and swung his sword, yelling, taste true fear. A beam of light appeared from the boss's hand, shooting towards Satusis before he could even react. The boss swiftly sent him flying. The warriors called out worriedly, Captain! Satusis crashed into the wall, his armor shattering on impact. Everyone rushed over, asking, Captain, are you okay? The boss spoke with contempt. So, this is the so-called powerful human? Sadiel truly was useless. The idiotic Satusis thought in utter shock. That attack. It shattered my A-rank armor in a single hit. It's a good thing I was wearing my brother's S-rank Azure Dragon Scale armor, or I'd be dead right now. The warriors helped him up and asked, Captain, how are you? Captain, your armor's been shattered. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, what is with this dungeon? Is the power gap between the monsters really this massive? A head-on fight is out of the question. I should just use the other squad members to wear down the beast's stamina first. Once it's exhausted, I'll step in. That should increase my chances of winning. With that selfish thought, he commanded, everyone, listen to my order. All of you, charge. Give it everything you've got. DNI angrily tried to stop him. Captain, If we all just rush in without a formation, we'll suffer unnecessary casualties. We should use a shield formation at the front. The fool roared back, "Are you questioning my judgment, or are you trying to defy my orders?" DNI quickly tried to explain, "Captain, I'm not." "Then shut your mouth, I'm the captain. You do what I say." Then, ignoring DNI's reluctant expression, he turned and announced, "Everyone, grab your weapons. Don't be afraid. I am your impenetrable shield. Kill." At his command, the heroes charged forward. The boss raised its hand and said, "A bunch of pathetic ants who don't know their place. Your flesh and blood isn't even worthy of being kindling for my altar. I will show you the despair-inducing gap between humans and demonic beasts." With that, it created a blast of light that sent the charging heroes flying. Ceres quickly pulled Bera and DNI out of the way. The other heroes screamed in agony. The light from the boss's hand faded, leaving a long scar across the ground. Sadissus stared in horror at his sword, half of which had been melted away. The boss floated up, looked down at him and said, "Weren't you the one who was going to make me feel fear?" His face went pale as he thought to himself, "I can't win. I can't win. I have to run." DNI's face darkened as he watched his comrades get burned to a crisp. Sadissus screamed and started to run. "Fall back. All survivors, on my order, retreat." DNI, furious to the point of tears, muttered, "This arrogant, stupid fool." Ceres grabbed his arm, his expression grim. "Captain, you just said you were everyone's impenetrable shield. Your fight with the boss isn't over yet. You can't leave now." He struggled to break free, yelling, "I'm the captain. You do what I say. If you want to stay here and die, fine, but don't drag me down with you." The boss raised its hand again. "You break down the door, barge into my chambers, and now you think you can run?" Seeing this, that idiot Sadissus shrieked in panic. "Ah! Behind you, you moron. Look behind you." The boss was about to use that light attack again. He thought in terror, "I can't break free. How is this guy so strong? The boss is aiming this way. Let go of me." He angrily raised a fist at Ceres and screamed, "I told you to let go, you idiot." Then he thought, "I can't beat the boss. But there's no way I can't beat a worthless F rank like you." Ceres calmly blocked his punch and squeezed. Sadissus howled in pain. "Ah!" Ceres gently pulled him closer and said, "Captain, as the captain, you have to keep your word." Just then, the boss fired the beam of light. He yanked Sadissus forward and shouted, "If you want to be everyone's impenetrable shield, then use your body to block the boss's attack and cover the team's retreat." Sadissus was terrified as he saw the boss's attack right in front of him. Seeing this, the remaining heroes fled. The foolish captain was knocked completely unconscious by the attack. He collapsed, landing on another hero's leg, causing them to cry out in alarm. Ceres turned with a serious look in his eyes and said, "Now, it's my turn." Bera and DNI both said, "I want to stay. I also want to stay and fight the demonic beast." Bera looked at DNI and said, "You really don't have to do this." "I'm staying for Ceres, I know," DNI said resentfully. "I'm a B-rank hero, here to slay demonic beasts. I will absolutely not run away. I refuse to take orders from that fool anymore." The boss said calmly, "You've seen my power, yet you don't flee. Are you looking down on me?" Ceres immediately closed the distance, attacking with his broken sword, Flash God Slash. As the sword was about to touch the boss's hand, it quickly dodged, thinking to itself, "Impressive speed." Ceres landed and immediately ran off, shouting, "Demon God's blood. My antidote. I'm coming." The boss watched in confusion, wondering, why is he running towards the altar? Could it be that his goal isn't to kill me, but the demon god's blood? Ceres ran with all his might towards the demon god's blood, shouting, "Just a little more and I'll make it." The boss roared, "Filthy human, don't you dare approach my altar." Taking that opportunity, Bera and DNI prepared to launch a surprise attack. DNI swung his sword, thinking, "It's left an opening. This is our chance." Just then, the boss reached out, caught both of their swords, and raised its other hand, saying, "That guy's speed is certainly fast, just like a disgusting cockroach." Bera shouted angrily, "Don't you dare lay a hand on Ceres." Then she charged forward again. Just then, the boss suddenly slipped and fell over, causing Bera's attack to miss and slam into the wall. He hurriedly leaped over the explosion, reaching for the demon god's blood, thinking joyfully, "Almost there, my antidote, here I come." Just then, a magic circle lit up. Ceres wondered in surprise. A magic formation? The moment his hand touched the barrier, a circle appeared. An explosion immediately went off, blasting Ceres into a wall. The boss explained calmly, "That is a magic formation I drew myself. As long as I live, no living creature can enter." Ceres pushed himself up, thinking, "As I thought, just charging in to drink the demon god's blood antidote is impossible. I have to defeat the boss first." Suddenly, he looked into a crevice in the cliff with surprise and said, "There's something in there." The boss threw Bera and DNI aside. Get lost. You two don't know your own limits. They both collapsed to the ground. Ceres thought in astonishment. Huh? It's the female demonic beast that ran away earlier. Why does she look like this now? Sadir, who was in the crevice, trembled and said, Please, don't make a sound. Don't let the master know I'm here. The boss approached Bera and said, My ritual requires peace and quiet. Killing you pests, and then paying a visit to your city should quench my anger. Hearing this, Ceres turned in panic, thinking, This is bad. Bera's in danger. He reached into his pocket, took out a mushroom, and placed it in front of the crevice. Sadir saw the mushroom and thought in surprise, This mushroom, it can restore stamina. With that done, Ceres rushed off, shouting, Bera, I'm coming. Sadir reached out, took the mushroom, and bit into it, eating with tears streaming down her face. The system announced, The female demonic beast has developed a favorable impression of the player. Conditions to unlock a weapon have been met. Weapon selection has been unlocked. Suddenly, mysterious cards appeared before Ceres. The system began to explain the detailed rules for weapon selection. Meanwhile, DNI stood protectively in front of Bera, saying, Bera, I'll hold it back. You need to run. My leg is fractured again. You go. Escape. Ceres, under pressure, shouted, Skip. I have to save someone right now. I don't have time for the system's explanation. The system announced again. Detailed rule explanation has been skipped. Player, please draw a card. Without hesitation, Ceres drew a card. Model. He looked down at his hand in surprise as a sword materialized. The system said, You have wagered the clothes-ripping godly sword. Ceres leaped up, swinging his sword at the boss and yelling, Have a taste of my new weapon. Just then, the boss reached out and caught his blade firmly in her hand. She laughed and said, You fell for it. Those two were just bait. My real target was you, the one who's as fast as the wind. At this close range, let's see how you run. Seeing her raise her hand to attack again, Ceres swung his sword and shouted, Don't underestimate me. I never said I was going to run. He then slashed at her hand. The boss said nonchalantly, Even with all your strength, you only managed to scratch my skin. You couldn't even draw blood. This is the difference between a human and a demon beast. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the clothes on her body were torn to shreds, revealing a stunning figure. The boss, flustered and blushing, screamed, Why are all my clothes gone? DNI and Bera shouted in shock. Ceres stripped the boss of all her clothes. Holding his sword, Ceres had a nosebleed and remarked, This demon beast is seriously powerful. The system explained, When the clothes-ripping godly sword hits an enemy, their clothes will be torn off. While the enemy is naked, the ultimate skill, Holy Sword's Descent, will be activated. The boss quickly covered her chest, shouting in embarrassment, You pervert! Using such a dirty trick, I'm going to kill you. Ceres charged towards the boss again with his sword. He swung his sword, but she quickly dodged. Ceres frowned, thinking to himself, I only hit her hand just now, but her top completely exploded. That means if I can just hit her leg one more time, I can shred her skirt. After that, I just need to get rid of her mask to directly activate the finishing skill. He smiled confidently to himself. In that case, I just need to get close to the boss and spam my blink strike skill. I'll definitely hit her at least once. The system announced, Your current mana is only enough to use blink strike 6 times. Furthermore, this skill has a 10-second cooldown. Targeting a completely new enemy can instantly activate the skill once. Ceres complained in frustration. What a useless piece of crap skill. The system then asked, Do you wish to remove this skill? He replied helplessly, No. If this is how it is, I'll just have to make do. With that, he charged forward to attack. Blink strike. Ceres stared intently at the boss's skirt and slashed at it, but she quickly jumped up to dodge. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I missed again. The boss thought angrily, Why does this guy keep attacking my legs? He already shredded my top. Is he trying to destroy my skirt too? Ceres charged forward with his sword, thinking, One more strike. Just then, the boss yelled, You hooligan! She lifted her leg and kicked him square in the face, sending him flying. Ceres quickly stabbed his sword into the ground, skidding to a halt. Ceres grimaced and said, That hurt. She almost broke my nose. But compared to the poison activating and my body dissolving, this is nothing. He yelled and charged forward to attack again. He counted down in his head. 5. Seeing this, the boss raised her hand. 4, 3. Her finger began to glow. A beam of light shot towards Ceres, but he dodged it. 2, 1. He shouted joyfully. It's been 10 seconds. The boss stepped back, surprised. He actually managed to dodge my attack. The cooldown is over. Ceres used Blink Strike again, slashing towards the boss's skirt. At this distance, let's see you dodge now. He swung his sword, and green blood splattered onto the blade. He thought, This feeling. I definitely hit her. Suddenly, he looked up. Huh? The boss was using her tail to perch high above him. She said, Did I say I was going to run? You little brat. If I wasn't afraid of being exposed and unable to make large movements, a punk with your speed would have been turned to ash by me long ago. Sarah stared at her in shock as she raised her hand to strike. The beam of light shot straight at Ceres again, and he quickly jumped to dodge. The boss quickly changed the direction of her attack and continued to fire at Ceres. The system kept announcing, "Skill is on cooldown. Cannot be activated." He cursed in anger. Damn it, why is 10 seconds so long? I have no choice but to face her head on. He then swung his sword, deflecting the boss's energy beam and creating a powerful gust of wind. DNI quickly shielded Bara. He thought in disbelief, I can't believe Ceres can block the boss's attack head on. How is that possible? Before we set out, his overall combat power was tested to be only F rank. Even a B ranker wouldn't dare to get involved in a fight like this. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Ceres' determined gaze. He looked at his sword and thought happily, the attributes of this sword are amazing. Heh. Now I can deflect and dodge your attacks. Your attacks are useless against me. The boss walked closer and said, You're right. It is difficult for me to kill you. But then, the boss raised her hand and fired a beam towards DNI, continuing, But I can easily kill that injured wench over there. Ceres panicked and quickly used Blink Strike. As the attack shot out, he quickly threw his sword to block it. But it was too late. Ceres yelled, Bara! The boss raised her hand, preparing to attack him. She thought, foolish humans always want to be heroes, saving the damsel in distress. That's why they always get stabbed in the back by demon beasts. You've been tricked again. Then she fired another beam of light at Ceres. Panicked, Ceres thought, I can't make it in time. I have no choice, he shouted. Lock on target. Blink Strike. Ceres instantly appeared in front of Bara, deflecting the attack. The sheer force of the impact shattered her armor. She thought in surprise, the aftershock destroyed my armor. Ceres breathed a sigh of relief. Made it just in time. The boss watched him in silence, gritting her teeth and muttering, Damn it, he actually blocked it again. Suddenly, the demonic blood furnace started to smoke. Seeing this, the boss said, Oh no, I was so focused on the fight, I forgot to add fuel to maintain the temperature of the demonic blood furnace. If I can't maintain the altar's temperature, all my previous efforts will be wasted, and I'll have to wait another 100 years. Meanwhile, Bara was panting heavily. She blushed and cried out, Why do I feel so strange? My body is so hot. Fluctuation value at 91%. Bara reached out, cupping Ceres' face, which surprised him. Blushing furiously, Bara leaned in close, exhaled softly, and then stuck out her tongue. A memory of Bara at 8 years old, looking like a gorilla, flashed through Ceres' mind. The little girl had said, Hey you, what are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before? Why are you staring at me? Don't tell me you want to kiss me? The thought alone was enough to terrify him, and he scrambled away, yelling, No way! DNI also cried out in surprise, Bara, what do you think you're doing? At that moment, she snapped out of it, thinking to herself, Did I just try to kiss Ceres? My body moved on its own. I even stuck my tongue out. I can't believe I do that here, especially in the middle of a battle. Seeing her like this, DNI said worriedly, Bara, your face is so red, and you're sweating a lot. Are you poisoned? Were you hallucinating just now? Did you lose control of your body? That must be it. Why else would she be acting like that? The girl panicked, covering her face in embarrassment, thinking how humiliating this was. Suddenly, the boss raised her hand and spoke. Once the demon god's blood cools, it will take another 100 years to make it boil again. I refuse to wait that long. After saying that, she lifted the dead elves into the air. Then she pointed down and declared, This time, we must burn all the demon god's blood. One by one, the elves flew towards the demon god's blood to be used as kindling. Ceres frowned in shock, saying, No way. She wants to burn all the demon god's blood? He thought worriedly. I have to stop her. And fast. The boss is so quick, I'm not sure I can even land a hit. Then the only way is to increase my own power so much that the boss can't dodge. With that, Ceres quickly focused his energy. In a flash, he activated the ultimate skill of the divine sword style. The boss paid him no mind, simply saying, Toss all this kindling into the pot. That should be enough to raise the altar's temperature to its maximum, right? He turned and grabbed Bara's hand, saying, Bara, I know how to defeat the boss now, but I need you to cooperate with me. He said seriously, All you and I have to do is, Hearing such perverted words from Ceres left the girl stunned and blushing. That way, I can increase my power and defeat the boss. DNI, who was standing nearby, heard this and thought with embarrassment, how can this guy say such shameless things with such a heroic expression? He was still holding her hand. He said, I know this is very difficult for you, but I'm begging you. The system announced, fluctuation value at 93%. Suddenly, DNI rushed to grab Sari's hand. He frowned and shouted, "No matter how I hear it, it sounds like complete nonsense. You're obviously just trying to harass Bera. How can you be thinking about that at a time like this? You're a total pervert." Then he turned back to her and said, "Bera, don't believe him." But Bera, as if under a spell, blushed and said, "Saris, I believe you." Her expression left DNI completely speechless, his jaw on the floor. Bera moved closer, looking at Saris intently, and said, "This is really awkward for me, but don't get the wrong idea. I'm only agreeing to this because I want to defeat the demon beast." She placed her hands on Sari's shoulders. "To be honest, I really don't want to do this with you." Saris frowned as she caressed his face, but he managed to speak. An image of Bera from the past flashed in his mind. "I told you, we're playing house. I'll be the dad, and you be the mom, okay? Hehe. After I kiss you, I'll take responsibility for you. Come on, wifey, give me a kiss. I'll take responsibility." "Hey, hey," Saris screamed in agony like a pig about to be slaughtered. "I don't want to play." DNI also grabbed his head and yelled, "No, Bera, don't do this in front of me." System notification. DNI has suffered a critical hit. In the past, he had pushed Bera away, and in the present, he did the same, shouting, "I don't want to." Saris fell to the ground, panting, "That was close. I almost got." Bera was confused, wondering why Saris had pushed her away. Then, the system announced again, "Level up." All stats increased by 5,000 points. He was stunned, thinking, 5,000 points? Was it because of Saris? This is great. I don't have to touch Bera, and I don't have to relive that horrifying memory. With that, Saris immediately turned to leave, saying, "Bera, if you're uncomfortable, then we don't have to do it. I'll go take care of the boss now," Bera said with a hint of regret. "Wait. What if you can't beat her now?" She gently placed a hand on her chest and asked, "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Fluctuation value at 99%. Saris turned his head in frustration and said, "I don't need it," before quickly dashing away. Seeing his reaction, Bera couldn't help but wonder, "Saris, why aren't you the least bit interested in me?" DNI, who had been standing there silently, suddenly spoke up. "Bera, so it's because Saris is stronger than me. No wonder you like him, but there's one more thing I want to ask." She looked at him and asked, "You're not going to ask about that, are you?" After getting the power buff, Saris advanced towards the boss, thinking to himself, "I have to strike both her head and her leg at the same time to activate the ultimate skill. I almost managed to hit the boss's leg earlier. Now my stats have all increased by 5,000 points. As long as I find an opportunity to use flash step slash, I can definitely do it." Meanwhile, the boss was staring blankly at the cauldron, saying, "Not yet. Why is it still missing a little something? If I don't add more soon, the temperature will drop quickly. Well then, I'll just use those 3 humans to add a little heat. You should feel proud." With that, she flew up to block Sarah's path, saying, "As filthy humans, being able to become kindling for my sacrifice is the highest reward I can bestow upon you. Now, I must use my full power to dispose of these humans quickly." Sarah stared in shock at the energy orb she was creating. And then, the orb was unleashed. Saris hurriedly blocked it with his sword. "Here it comes." The force of the attack pushed him back. The system continuously announced, "Mana is being consumed rapidly." Saris gritted his teeth, held his sword tight, and cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" Then, with one strike, he sent the orb flying. The boss smirked to herself. System notification. Current mana, 113,670. Mana is too low. Unable to activate any skills. Saris' face went pale as he exclaimed, "You've got to be kidding me." Seeing this, the boss said, "Your mana is all gone, isn't it? The fight is over." Saris said in despair, "It's over." Suddenly, a hand reached out, turned his head, and called his name, Saris. Bera pressed Saris' head into her chest and said, "It's obvious you really do need my help." DNI clutched his chest in horror, telling himself, "DNI, you're a good person." System notification. Checking. DNI is heartbroken. "I told you a long time ago, I already have someone I love. That hasn't changed since we were kids." System notification. Level up by 5. Suddenly, Saris' body began to glow. He whispered to himself, "A powerful energy is surging up." System notification. All stats increased by 27,500. A powerful gust of wind blew past. The boss shielded her face and shouted, "Impossible. He shouldn't have any way to turn the tables now. Where did this human get such terrifying power?" Having been powered up, Saris stood. Seeing this, the boss clicked her tongue and spoke, "No matter how much your power increases, you're still just a human. Compared to us demon beasts, you're nothing." Before she could finish her sentence, Saris launched himself forward. Just as she was saying, "No matter what kind of attack, I can dodge it," Saris' sword slash sent the crown on her head flying. Flash, step, slash. The boss's face was cut in two. She screamed, "My face!" System notification. The Sacred Robe Divine Sword has unlocked the ultimate skill, Divine Sword's Descent. The boss roared in fury. "You brat! You dare ruin my face? Unforgivable!" Then she proceeded to create a giant fireball, pouring all her power into it. Ceres quickly raised his sword as well. The boss launched the fireball and screamed, "I'll kill you all." Ceres also swung his sword down. The two attacks collided, creating a massive explosion. The boss was quickly repelled by her own attack. Wind and debris flew everywhere. The sound of the earth shaking echoed all around. Bera and DNI were also hit by the aftershock. Then, the thick smoke slowly began to clear, revealing the completely naked boss lying on the ground. Ceres declared, "I've won." A system notification announced, "Holy Sword Descent, 20-second cooldown." Ceres immediately took off running. He headed toward the altar. The magic circle was still glowing. Ceres cried out in alarm, "What is this? Why is the magic circle still active?" The boss pushed herself up, saying, "You think you've actually defeated me? I will never allow a filthy human to touch the sacred blood of the demon god." System notification, Holy Sword Descent, 9-second cooldown. Ceres turned back, glared at her, and said angrily, "This will be over in 9 seconds. Suddenly, a voice made Ceres whip his head around in surprise. "Bera." DNI was trembling, reaching a hand out to her. A system notification popped up. Bera's vitality is critically low. Death is imminent. The boss got to her feet and roared, "As long as I'm still breathing, I will never let you do it. Come on, let's see who the real winner is, human or demon beast." Frowning angrily, Ceres zipped right past the boss and rushed to Bera, scooping her up. He grabbed DNI and took off, leaving the panting boss in his dust. "He's really leaving?" she thought. Humans truly are foolish. Ceres frantically opened his map, searching for the shortest path to the exit. As he ran, he yelled, "We need to get to the association's hospital, fast." Overhead, a giant monster drew near. Ceres grimaced. Bera managed to open her eyes and look at him. She was suddenly reminded of a memory from her childhood, back when she was teased. "Ha ha, look at the ugly thing, got rejected again. Who would ever want to buy someone that ugly? Ha ha, and she still dreams of playing house with people. So gross. Someone like you belongs in a chimp show at the circus." Suddenly, another kid grabbed Ceres by the arm and said, "Don't get close to her. You'll catch what she has and turn ugly too. Come on, let's go play basketball." But Ceres ignored him and shook his hand off. Back in the present, Ceres defeated the monster with one swing of his sword. Young Ceres had once smiled and told Bera, "Our game isn't over yet. I'm the boy, and you're the girl, so it's only right that I play the dad and you play the mom." Ceres kissed Bera on the forehead and said, "I'll take responsibility for you." Behind them, the monster collapsed to the ground. Ceres hurriedly pulled DNI along as they ran, saying, "Bera, you're going to be fine." The boss stared at the demon god's cauldron in a trance, muttering, "Just a little more. I can't let the temperature drop. In that case, I'll be the supplement." Saying that, she dove headfirst into the demon god's potion cauldron. Outside, a dragon roared, spewing a massive torrent of fire. Ceres quickly pulled the other two with him as he leaped away. Meanwhile, the boss was screaming, "My sacred lord demon god, I can no longer serve you myself." Ceres used flash step slash again, defeating the dragon. Suddenly, Ceres wondered in surprise, why did my tyrant's divine sword just disappear? A system notification appeared. Enemy eliminated. Weapon has been returned to the system. Weapon return available in 12 hours. Ceres hurried on, thinking, "It's okay. I'm almost at the exit anyway." Just as he stepped outside, the so-called hero party emerged as well. They exclaimed joyfully, "We're finally out! Captain, we made it out! We're alive!" Satusus clutched his face, thinking bitterly, "That was too close. I almost died in that underground city. It hurts. My dragon-scale armor is destroyed. This is all that bastard Ceres' fault. But he's probably been killed by the boss by now." One of the men noticed Ceres right behind them and yelled in shock, "Captain, Ceres is alive! How is that possible?" Ceres had successfully carried Bera and DNI outside. Satusus flew into a rage, grabbing a sword and yelling, "Ceres, you dare to sneak out behind our backs and escape?" The hero who had been supporting him looked stunned as Satusus snatched his sword. "My sword! Who gave you the guts to defy my orders? In my authority as captain, I am officially stripping you of your position in the subjugation squad. Don't even think about using the association's medical resources to prolong your pathetic life. In fact, I'm going to dispose of you right here." Before he could finish, Ceres planted a kick right in his face. He effortlessly vaulted over him and said nonchalantly, "I don't have time for you right now." Another idiot from the group yelled, "Ceres, you kicked the captain? You're dead. This is not good." Ceres kicked the captain into a wall. "Hurry, Get the captain to the association's hospital. At the association hospital, medical staff rushed to take Bera, yelling, "Clear a path. These two need immediate attention. Prepare for emergency treatment." Saris breathed a sigh of relief. We finally made it. Now, I have to hurry back to the underground city, he thought. I'm just one step away from getting the demon god's blood. Meanwhile, the boiling blood in the cauldron suddenly began to surge. A red mass shot out from the cauldron, flying straight into the air and splattering everywhere. As the blood cascaded down, it formed a crimson curtain. Sadir watched in astonishment, thinking, what did the High Lord summon with her sacrifice? A hand parted the curtain, and a figure shot out. A blast of wind knocked Sadir off her feet. Her eyes went wide with terror. What is this horrifying sensation? She thought. It feels like countless needles are stabbing into my bones. The figure landed and spoke. This familiar aroma, this familiar sensation, it truly is my garden, mortal world, I have returned. I am the demon god, Satus. Seeing this, Sadir scrambled to escape. This place is too dangerous. I have to get out of here, now. Satus suddenly narrowed his eyes. He summoned a powerful gust of wind and reached out to touch the stone wall. With just a flick of his wrist, the stone wall shattered. The goblins below panicked. Ah, the ground is cracking. We're all going to fall and die. The goblins fell one after another. Satus looked nonchalantly at Sadir as light poured in from the hole above. The surprised goblins chattered. Oof, we landed on the bottom level. Ow, this is the High Lord's room. What happened? Hey you guys, look up there. The underground city is collapsing. You can see the sky. To be able to do something like this. Was it the High Lord? No way. This is far beyond her power. It must have been this lord right here. So, my lord? Satus answered nonchalantly. Naja is dead. I am now in need of a servant. The goblins cried out in fear. High Lord Naja is dead. We should run. But one goblin spoke up. You are an ancient demon beast who has pursued immense power and survived to this day. You are far stronger than Naja. I pledge myself to you. Another goblin suddenly knelt, saying, Please, allow me to become your servant. Seizing the chance, the others chimed in. Me too. I want to serve you. I will follow you until death. Satus narrowed his eyes at them, then casually unleashed an attack, saying, Too ugly. His strike instantly turned the goblins into a spray of blood. He continued, I have no use for ugly servants. Then, he walked over to Sadir and looked down at her with a smirk. You, however, are acceptable. Raise your head, open your mouth. Sadir quickly complied, tears of fear rolling down her cheeks. Satus let a drop of blood from his hand fall into her mouth and ordered, Swallow. Suddenly, Sadir's eyes flew open, and a blush crept onto her face as a thought crossed her mind. This sensation. My body is starting to heal itself. It's so powerful. Satus lifted her chin and said, Feeling much more comfortable now, aren't you? My blood can heal any wound on your body, and even increase your strength. The process of digesting it will make you feel a pleasure so intense, it's like ecstasy. It's getting dark. Go find a clean room, and wait for me. Sadir just stared at him, still in a daze. Meanwhile, at the association building, Darren slammed that idiot Satusus's head onto the table and yelled, What did you say? The mission failed. A pathetic Satusus whimpered. I'm sorry, brother. He looked completely wrecked and pleaded, Bro, you gotta help me figure something out. If I lose my position as captain, what am I going to tell the association and the investigation team? What if they find out we've been secretly using the association's resources for our own profit? Darren furiously shoved him away and roared, Shut up. I get it. Didn't you say someone on your team disobeyed your orders? Yes, his name is Saris. Darren, holding a file on Saris, said, Then pin all the blame for this failed mission on him. We'll execute him for desertion. Meanwhile, Saris was stunned, saying, What in the world happened here? In front of him was nothing but a pile of ruins. Saris ran over in a panic. Is my antidote still here? But there was nothing left on the altar. It's empty? Saris thought to himself. In a corner of the underground city, Sadir sat obediently in a room. When a hand touched her shoulder, she blushed and said, My lord, please don't. Suddenly, that person embraced her, making Sadir cry out in shock. Ah, something soft is pressed against my back. Satus breathed into her ear, startling her and making her quickly jump away. Satus, in his female form, laughed and said, What's wrong? Don't you like me hugging you? Sadir said in surprise. Lord Satus, why are you? He replied, What's there to be surprised about? At night, I lose all my power and return to my original female form. Your job tonight is to protect me and kill anyone who comes after me. He grabbed her chin and continued, And don't even think you can kill me or escape. You drank my blood during the day, and at night, I can still create a resonance with the blood inside your body. I can make you dissolve in an instant, so you'd better listen to me obediently. Meanwhile, Ceres was running around, checking every single room. he thought in surprise. Another empty room. There's nothing here. The demon god's blood must still be somewhere in this underground city. I have to get it. With that thought, Saras said, "Open map. I have to search every room in this place." Sadas, stroking his hair, said, "To be honest, I don't want to turn into this either, but I have no choice. My heart is sealed within the Heroes Association, so right now, I'm not whole. That's why I turn into a weak little human at night." He licked his lips like a creep and said, "But once daybreak comes, I'll regain my power as a demon god. We will go to the Heroes Association headquarters and take back my heart. At that point, every living being in this world, whether it's day or night, will once again bow before my power." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. He pricked up his ears to listen. Realizing someone was coming, Sadir said, "Someone's approaching. I'll go check it out." Suddenly, Sadas called out, "Sadir, when you fight, don't go more than 5 kilometers away from me. If you cross that line, I'll consider you a deserter and dissolve your body. Understand?" Sadir quickly replied, "Understood." A system notification popped up. Demon God's blood in the underground city. Siri's thought as he ran. So it really is still here. Now the only room left to check is the one up ahead. It has to be there. Just as he was about to run into the room, Sadir appeared from behind a wall. She swung her leg out to kick at Ceres, forcing him to dodge. "Whoa." Sadir was surprised. She quickly pulled her leg back and said, "It's you again, you disgusting human." Meanwhile, inside the room, Satis cried out in pleasure, "Ah, what is this feeling? My body just trembled. This reaction only happens when I'm near my heart." Sadir stood with her hands on her hips and said, "The pack is dead. What are you doing back here? Get out of here before morning." Ceres ignored her and said, "So, you've recovered enough to fight. Was that mushroom I gave you any good?" The question made her blush, and she snapped angrily. "It was terrible. That was the worst tasting mushroom I've ever eaten, so get lost." The system announced, "Affinity level at 71%. Ceres pointed at her with interest and said, "Your face is so red. Your affinity for me. It's even higher than I thought." Suddenly, an embarrassed Sadir lifted her leg to kick him and screamed, "You're talking nonsense. I don't have any feelings for you." The blow landed, and Ceres cried out in pain. Sadir shouted again, "The only thing I feel for humans is disgust." She was surprised when her foot stomped on empty ground. Sadir thought to herself, "I was sure I stepped right on his face, but he still managed to get away." Ceres had already run past her, saying, "I've got something urgent to do. I'll come back and play with you later." Ceres reached for the door, thinking, "I can feel the demon god's blood right behind this door." Suddenly, the door opened, and Satus appeared. Ceres was surprised and whispered, "A human?" Ceres accidentally grabbed Satus's chest. Seeing this, Sadir called out, "Lord Satus, why did you come out here?" Ceres quickly pulled his hand back, but then Satus suddenly grabbed his junk. Ceres yelped. Satus could feel his heart's power coming from Ceres. He thought to himself, "My heart, why is it in this part of a human's body?" Ceres quickly pushed him away and yelled, "Let go of me. What do you think you're doing?" The system announced, "This is the demon god's blood." Ceres said in shock, "My antidote turned into a person? Could it be?" Suddenly, Ceres grabbed his hand and made a cut, causing blood to flow out. He quickly started drinking it, thinking, "Her blood is the antidote." Satus blushed and panted. The system announced, "Poison not cured. Remaining lifespan, 11 days. Ceres exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. Why isn't her blood working?" Satus thought with a smirk, "Now that I've turned into a human, my blood is obviously useless." Sadir suddenly jumped between them. She raised her leg and shouted, "Get your hands off him." Ceres quickly backed away, silently observing the two of them. Satus also stared at Ceres, thinking, "My heart was actually absorbed by a human, and turned into essence stored in that filthy part of his body. Now, to get my power back, my only option is to forcefully suck it back into my own body. When that happens, your body will dissolve into a pool of blood. This is your punishment for daring to use my power." Ceres frowned and said angrily, "Don't tell me it's another one of her bodily fluids that has the antidote effect? Whatever. I'll just take her with me and figure it out later." Suddenly, something burst up from the ground. A humanoid spider excitedly said, "Lord Satus, I sensed your memories from 1,000 miles away. This ecstatic feeling is surging through my body. The necklace you gave me, I haven't taken it off once since that day. This person was Boss Ghana. I have proven my love for you. So, can I eat you now?" she cried out excitedly. "From now on, you will belong only to me." With that, she lunged toward Satus. But suddenly, Ceres grabbed him and ran. He thought to himself, "Got him." Left behind, Ghana stood stunned, completely confused about what had just happened. Ceres leaped through the window and dove straight down. He thought, "How could a boss-level demon beast appear here so quickly? Damn it. First I need to get her somewhere safe." Ceres landed safely, and then bolted. Ghana furiously chased after them. "Give him back to me. Don't you run, human." A short while later, on the ground, they had finally shaken off the demon beast. Lying beneath Ceres, Sadis asked, "Where are you taking me?" He replied, "To the Hero Association District, to my house." Sadis smirked, thinking, "Really? That just makes things easier. After I recover my power, I can go on a killing spree and make you all pay for sealing my heart." Suddenly, he pulled Ceres' neck closer and said, "Sir Hero, I've been hit by a terrifying curse from the demon beast. If I don't combine with a man soon, I'll die. So please, Sir Hero, you must save me." Ceres got a nosebleed from his seductive look and said, "I am a righteous hero. I would never take advantage of someone in their time of need." Sadis blushed and said, "Sir Hero, my body, it hurts so much. You have to save me." Ceres grimaced, trying to hold back, and thought, "Damn it, I can't believe I'm in such a shameful situation. My conscience is telling me I absolutely cannot do something as dishonorable as taking advantage of someone who's helpless. If I do, my righteous soul will be in agony. But my duty as a hero tells me that someone who needs my help is in pain. I can't just sit by and watch." Then, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Sadis's neck, whispering to himself, "I, Ceres, will sacrifice myself to save you. Let me alone bear this deep, heart-wrenching pain." Meanwhile, Sadis stuck out his tongue with a perverted grin, thinking, "Just wait until I absorb his life force and get my power back. You humans, I'll kill every last one of you." Suddenly, Ceres noticed something. He wondered, "Huh? Is that a tail? You're human. Why do you have a tail?" He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Wait a minute, a tail should be in the back. This thing is in the front. Is this?" Ceres shrieked in horror. "Holy crap!" He quickly pushed him away and scrambled back. A small creature fell out of Ceres' pocket. His face went pale as he said, Why do you have one too?" Sadis slammed his hand against the door behind Ceres. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he said, "Sir Hero, didn't you just say you were going to save me?" He groped Ceres and thought, "It's almost dawn. This body of mine is about to undergo a change." He licked his lips while looking at Ceres and said, "You can't go back on your word now." Suddenly, the small creature began to glow, making Sadis ask in surprise, "What is that?" The small beast quickly transformed into a long-haired woman. Princess Yug appeared and said, "So hungry. Master, I'm so hungry. I'm starving to death. Master, please save me." Ceres quickly pushed Sadis away and pointed at Yug, saying, "I think she needs my help more. I'll save her first, and then I'll save you." Meanwhile, Yug thought to herself, "This nest is too small. I can't even stretch my body out comfortably." Ceres rushed into the kitchen, yelling, "Yug, you're hungry, right? I'll go cook for you right away." The fire in the kitchen flared up. Ceres' face darkened as he thought, "I can stall for a bit by cooking, but what do I do after that? If I don't save that person and they die, the poison in my body won't be cured either. Do I really have to do it with him?" He screamed inwardly in despair. "No, I can't do it." Sadis appeared behind Ceres, thinking irritably, "I don't want to wait until daytime. I need to get my power back right now. If you won't do it willingly, then I'll just have to be more assertive." And with that thought, he quickly hugged Ceres and squeezed him from behind, making Ceres yelp in surprise. He quickly turned and tried to run away. "Whoa, let go of me. I'm done cooking. I have to go save her first." Sadis frowned in anger, thinking, "Damn it, this human body is too weak. I don't have the strength to overpower him." Ceres was surprised to see a tail in front of the bathroom door. He got closer and saw Yug drinking something. Ceres said in shock, "That's toilet bowl cleaner. Are you okay drinking that?" Yug smiled contentedly and said, "This is delicious." Then she obediently sat down to eat the food Ceres had cooked. Meanwhile, Sadis kept approaching him, saying, "You've finished cooking. You've finished saving her. So now it's my turn, right? Just calm down a bit." He suddenly lunged at Ceres, yelling, "I don't want to hear any more of your excuses. I want it right now." Sadis pinned Ceres against the wall. Suddenly, the system announced, "It is time to return the weapon." Ceres' clothes vanished. He screamed in terror. Meanwhile, Sadis blushed as he stared down at Ceres. Manhood. The system announced, "Cover your body with a piece of cloth. Run through the street, and wave to 3 people." After hearing the mission, Ceres yelled in frustration, "Are you stupid? I'm not doing something like that." The system spoke again. "Failure to complete the mission will result in you being dragged into the leveling up paradise." Ceres looked in shock at the door behind him. The door opened, and inside were perverted demons, smiling and flexing. "Come play with us." He screamed in terror. "Ah, that's even more horrifying," he said angrily. "This piece of cloth is so small. How am I supposed to cover anything with this? If I hold it horizontally, it's not long enough to wrap around my waist. My entire backside will be exposed. If I hold it vertically, using my hands to press it down in the front and back, how am I supposed to wave at people? It's impossible to cover myself. No matter how I use it, I'll be exposed." With that thought, he ran to the door and said, Yug, I'm leaving that person to you. I'm going out for a bit. Yug watched him leave and said, Oh, even humans go out dressed like that? Meanwhile, Sadas thought with frustration, looks like I'll just have to wait until morning. Yug turned and offered him the toilet bowl cleaner, asking, Want some? It's really delicious. Sadas replied, No, thanks. Meanwhile, Saras put the cloth on his face like a mask and said, This is the only way. I can't let anyone see my face. As he ran, he thought, I'll go to the square. There are lots of people there, so I should be able to finish this mission quickly. Ghana had arrived in the city. She looked around and said, That damn human is a fast runner, but I can already sense you're in this area. Ceres stood naked in the middle of the street, waving and saying, Hey everyone, look at me. Good evening. The people around him looked and screamed in terror. Ah, it's a pervert. Is this guy insane? Somebody, get him. The system announced, Weapon return mission completed. Time is 12:33. Remaining time, 7 minutes and 42 seconds. A man chased after him yelling, How dare you show off in our territory? We're gonna have to teach you a lesson. Stop. Stop right there, you damn pervert. Oh no, he's running towards that crowd. Stop him. Elsewhere, a pair of feet suddenly landed on a windowsill. Yug stood up in surprise, thinking, Someone's here. Sadir appeared. She said nonchalantly, Lord Sadas, I've finally found you. She jumped down from the window and said, This is a city belonging to the Hero Association. It'll be dangerous if we're discovered. We should leave here at once. Sadas said coldly, It's almost morning. There's no need to hide like this. He licked his lips and said, Now, go find that human. When the sun rises, all you have to do is drip your blood on the ground, and I can teleport there instantly. At that point, we'll just use brute force to take back the essence. Yes, sir. Sadiel ran off as he commanded. She thought to herself, After Lord Sadas reclaims his essence, what will happen to that human? He'll dissolve into a pool of blood. At that thought, she frowned slightly. Suddenly, she stopped when she saw a crowd of people chasing someone, yelling non-stop. Stop! Sadiel looked down and was shocked to see Ceres running naked down the street. He cheerfully greeted someone. Hey boss, business is booming, huh? The people chasing him yelled. This psycho is greeting passers-by. What a pervert. Stop right there. He's flashing his junk on the street. Who is this guy? Who knows? His face is covered. The system announced, Weapon return mission complete. 2,433. Time remaining, 4 minutes and 53 seconds. Running, Saras muttered to himself. I've made some good progress. Suddenly, a giant spider burst out from nowhere and attacked the civilians. Sarah's head snapped around in surprise. Screams of terror filled the air. It's a mana beast. Evacuate the civilians and request backup. This is a C-rank thorn spider. Sarah stopped to observe and thought, a mana beast showing up at such a critical moment. I guess I'll have to do the mission and fight at the same time. Open system. The system appeared, stating, while the weapon return mission is active, the system cannot be used. All stats have reverted to their initial F rank. Ceres frowned in confusion, letting out a, huh? The system announced again. Please complete the weapon return mission promptly. A loudspeaker blared. A mana beast has appeared at number 17, Z sector. Please evacuate the area immediately. Suddenly, a man appeared and tackled the spider. He shouted, I've got its leg. I'll handle this. Ceres quickly ran over, gave him a high five, and praised him. Awesome job, hero. Bye-bye. The man let out a surprised, huh? Then stared angrily as Ceres ran away, yelling, What the hell? Are you crazy? Why are you greeting me in the middle of a fight? Did a demon steal your pants or something? Just then, the spider let out a roar. The man looked up in shock as it prepared to attack him. Oh no, it broke free. At that critical moment, a hero appeared and sliced the spider in two. The first man stared in surprise as its blood splattered everywhere. The newcomer was Kajak, the A-rank captain of the security team. He looked annoyed and said, You guys are struggling this much with a mere C-rank spider? The vice chairman of the Hero Association, Cheston, sweated and said, Well done, I guess this counts as me being at the battle, so hurry up and take me back. Someone said, Sir Cheston, with our security team here, no mana beast can get near you. Suddenly, Gana appeared, laughing with delight. I can smell him. That man is very close. The group turned in terror to look at her. Kajak quickly drew his sword. He and his teammates charged forward, yelling, Protect Sir Cheston and get him out of here. Prepare for battle. With that, he lunged with his sword, but Gana easily dodged it. He thought tensely, I missed. Suddenly, Gana rested her head on Kajak's hand, surprising him. Huh? She licked her lips and said, You wanted to get this close to me, did you? He screamed in pain as his arm turned black. Arg, it's poison. Don't touch her body. The system announced, Weapon return mission complete. After his clothes reappeared, Sarah's cheered, My clothes are back. Open system. The system said, Opening a card. Ceres quickly grabbed a card in front of him, and it began to glow. The system announced, "Weapon acquired. The soundless god's hand." Ghana said nonchalantly, "Humans are so weak. You can't even handle a little poison like this." Another hero said, "Captain, I'll hold her off. You get Sir Cheston out of here, now." She laughed with amusement. "Hold me off? You're underestimating me." Meanwhile, Ceres continued to run down the street. The system announced, "Weapon return mission complete. 3,233. Time remaining, 57 seconds. He cursed in frustration. Damn it, just one more to go. Kajak cried out in pain as Ghana grabbed him by the head. Ghana chuckled. Your screams after being poisoned are just unbearable. This one's not screaming anymore. But I didn't even get to hear it properly. Seeing her drop the unconscious Kajak, Cheston screamed in fear. Backup. We need backup here. A naked Ceres suddenly appeared and said, Let that man go. Is this fat old man looking at me? The man looked over in alarm. At that moment, the system announced, the enemy will be swapped with a nearby object. When the enemy lets out an internal scream, the skill Soundless Power will be activated. When Ghana saw Ceres, she assumed he was the human she was looking for. She advanced on him and asked, Where did you hide my Satus? Ceres replied, I will not hand him over to you. Ghana charged forward in a rage. Then I'll just kill you and find him myself when morning comes. Ceres held out his hand and said, Lock on. He then quickly leaped back to dodge her attack. Ceres put a hand on the ground to stop himself. Ghana suddenly blushed and thought in a panic, Why do I feel like someone is touching my body? She let out a cry of pleasure. The system announced, Scream progress at 12%. Activating Soundless Power. Suddenly, the ground beneath Ghana's feet shattered, sending rubble and dust flying everywhere. Strange sounds echoed. She clutched her chest, thinking, Did that human just touch my chest? The moment I screamed, an invisible force hit me. It wasn't fatal, but it hurt so much. This is your ability, isn't it, human? She looked at Ceres and came to a confident conclusion. Ghana said coldly, My body and soul belong only to Lord Satis. Anyone else who dares to touch me must die. I will not let out another treacherous scream like that again. The system displayed a reminder. Scream progress is directly related to the strength of Soundless Power. She activated her power and said, Releasing all toxins in my body, concentrating them into my hands. I will burn you to ashes as an apology to Lord Satis. Then she rushed towards Ceres, yelling, Die, in excruciating pain. This is the price you pay for touching my body. Her spider legs struck at Ceres. He quickly ducked to avoid the blow. Seeing this, Ghana continued her assault. Ceres panicked when he saw her hand reaching for his chest. He spun around and lightly swiped the wall. Her excited scream rang out again. Ah! The system announced. Scream progress at 43%. Ghana jumped up as the ground beneath her collapsed again. Ceres leaped away and thought to himself, That feeling. I think I just touched her armpit. Ghana quickly covered her mouth, thinking in confusion. That hurts. That blow was several times stronger than the last one. She kept her mouth covered and thought, But why did I scream? Didn't I resolve to hold it in? But the place he touched, this time, was under my arm. It's so ticklish. It was only for a second, but it was actually pleasurable. That's something only Lord Satis should be able to do, but this human did it too. Ghana touched the bell on her body and cried out in pleasure. She moaned, Forgive me, Lord Satis. What is wrong with me? How could I even think of comparing you to a mere human? How could a vile, disgusting human possibly compare to your noble self? I deserve to die. With that, Ghana slammed her hand against her head. Watching the blood trickle down, she laughed and said, Ah, I'm back to my senses now. Will you forgive me for this? Ceres frowned in confusion as he watched her and thought, She's hitting herself. Is she insane? Ghana raised a hand and declared, Your techniques are bizarre, but I'll get serious now. With that, she pulled a sword from the spider's abdomen. Seeing this, Ceres couldn't help but think, What a strange place to keep a weapon. But the first time I touched the ground, it corresponded to her chest, and the second time I touched the wall, it was her armpit. Based on the proportional distance, that place must be behind me. Wuka. With that thought, he turned and ran. Seeing this, she quickly chased after Ceres and shouted, You're only trying to run now? It's too late. Ghana swung her sword at Ceres. He quickly leaped up. Her attack slammed into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Ceres frowned and said, My agility is higher than yours. You'll never hit me. She turned to him and replied, I know. Ceres was surprised to see her shoot out spider silk. A spider web? This is bad. Instantly, Ceres was stuck to the wall by the silk. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Ghana approached him, laughing. Now, where can you run? Just die. With that, Ghana swung her sword. Just then, Ceres managed to move his hand. He quickly touched the wall and thought, I was right. This spot is her inner thigh. Ghana moaned once again. It's happening again. This human's strange magic. She hurriedly covered her mouth and thought, I have to endure it this time. Sari's hand continuously touched the wall. This caused Ghana to let out a moan, even though she was trying to cover her mouth. Scream progress. 1%. A breeze blew by as Ghana slowly removed her hand. She panted joyfully and said, I did it. Just as I thought. As long as I don't make a sound, I won't be attacked. Suddenly, Ghana cried out in surprise when she saw that Saris had escaped. Where is that human? Did he get away? Saris appeared in the alley and said, I never said I was running away. She covered her mouth, turned to look at him, and said scornfully, How foolish. I've already seen through your attack method. That was your only chance to run. From now on, I'll be the one torturing you. Ghana thought to herself, if I use my web to seal my mouth, I won't make any sound. Your attack is useless now. Saris frowned, then smiled confidently and said, The place you felt on your body just now was your inner thigh, right? Although Ghana couldn't speak, she couldn't help but blush as she thought, What a despicable pervert. You're quite observant, Saris added with a laugh. Just as I thought. After locking onto you, this space is laid out in proportion to your body. Saris raised his arm and said, seriously, now, this truly is a one-sided fight. I will intensely assault your body and find the sensitive spot that will drive you insane. Ghana immediately rushed towards Saris, thinking, I've already seen through your attack method. No matter what part of my body you touch, I won't make a sound. Saris quickly reached out and touched the wall beside him. Ghana flinched, thinking, here it comes. She let out an internal moan, then thought, I won't make a sound. Saris frowned as he watched her reaction. No reaction? Ghana blushed with pleasure and thought to herself, this feeling. It's not like the others. It feels like it's coming from within. But I held it in. Lord Sadis, do you see? Even while drowning in this sensation, I managed to hold back. I will not betray you, as long as you are in my heart. Ghana panted heavily, supporting herself with her sword. This kind of pleasure is nothing compared to what you bestow upon me. With that thought, she raised her sword again. Saris continued to touch the wall. Let's try this, then. He then swiped his hand firmly across the wall. Ghana screamed silently, going wild. She thought blissfully, this pleasure, it's shooting straight to my brain. Tun, hiding and watching from a nearby house, muttered to himself, that female demon beast is starting to writhe again. Amazing. He frowned, blushing as he marveled. What in the world is this magic? It even made a demon beast moan out loud just now. I really want to learn it. Ghana thought helplessly, how can this human do this? The pleasure bursting from within. It's just too incredible. She collapsed to the ground, thinking, I've never felt anything like this before. The image of my lord in my heart is starting to fade. No, I must stop this. I can't keep thinking like this. With that thought, she pushed herself up from the ground. Ghana blushed and thought, I belong to my lord. I must calm down. I can't let my thoughts wander. Saris looked at his hands and said to himself, she still hasn't screamed after all that? I guess it wasn't stimulating enough. Then, Ghana used her poison meltdown curse, she thought, concentrating the toxins in my body and my weapon. I won't be defeated so easily. Seeing her charging at him, Saris touched the wall again and said, feel my technique. Ghana immediately collapsed to the ground. She thought, damn it, this sensation is too intense. I can't even take a step forward now. She raised her sword, thinking, I have to kill him. Otherwise, Lord Sadis will disappear from my mind. Then, Ghana immediately threw her sword at Saris. He quickly tilted his head to dodge as she held out her hand and gave a mental command. Release. In such a narrow space, you can't escape. Immediately after, the sword dissolved into a toxin that spread throughout the alley. Its impact caused the adjacent building to shake. Ghana watched in silence, she thought. At such a close range, he couldn't have escaped. His body must be contaminated with my poison by now. He will die. Suddenly, Saris, completely unharmed, appeared on the roof between the two buildings and said, that was just like your feint with the spiderweb earlier, she thought in astonishment. Above me? He managed to climb to the roof in that situation? Saris glared and said, I won't fall for the same trick twice. Now, it's my turn. With that, he leaped up and slid his hands down the walls of the two buildings as he descended. Ghana was so stimulated that her body swayed. She trembled, thinking, that feeling. It's back. Saris smirked to himself and continued to rub harder. She thought blissfully, that sensation should be over by now. Why hasn't it stopped yet? It's only been a moment, but why does it feel so long? Stop it. Lord Sadis, I can't take it anymore. Then, she screamed in ecstasy. I want to devour this human. System notification. Scream progress has reached 100%. The bell around her neck shattered, and a massive explosion occurred. The system continuously announced, magic points, 2,512. Magic points, 1,200. Magic points. 54, 100, 65, 32, and 0. Gana quickly reverted to her true form. A spiked thorn spider. Enemy eliminated. Returning weapon to the system. The gauntlet on Ceres' hand gradually disappeared. He walked through the cloud of dust. Ceres reached his hand out towards the spider. System notification. Gana the spiked spider. Affinity level. 100% unlocked. Passive skill. Conquest. After defeating the boss and obtaining its unique skill, the system announced that venom infusion has been activated, coating all my weapons in a deadly poison. Seeing this, Ceres chuckled to himself. Could I use the poison remaining in my blood to coat my weapons? Suddenly, Satis descended from the sky, laughing. Found you. Sadiel let a drop of blood fall to the ground. Unexpectedly, the Satus in front of her vanished, causing Yug to cry out in shock. Ah, he's gone. He quickly appeared in front of Sadiel. Satis pulled back the curtain and asked, Where is that human? The girl knelt and replied, Lord Satis. I lost him. Satus's face darkened. That guy's system. It was originally my heart. If I don't get it back, I'll turn into a powerless human at night. And you're telling me you lost him? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the city. Arr! Satis glanced in that direction, surprised. He thought to himself, this feeling. It's the power of the system. As he ran toward the scream, he thought joyfully, It's over there. Sadiel watched him leave in surprise. The system announced that location tracking had been unlocked, allowing tamed beasts to be teleported home. Ceres watched Gana vanish from his hand and whispered, Locate. Meanwhile, at Yug's house. Yug was blissfully drinking toilet water when something fell on her head. Surprised, she wondered, Huh? What's this? Did something just hit me that hard? Back with Ceres, Satis appeared, laughing. Found you. Ceres spun around in surprise, only for Satis to immediately slam his face into the ground. He laughed with delight. Oh, mighty hero, you agreed to save me, so why did you run off halfway? You're making me so upset, you know? Ceres roared in anger. So you are a man, and a demonic beast. You lied to me about being cursed? Satis replied nonchalantly, I did. So, what are you going to do about it? He continued. Maybe I'll make you fulfill the promise you broke? Ceres snapped. I'm not interested in men. Satis calmly replied. Then how about this? After transforming, he asked, Now are you interested? Satis had transformed, now wearing a seductive bunny girl outfit, but Ceres could only shout in despair, I still can't accept this. He struggled to his feet and threw a punch, shouting, It doesn't matter what you look like. I will never be interested. I don't like men. Satis easily blocked the punch. He said, casually, Don't all you humans like models in black bodysuits, black stockings, and cat ears? I really thought we could have some fun together. But in the end, you rejected me. It's so heartbreaking. Satis brought Ceres' hand to his own mouth, thinking, I guess I'll have to play rough. Startled, Ceres yanked his hand back and leaped away, shouting, Whoa, are you for real? Don't lick me. Satis just gave a perverted laugh and said, Not bad, you taste very sweet. Then, he used his power to slam Ceres to the ground, laughing, Haha, no matter what you do, you can't escape. He floated into the air and drifted towards Ceres. I'll max out the system's level soon enough. So go on, run as hard as you can. The outcome will be the same regardless. Why don't you just try using the system to bind me? It'll boost your speed. Ceres frowned. I would never use the system to bind a man. That's my bottom line. Suddenly, Satis swooped down. He looked at Ceres with an amused smile and said, I'm going to make you experience ultimate pleasure. My blood is your antidote. Isn't that what you've always wanted from me? Be a good boy, and obey, and I'll cure your poison. Still defiant, Ceres screamed. If combining with you is the only way to get the demon god's blood, I'd rather let my body dissolve. I will absolutely not do it with a man. Annoyed, Satis snapped. Are you trying to defy me? He created an orb of light and said, You've been a bad boy. You need to be taught a lesson. I'm going to shove this inside you and make you offer yourself to me willingly. My heart, my power, my system. You're about to return to your master's body. With that, he pressed his hand firmly against Ceres' back. Satis then let go, wondering in astonishment. Huh? What's going on? My magic vanished. A notification appeared. System has refused to return. All attacks against Ceres have been nullified. The system asked, exchange half of your life force for one chance to kill Satis? Ceres yelled frantically, do you even have to ask at a time like this? Of course I choose yes. The system replied, player binding has activated Satis's lost spear. Once the player absorbs Satis, the poison will be completely neutralized. Your life force will now count down from 50 days. Satis thought furiously. Not only did the system refuse to return to me, it's even doing this. Ceres thought to himself. Within 10 meters. As long as I can see him, I can bind him. With that, he commanded, bind. A red smoke instantly filled the area. Ceres thought in surprise, red smoke? Damn it, is this his work? It's too thick. I can't open my eyes. Sadis cut his own hand. Elsewhere, Sadiel looked at her own hand as it began to bleed and screamed in shock. Why is my hand suddenly bleeding like this? A drop of blood hit the ground, and Sadis instantly appeared. She looked at him, my lord, wiping the sweat from his brow. Sadis sighed. That was dangerous. I almost lost my life. That damned system. Betraying me to find a new toy. It has probably marked my location already. Ceres looked at his map in surprise, thinking, the system can pinpoint his location, he said aloud. This guy's amazing. He managed to get that far away in just an instant. Sadiel looked at him and asked, Lord Sadis, you're sweating profusely. Are you injured? He laughed in response. There is no one in this place who can harm me. You drank my blood. Our bodies now share a resonance. If I am injured, the damage is transferred to you. After hearing this, Sadiel fell silent for a moment, then asked, Did you take care of that human? He answered, Not yet. As of now, all of my attacks are ineffective against him. Really? Sadis gave her a sharp look. That human isn't dead. You seem pleased. Sadiel quickly stammered. No, that's not it. I despise that wretched man. If you can't hurt him, perhaps we should return to the city and rest? He replied with a twisted grin. No, I've been with the system for over 1,000 years. I understand it perfectly. It may prevent my attacks from harming that human, but pleasure isn't in the attack category. I can make him die from ecstasy. The system has a very hard time finding a suitable host for symbiosis. Therefore, if that human dies, it will have no choice but to choose me. What's more, as long as I turn into a human, the system can't pinpoint my location. Sadis then said, Sadiel, tonight, you will lead me to that human. Sadis said, This is transformation magic. You need to learn it. Sadiel replied, Yes, my lord. Sadis commanded, Change. Sadiel then cast the transformation spell on him. Sadis explained, At night, I lose all of my magic, so I'll have to rely on you to maintain my transformation. After a moment, Sadis had transformed into a purple-haired woman with a perfect hourglass figure. Not bad. If I look like this, he'll never recognize me. Right? Humans love playing the hero who saves the damsel in distress. I'll let him be the hero for once, and I'll have the perfect excuse to throw myself into his arms. Sadir asked, Lord Sadis, can that pleasurable method really kill that human? Sadis replied, Of course it can. How else do you think I died? Sadir let out a gasp. Sadis continued, And now, the system has abandoned me too. Sadis slammed her fist against a tree trunk and gritted her teeth. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Why would the system reject me? I just don't get what's so great about that human. At that moment, Ceres was thinking that he only had 50 days left to live. If he could just find Sadis within that time, he could cure the poison and keep on living. He had to make every second count. Just then, his heart seized up. Ceres panicked. Oh no, the poison in his body is acting up again. He was terrified. Is it my leg this time? A burning sensation started on his foot. His big toe burst into flames and slowly disintegrated. Ceres clutched his foot, screaming in agony as his vision started to blur. Then, he collapsed. A moment later, he opened his eyes. A surprised doctor told a nurse, He's awake. Go inform Mr. Cheston, quickly. The nurse replied, Okay, I'm on my way. Ceres was bewildered. Am I in a hospital? Who brought me here? The doctor answered, It was the vice president of the Heroes Association. Mr. Cheston brought you here, he thought to himself. The vice president? The door opened and someone walked in, saying, You're finally awake, Cheston asked with a bright smile. You saved my life, remember? Ceres recognized him as the fat guy who was cornered by the spider. Cheston laughed. Haha, that's right. Ceres asked, How long was I unconscious? Cheston replied, About 13 hours. Ceres was surprised. That long? All those back-to-back fights must have completely drained my stamina. Cheston bowed his head. My apologies. I was too hasty and careless, and I've disturbed your rest. Ceres asked, Mr. Vice President, is there something you need from me? He seemed a bit startled. Well, you see, I saw you fighting that female spider demon beast, and your magic is very unique. Ceres was confused, and Cheston's face turned beet red as he stammered. It's just that, you know, when a man gets to a certain age, his abilities in certain areas start to decline. He just can't get excited anymore. But when I saw how powerfully you fought, I felt very interested. If I could learn that, My youth would surely return and save me from these last 10 miserable years of my life. He then shot up from his seat, knocking over the chair, and bowed his head with the utmost seriousness. Please, teach me this magic. Take me as your disciple. I beg you. Saris was stunned. The vice president of the Heroes Association. As my disciple? He thought that if he became the man's master, he could use that connection and the association's resources, which would definitely help him find Satis. But this is a system ability. How am I supposed to teach it? Ceres asked Cheston. My magic is very difficult to learn. Are you prepared for that? Cheston was absolutely determined. No matter how hard it is, I have to try. Besides, the master opens the door, but the student must walk the path. I'll risk this old life of mine and study like a madman. He put on a mysterious air. Vice President, the magic you saw requires you to begin your training from your fingertips. Cheston dropped to his knees, slamming them on the floor. He clasped his hands and kowtowed to Ceres. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple, Ceres replied enthusiastically. Disciple, please rise. Cheston said, Right, this must be kept a secret. I am still the vice president, after all. Ceres helped him up. Your master understands. Just then, the vice president's secretary knocked on the door. Mr. Cheston, I have something to report. Come in, Cheston replied. On the wanted poster she held was Ceres' face. The crime, desertion. The sentence, death. Ceres was shocked. I'm being charged with desertion? A death sentence? Deej said, That's right. The document clearly states that while in Satusus's squad, you disobeyed the captain's orders and fled on your own, causing the mission to fail. Cheston looked thoughtful. This is a tricky situation. I'll figure something out. Ceres snatched the wanted poster. There's no need. I didn't run away. I took care of the boss in the underground city. Deej scoffed. I checked the report from when the squad retreated. And you expect me to believe that you, an F rank, along with Bera, a C rank, and T.I., a B rank, the three of you took down an S rank spider demon beast boss? That's impossible. Ceres said, You can send someone to the underground city to verify my story. It's not there anymore. Dij replied, I've already dispatched people, but while we wait for the results, you need to be locked up to prevent you from escaping. Cheston said, That won't be necessary. I trust Ceres. Dij protested. Mr. Vice President, that's against regulations. He said, Then during this waiting period, I will be the one to guard him. Deej was agitated. But sir, tonight you have to attend the association's appreciation party, Cheston said. Then Ceres will just have to attend with me. Deej said, Mr. Vice President, the party is a very formal affair. Please reconsider. Ceres was already excited. Sounds great. I've never been to an association party before. Then it's settled, Cheston said. I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll come pick you up when it's time for the party, Ceres replied. All right. Then, the two of them left the hospital room. Ceres opened his system. Right. I need to check Satus's location. After I rest up, I'll head out immediately to find him. On the map, a red dot appeared, bright and clear. Ceres was surprised. Huh? Didn't Satis run out of the city? Why is he back, and so close to me? Suddenly, he reconsidered. Wait a minute, I'm in the hospital. At this distance and position, he jumped out of bed in a panic. It's my house. He's at my house. Ceres ran as fast as he could. He threw the door open and rushed into the house. The spider was still there. He ran to the other rooms and wondered, Where's Yug? His anger flared. Yug's been kidnapped. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yug slowly opened her eyes. Her hands and feet were tied. Where am I? Beside her was Satis, now in human form. Satis said, This is a demon beast and human auction house. On the map, Satis's location showed up as a very clear red dot. Satis hadn't moved for a whole half hour. Ceres ran like the wind. I'm getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, the red dot vanished. Ceres was startled. His location is gone. Does this mean I can't track Satis once it gets dark? Out of nowhere, someone attacked him. He quickly jumped back, dodging a dangerous blow. He calmly looked at his attacker. The man, clad in armor and holding an axe, was incredibly arrogant. This is the territory of our Heavenly Star Guard. Anyone who enters, whether demon beast or hero, dies without question. Ceres thought to himself, the Heavenly Star Guard, they're bandits who live by kidnapping. A dozen more members of the Heavenly Star Guard appeared all around him, from the ground to the rooftops. Look, another hero has come to wipe us out. The female demon beast and the woman in the prison must have been bait to lure him to our location. Another one said, Who knows? There might be other heroes surrounding us right now. Let's capture him and interrogate him. We'll find out soon enough. Hearing them talk, Ceres understood. The female demon beast had to be Yug. Perfect timing. I was just about to ask if they'd seen a perverted male demon beast around here. The system alert popped up. The weapon return mission will begin in 2 minutes. Ceres was shocked. Once the return mission starts, his stats would reset to their initial state. With only 2 minutes left, he had to end this fight quickly. Inside, Yug was struggling non-stop. Damn it, she twisted and turned but couldn't break free. There was confinement magic on this thing. She hadn't been properly nourished lately, so her body had grown too weak. She wondered if she'd ever make it back to her human master's place. Satis, who was next to her, said, "You're a demon beast, aren't you? Shouldn't you be returning to the underground city?" Yug replied, "I don't subscribe to that kind of thinking. We, the divine Lan Lin Lang, survive on the vital essence of males. I'm just following my instincts and choosing a stronger one, that's all. Besides, human lairs are much better than demon beast caves. And that wine, it was delicious." Suddenly, the wall was smashed to pieces, and a star guard was sent flying with a blood-curdling scream. A dent was left in the wall as someone walked in barefoot. Ceres panted. All settled within 2 minutes. "Seriously, if you'd just given me the key earlier, you wouldn't have gotten this beating." Yug cried out joyfully. "Master, the system initiated the weapon return mission. Spank someone 10 times and make them cry out. If the person does not cry out, the player will be paralyzed for 5 minutes. Mission time, 60 minutes. Ceres grabbed the Star Guard's collar and shook him. Hey buddy, wake up. Can you make a sound?" But the Star Guard had already passed out, his eyes rolled back, deep in a coma. If only he hadn't hit him so hard. Satus cried out, "Lord Hero, hurry and save me." Ceres glanced over. This is the outskirts. A demon beast could show up at any moment. Without the system's power, it would be very dangerous. He'd complete the mission first, then ask questions. Oh, the lock's open. Yug slipped out of the cuffs, and Ceres immediately gave her a slap on the butt. "Sorry about this." Yug let out a small, "ah," and said, "Master, what are you doing?" The system announced, "Weapon return mission progress, 1 out of 10. He looked at Satis and said, "So we can get out of here safely, I need to spank you once. So please, don't mind it." Satis snickered to herself. As expected, he was no good man. To think he could come up with such a ridiculous excuse to grope me. To deal with this kind of scumbag, all I need is a little charm, and he'll fall right into my trap. Satis lifted her leg, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Lord Hero, please help me open this. As long as you save me, forget a spank, I'd even be willing to repay you with my body." Ceres inserted the key. "It's open." Satus threw her arms around him. "Lord Hero, I was captured by those vicious men and brought here." Satus intentionally pressed her chest against Ceres. "I was so scared. They said they were going to sell me to the goblins. Now that you've saved me, Lord Hero, I'm all yours." Ceres raised his hand and gave Satis a firm smack on her butt, but Satis had no reaction at all. Ceres asked, "Why didn't you make a sound?" Satis replied, "Can you hit me again?" Ceres was horrified. "You've got to be kidding me," the system announced. Target did not make a sound. Player is paralyzed for 5 minutes. Time remaining, 56 minutes and 45 seconds. Sarah's whole body went stiff and he fell to the ground. Yug rushed over. "Master," she pressed herself on top of him. "I feel so uncomfortable. I need the vital essence in your body, or I'll really waste away and die." In Sarah's eyes, Yug's image suddenly went white. "Master, why aren't you saying anything?" "I'll take that as a yes." Yug leaned in for a kiss. "Let's start with your neck." Although Ceres couldn't speak, he could still feel everything. In his mind, he let out a few muffled curses. Seeing this, Satis scolded her, "You shameless lizard. How dare you move in while I wasn't ready? Let go of him." Yug wrapped her tail around Satis's waist, making her gasp with a surprised "ah." She hugged Ceres tightly. "Wait, he's my master, not yours. Besides, I was here first." Satis tried to pry the tail off. "Damn it, if it were daytime, I'd have sent you flying with a single slap." Satis moved closer. "Whatever. Stealing the system is more important. No need to fight with this slut over him." Satis leaned in close to Ceres. Then she nibbled on his ear and whispered, "Let's do this together." Ceres was shocked. "Are you serious?" His ears began to turn red. Was this woman really a captive? Why would she be doing this so willingly? Outside, Sadir blushed, watching quietly. Would Lady Satis really do something like that? My body shares the same sensations as hers. Satis took Sarah's hand. "It's been a while since I've played like this." Outside, Sadir jolted, her whole body trembling as she let out a suggestive moan. Satis moved, Sarah's hand back and forth. "Try bending your fingers. A little harder." Sadir moaned loudly, her face flushed as her whole body went numb. She was getting goosebumps all over. Satus moved her hand lower, a look of pure excitement on her face. Ceres was horrified. "Oh no, don't touch there." Sadir was surprised by the sensation that traveled to her own hand. "What am I holding?" Ceres' face suddenly contorted. "Wait, this feeling, it's very familiar." The look on Sarah's face changed. It felt just like Satus. Satus looked annoyed. Why did the way he looked at me suddenly change? She abruptly realized it was her technique. She'd carelessly used her old moves. Sadas quickly pulled her hand back. Damn, I've been exposed. She yelled out loudly. Sadir! Behind them, with a loud crash, the wall exploded. Yug was startled. Danger! She transformed into a small lizard. Master, protect me. From within the cloud of dust came Sadas's voice. Sadir, we've been found out. Get me out of here. Yes. Ceres was stunned. So Sadas disguised himself as a woman to get close to me. Good thing I figured it out in time. Damn it. I still can't use the system's abilities, so I can't chase after them. A while later, the paralysis wore off. Ceres sighed. They sure run fast. I'll finish the mission first, then I'll go find Sadas after I can use the system again. He mumbled to himself. But from now on, if a woman approaches me at night, I'll have to think things through very carefully. Let's go home first. There are plenty of people in the city, so it'll be easy to finish the mission. Weapon return mission time. 51 minutes and 12 seconds. Progress. 1 out of 10. A crowd was standing at the gate to Zone Z. One of them suddenly shouted, Captain, Ceres is back. Ceres was confused, the vice chairman's secretary, and Sadis's too. Sadis held up a wanted poster. Ceres, you're under arrest for the crime of desertion. This is your wanted poster. You're coming with us. Dia immediately shouted, Wait! And stood in front of Ceres. I am the secretary to Vice Chairman Cheston. We investigated the underground city of Phobos, and it was empty. This contradicts your report, and the process to cancel his arrest warrant is already underway. She said sternly, You cannot arrest him. He has to attend the association's evening banquet later. Ceres, however, paid no attention, and was silently counting the number of people in front of him. Satusa slapped Dia, without any hesitation. Just as I thought. A fraud. Only captains of A rank and above are qualified to attend that banquet. You dare claim to be the vice chairman's secretary? In that case, I'm the chairman himself. Get lost. Are you rushing to protect Dia? The arrogant Satusa started causing trouble again. I'm taking you to the interrogation room too. Ceres said, Go find the vice guild master and ask for his authority. Bring the warrant cancellation notice directly to me. He will definitely help, and it can be done in 20 minutes. Daij said 10 minutes would be enough. Ceres looked at Satusis and said, All right, in a bit, I'll make them apologize to you and give them a good spanking. The system displayed the mission time remaining, 23 minutes and 42 seconds. 110 completed. Later, in the interrogation room, Ceres sat in a chair, surrounded by a group of people at the table. Satusis shook his broken arm. Satusis, you still remember why my right arm is broken, don't you? He spouted a fabricated story. I was leading my comrades, fighting bravely against this demonic beast. But you, in your attempt to escape, you attacked me from behind. That gave it a chance to kill more than half of our guild members. I had to sacrifice my right arm to save the lives of the remaining members. He slammed his fist on the table. Tell me, doesn't a worthless swordsman like you deserve to die? Ceres faced his enemy without flinching. The one who ran away truly deserves to die. They're no different from an animal. Hearing this, Satusis' face darkened with guilt. He ordered, Bring me the hammer. Ceres thought to himself, It's been about 10 minutes. That secretary should be here soon. Damn it, I can't even use the system right now. I just have to endure this. Suddenly, a small voice called out, Master. Ceres was surprised. Yug said, He can't hurt you. I've absorbed some of your essence blood. And while I've only recovered a little bit of mana, it's more than enough to deal with torture from a mere human. She said that when we get home, you have to pay me back double. You hear? Ceres had no choice but to agree. Fine. Ceres' hands were locked to the table. A hammer slammed down, stopping just short of his arm. Satusis threatened, Pick one of your fingers. We'll start with that. Or should I pick for you? Suddenly, one of the men burst through the door. Captain, bad news. The Vice Guild Master's secretary is here with the notice to cancel Ceres' warrant. Satusis' hand, holding the hammer, froze in midair. He took the paper. It was a real cancellation notice. The surrounding men started murmuring. Is that woman really the Vice Guild Master's secretary? Does that mean Ceres knows the Vice Guild Master? Satusis fumed. Damn it, how could an F-rank hero possibly know someone as high-ranking as the Vice Guild Master? One of the men asked, Captain, should we release him? Satusis replied, Now that we've seen the cancellation notice, torturing him is illegal. The man asked again, So we're letting him go now? Satusis shoved him aside. Not right now. The man was confused. Huh? Satusis said, I haven't received any cancellation notice. I don't know anything about this. Bring it back to me in half an hour. Ceres scowled in annoyance. Satusis boasted. Today, he will definitely pay a heavy price. Outside the door, the guard spoke to Dij. Growing impatient, Dij said, Then get out of my way. I'll deliver the cancellation notice to him myself. The man blocked her path. This is an interrogation room. You don't have the authority to enter and exit as you please. At that same moment, Satusis brought the hammer down on Ceres' hand. Ceres calmly watched as several cracks appeared on the hammer itself. The hammer was lifted, and Ceres' hand was completely unharmed. Satusus was stunned. How was this possible? No broken bones, no blood, not even a scratch on his skin. Outside, Dige was still determined to get in. Move. The guard continued to block her. You really don't have the authority to enter. Just then, someone else approached. Then do I have the authority to enter? Dige turned to look, and the guard's jaw dropped. The door was thrown open. Satusus was shocked and stammered. Lord Sharon, he asked. Vice Guild Master. Why have you come here? Sharon angrily held up the paper. This is the notice to cancel Ceres' warrant. Release him. The hammer slipped from Satusus's grasp as he replied in fear. Yes, sir. The locks on Ceres' hands were released. Sharon rebuked him. Satusus, as a captain, you used your authority to torture a subordinate. If this matter is investigated, you will, at the very least, lose your position as captain. Hearing this, Satusus was terrified. Vice Guild Master, I hadn't received the cancellation notice. That's why I acted. My comrades can testify for me, he said to his men. You guys, say something to help me out. The men behind him hesitated. Well, about that. They all thought. But Captain, we don't dare offend the Vice Guild Master. Sharon said. Nothing to say? Satusus quickly tried to explain. Vice Guild Master, that's not it. He thought to himself that his only hope now was to ask his older brother for help. Ceres suddenly spoke up. I'll testify. He hadn't seen the warrant cancellation notice yet. Satusus was shocked. Huh? Ceres continued. I can drop the matter of you arresting me, but you all must bow and apologize to the secretary. Dige froze in surprise. Remaining time for the weapon return mission, 1 minute and 13 seconds. 110 completed. All the men bowed their heads in unison. We are sorry. Please forgive us. Ceres picked up a whip and swung it. How could you be so rude to such a beautiful secretary? You truly have no manners. Each lash of the whip was accompanied by a pained scream. Dige blushed, embarrassed. They cried out, I was wrong. It won't happen again. A smile formed on Dige's lips. The system announced the completion of the weapon return mission. Ceres tossed the whip aside. Finally, it's over. The matter between you and the secretary is now settled. Satusus was afraid. Ceres? What do you mean? Ceres grabbed Satusus's arm. Now, all that's left is the matter between you and me, Satusus said. Didn't you say you wouldn't press charges for arresting you? Ceres' eyes glowed red. Next, we'll deal with the matter of your arm, Satusus screamed in pain. I'm sorry. I was wrong. He pleaded with Ceres. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Ceres said. All right. Then he drove his knee into Satusus's arm. The sound of his bone breaking echoed, followed by a horrifying scream. Satusus collapsed, still crying out in pain. One of his men worriedly called out, Captain. Ceres turned and walked away. I forgive you, Sharon said. Dige will now take you to the evening banquet. I have to go welcome the emissary from the Holy Purity Order. I'll meet you there afterward. Ceres wondered. The Holy Purity Order? Sharon explained. They are a church formed to eradicate all evil thoughts in the world. They possess unparalleled purification magic that can remove any harmful toxins from the body, and their physical strength is immense. To destroy evil thoughts, one must first completely understand them. At the Guildhall evening banquet, Sharon entered with a girl in a cloak. A few people around them started to gossip. Is that the saintess of the Holy Purity Order? She's dressed so revealingly. Their eyes were glued to the saintess's generous cleavage. For a saintess to dress like that seems a bit. The person next to him agreed. I think so too. The saintess stopped walking, and the gossiping men froze. Oh no, she heard us. The saintess said, the tenet of our order is to destroy all evil thoughts in the world. And if one wants to destroy evil thoughts, one must first fully understand them. That is why we of the order dress this way. Do not judge us with your own wicked eyes. Charon became angry. Your thoughts are truly vile. Someone slapped their mouths 10 times each. The men were terrified. Vice Guild Master, we didn't mean it. Please spare us. The saintess spoke up. That's not necessary. If this is grounds for punishment, then everyone here should be punished, the saintess said. Vice President Chakton was surprised. Oh, am I any different from them? The saintess replied. There was a stir in your heart, but your body didn't have a strong reaction, unlike the others, whose reactions were intense and whose wicked thoughts surged. Chakton laughed sheepishly. I am a man with a pure soul. I must have at least that much self-control. Outside, people were gossiping. I heard the president is impotent. Looks like it's true. Outside the hall, Dige said this was the venue for the evening banquet. She said, let's go in. Ceres replied, okay. Ceres asked, is the purification magic of the Holy Purity Order really that powerful? Dige answered, yes. It's a special magic only they possess. Whether it's broken arms and legs, illnesses, or deadly poisons, they can cure it all. Being a hero is a risky profession. The hero associations in every region want to partner with them, but all have been rejected. They won't easily use their healing magic for others, the reason being an impure heart. Ceres looked at his own severed pinky finger. Maybe they can fix it. I want to find them and give it a try. Daij presented her invitation card to the scanner. Your identities have been verified. The door is opening. Please enter. Ceres looked in surprise at the crowd gathered in one spot. Hey, what are they all crowded around for? Daij said she didn't know. Chak Tun stepped forward to explain. The Saintess is testing whether we are qualified to partner with the Holy Purity Order. Daij was surprised. Vice President Chak Tun said, if someone passes the test, we can form a partnership. Then, the strength of our Z-Region Hero Association will be greatly enhanced. The Saintess brought out a large box covered by a purple curtain. This is our order's treasure, the screen of pure hearts. After you enter, your level of impurity will be displayed on this gemstone. The Saintess said, whether you can partner with our order depends on the purity of your souls. No hero from any other regional association has passed. The crowd murmured. The purity of our souls? How do they test that? What's inside? Is there some kind of mechanism? The Saintess said. If you want to know, then go have a look. Logan stepped forward. I'll give it a try. I'm a kind-hearted person by nature. I've never done anything against my conscience. Logan stepped in, and the Saintess just smiled faintly. The moment Logan stepped in, he was stunned. A pair of thighs in black stockings appeared before his eyes. Logan immediately started stammering. He stared in shock at the girl before him. A cat girl. This is my weakness. Logan's eyes widened. They're so magnificent. The cat girl moved closer. Logan blushed. She's approaching me on her own. The cat girl let out a soft meow, and the piece of cloth covering her chest, which she held in her mouth, fell away. Blood immediately gushed from Logan's nose. He was completely captivated. What a magnificent chest. Kitty, kitty, let me have a feel. The cat girl asked, what do you want to feel? Meow. Logan drooled at that magnificent sight. The cat girl raised a hand. Say no more. Meow. She then slapped Logan. Disgusting. Logan was sent flying out from behind the curtain. Oof. He fell to the floor. My chin. It hurts so much. The Saintess looked up at the gemstone. 88% impurity. As expected, a man with a filthy soul. Someone shouted, look, the stone shows Captain Logan is 88% impure. Whatever's in there must be extremely dangerous. Owen stepped up confidently. Let me try. No matter what's inside, I'll take care of it. However, Owen suffered the same fate as Logan. The surrounding crowd grew anxious. Owen, you're bleeding so much. Are you okay? Owen was still in a daze. I saw it. I can't believe it was that. The stone displayed 92%. Captain Owen, what in the world did you see? Owen replied. A man's weakness. The people around him were confused. Huh? I don't have any weaknesses. I want to give it a try. Me too. We can't let our association be disgraced. But the results were all the same. The gemstone continuously displayed sky-high numbers. The Saintess thought to herself, this is truly a waste of my time. There isn't a single person below 80%. They all have filthy souls. It seems no one here will be able to pass the test. Just then, a foot stepped forward. Ceres said, I suppose I should give it a try. The Saintess watched Ceres. He's the last one. The moment Ceres stepped inside, he was shocked. The cat girl grabbed his head and pushed it into her massive soul. She whispered, do you want some? Immediately, a hand pushed her face away. The cat girl fell backward. Oof. Ceres frowned. Another woman coming on to me. I need to be on high alert, he thought. There's a high chance this is Sadis again. Seeing this, the cat girl was astonished. This is the first man to actively reject me. Meow. At that moment, the Saintess was also stunned. She looked at the number displayed on the gemstone. 0%. This is the first time I've ever seen 0%. I never thought someone could actually do it. A heart as still as water. Ceres silently observed the cat girl before him, needing to confirm her identity. It's better to be careful. Ceres opened the system. System activated. Bind enemy. Use Sadis's lost spear. 1 chance remaining. Ceres gritted his teeth. I only have 1 shot. If I'm wrong, the next time I meet the real Sadis, I'm dead for sure. The cat girl was utterly amazed. This is the first time a man has ever rejected me, and even pushed me away. She thought, he's staring at my body. Yet not a single wicked thought arises in his heart. In fact, he's even hostile towards me. Ceres, on the other hand, was thinking, I have to watch her every move. But damn, those things are huge. The cat girl bit her finger in frustration. This is even harder to deal with than those men who lust after my body. Meow. She licked her finger. This is a direct challenge to my seductive powers. The cat girl steeled her resolve. I will definitely make your heart waver. Ceres was thinking about finding an opportunity to see if she had any. Special male anatomy. The cat girl leaped forward, causing two round things to bounce up and down. Don't look at me with such hostile eyes. Meow. A soft, warm hug can erase the distance between us. Come on, kitty, the cat girl wrapped her arms around. Thin air. She stared in shock as Ceres dodged to the side. I've been rejected again. The cat girl was determined and lunged once more. Don't be so shy, kitty. She rejoiced inwardly. Come on, come, feel my softness. Your heart must be wavering by now. Ceres frowned. This angle is perfect. If I just slide underneath her, I'll be able to see if she has. You know, down there. No sooner said than done. Ceres used his hands to push off. As the cat girl lunged, he slid on his back in the opposite direction. The big, round, supple things appeared right before his eyes. Ceres blushed, just looking at them. If I just shift my gaze down a little, I'll be able to see. The cat girl was surprised. Even though he's dodging, he's staring at my chest without blinking. Ceres used his hands to brake, and the chase came to a halt. The cat girl was incredibly frustrated. But why? Ceres was annoyed. Damn it. Blood was streaming from both his nostrils. I absolutely can't look away. They're just too magnificent. The cat girl said. Why? She was exasperated. Why? You're obviously staring at my chest just like all the others. My body is reacting. But why is my mind so calm, completely free of any impure thoughts? The cat girl screamed in frustration. Just what is going on? Ceres said, with a completely serious expression. It's because I'm a man of integrity. I would never have any despicable thoughts about your body. When we are first born into this world, a mother's breast provides milk and nourishment, helping us grow strong and survive. The cat girl was stunned by his words. I look upon your chest with a heart full of gratitude. The cat girl squinted. The light was blinding. She stumbled backward. So, he's that kind of person. Meow. The cat girl collapsed, seeming utterly insignificant before Ceres' righteous aura. The gap between them was immense. She said dejectedly, You passed the test. You can go now. Ceres was surprised. She's actually telling me to leave? It looks like she really isn't Satis after all. He turned and walked away. All right, farewell. I'm off to get this poison treated. Ceres made a grand exit. The cat girl collapsed in sorrow. I guess my training is still lacking. Meow. Outside, the crowd erupted in chatter. That level of purity is just ridiculous. How is that possible? Any man would be interested in the cat girl. Maybe the stone is broken? The saintess spoke up. I have never seen anyone with a heart so flawlessly pure. Ceres replied, I passed the test. Can you perform the purification magic to remove this poison from me? The saintess answered without hesitation. Of course I can. She then addressed the crowd. Everyone, out, now. Soon, only the saintess and Ceres remained in the grand hall. The saintess, sitting on her throne, said, I will now remove the poison. She pointed to the floor. Lie down. Ceres did as he was told. What else do you need from me? Don't move, the saintess commanded. She explained, Our purification magic is a gift from the church. Each of us channels the magic through a different part of our body. The saintess slipped her foot out of its high heel. My purification magic, she said, is channeled through the sole of my foot. It is cast by stepping on you. The saintess extended her bare foot. While I am performing the purification, you must not harbor any impure thoughts. If you do, the magic will lose its effectiveness. Ceres grew tense. Are you referring to me? The saintess replied, Yes. As a saintess of the Holy Church, my own desires have already been purged. Now, she said, relax your body. I will start from the top and work my way down. It will take time to explore and understand your body. The saintess shifted, raising her knee to treat him with precision. Ceres simply grunted in acknowledgement. The saintess's foot traced a path down Ceres' arm, her toes trying to wiggle into his palm. She prodded him gently. Ceres turned his hand over, palm up. Is she trying to open my hand with her foot? Lie still, the saintess commanded. Let me handle this, otherwise you'll interfere with the magic. Then she added, This chair is a bit small. The saintess planted her foot on Ceres' face. Let me borrow your face for a moment. After a brief observation, she used her foot to pry his hand open. Here we go, she said. The saintess pressed down hard on Ceres' hand, causing him to wince. Suddenly, Ceres' eyes shot open. He was completely naked, floating on the surface of some water. He looked around. Why am I floating in water? Where am I? Ceres thought, startled as something enormous descended from above. A foot? A massive foot, clad in a black stocking, pressed right down on his tongue. Ceres' face contorted. It's so heavy, he screamed internally. The gigantic foot finally lifted. Back in reality, the saintess lifted her foot from his hand. Relax, she said. You must not resist my foot. This is for your treatment. Back in the watery expanse of Ceres' mind, the saintess's voice echoed. My purification magic will enter your body through one specific point, and when I pull you from this water, your finger will be fully restored. Ceres understood now. So that's how it works. The giant foot drew near once more. This time, Ceres didn't resist. He grabbed onto the Saintess's toes for support as dark tendrils began to rise from the depths of the water. You could tell they were troubled just by looking at them. The Saintess's voice came again. I can pull you out in just a moment. The dark tendrils wrapped around Ceres' legs. He panicked. Something in the water is grabbing me, the Saintess explained. That is the very poison from your body. The dark tendrils yanked Ceres downward. He struggled, nearly losing his grip. Hold on to my foot, the Saintess commanded. Ceres latched onto her toes. He bit down fiercely on her stocking. I have to hold on. I can't let go of her toe, or I'm done for. The Saintess clicked her tongue in annoyance. He ripped it. What a brute. Ceres was now wedged between two of her toes. She lifted her foot, pulling him up in a tug of war against the poison, dragging him down. Back in reality, the Saintess pinched Ceres' little finger between her toes. Ceres thought to himself, even though she's pulling with so much force, I don't feel any pain at all. In fact, it feels really good. The dark tendrils grabbing him began to dissipate. Ceres severed. Little finger started to regenerate, a warm sensation spreading through it. Ceres was pulled completely out of the water, and his finger was fully restored. He stared at his hand in utter amazement. It's working. The Saintess glanced at Ceres' feet. I can still feel some remnants of the poison. Take off your shoes. Instantly, Ceres' missing toe also grew back. All 4 of your limbs are now restored, the Saintess announced. Ceres was in awe. This purification magic is incredible. The Saintess settled back into her chair. Now, let's change focus. She continued. I've located the rest of the poison. Right here. I'll need your cooperation to draw it out. Don't move. Lie perfectly still. The Saintess extended her foot again. Ceres gasped, thinking, she means there? In his mind, the giant foot plunged his entire body beneath the water. I'm taking you under, her voice echoed. The poison inside you will be released, and then it will dissipate, cleansing your body. Ceres panicked. But I can't breathe down here. The Saintess reassured him. Don't panic. It'll be fine as long as I envelop you like this. I will help you expel the poison, and your own power will surge. Ceres stared in shock at the slimy mass, and the countless black tendrils swirling in the water. So this is what the poison inside me looks like? Ceres lunged toward the slimy mass. The Saintess was taken aback. Why am I getting such a strange sensation from his body? System locked. Stimulation value, 1%. Black tendrils shot out and ensnared Ceres. Ah, he screamed. Ceres was thrown back in a panic. The Saintess explained, this water is a manifestation of your physical consciousness. Down here, I must use a level 2 purification spell to envelop your body in a protective shield. Neutralizing this poison will likely resonate with your own magic. Ceres cried out in fear. Then hurry up. It's already got me. The Saintess twisted her foot, encasing him completely. Beginning now. System locked. Agitation level, 1%. The Saintess was surprised. Why is my body feeling so strange? Ceres watched in amazement as the black tendrils dissolved. The toxin was being torn apart. Ceres was encased in a sphere, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The Saintess said, I've created a protective shield for you. Try swimming down. Ceres agreed. All right, let me try. The black tendrils vanished the moment they touched the protective shield. Ceres was overjoyed. It's working. The shield is pushing all the toxins away. At this rate, I'll be able to get close to the toxin's core soon. Ceres swam forward confidently as the surrounding toxins also dissipated. He felt something was strange. Why am I not getting any closer? I've already swam so far, I should be there by now. The Saintess said, you can't judge distance within one's consciousness by real-world standards. What looks close is actually far, she thought to herself. Maintaining this protective shield by constantly rubbing is going to be exhausting. She rubbed her foot, but a pleasurable sensation traveled up from her soul. How strange. Agitation level, 21%. The protective shield suddenly cracked, and Ceres was shocked. Huh? Water started pouring in through the crack, and Ceres panicked. Saintess, your shield is breaking. Water is pouring in. The Saintess was surprised. My purification magic is weakening. An impure thought has been born. Agitation level, 47%. The Saintess cursed in frustration. If this guy wants to be detoxified, he better not have any dirty thoughts about me, or the purification magic will lose its effect. The shield shattered completely, and the toxins flooded in. The toxic tendrils wrapped tightly around Ceres. He screamed, I can't breathe. The Saintess rubbed her foot harder, increasing the friction. I have to fix the protective shield. My purification magic absolutely will not fail. The Saintess's breathing grew faster, her face flushed. Agitation level, 69%. Ceres choked on the water, screaming desperately. Back in reality, Ceres' eyes shot open. He looked up at the saintess. Ceres called out to her, but she was still lost in her own thoughts. I have to fix the shield. Agitation level, 87%. She was still thinking, the feeling of stepping on him. It's a strangely pleasant sensation. I want to keep stepping on him like this. Agitation level, 91%. Ceres called out loudly, Saintess, Saintess. She was startled. Huh? The saintess was surprised. Your consciousness has already returned to reality? Ceres backed away. I guess so. The treatment failed. The saintess placed a hand on her chest. What just happened to me? My heart is beating so fast. This feeling is so familiar. The saintess couldn't stop thinking. It seems, it was an impure thought. I was the one who had an impure thought, causing the purification magic to fail. I can't let anyone find out about this. The dignity of the Holy Church is at stake. Compose yourself and get out of here, the saintess said in a calm voice. Your treatment is over. Ceres was confused. But you still haven't removed the poison from my body, the saintess replied. Of course we can. There is no poison the church cannot cure, but your poison requires long-term treatment. She picked up her shoes. Wait until I find a way to get close to the toxin's core. I'll inform you then. However, for now, I can still treat your crippled leg. She stood up. You can come find me at the Holy Church anytime. My name is Lily. She left. That's all for today. Goodbye. Ceres thought to himself. As I thought, to truly get rid of this poison, I'll have to find Satis. The saintess walked to a hidden corner and leaned against the wall, the shoes in her hand falling to the ground. She was blushing and panting. I almost couldn't hold it back. This is so weird. My carnal desires were supposed to have been extracted, so why am I still feeling this way? But this is different. It's very strange. Elsewhere, Satusus was sent flying by a kick. Darren angrily scolded him. You can't even handle a simple task like this? Satusus said resentfully. Brother, this time it was because of that guildmaster. Darren cut him off. Shut up. I don't want to hear your excuses. He threw down a file. Take this. Satusus was confused. What is this? Darren said. It's a map of the Class A underground city. You're to lead the team to Area 2A. Satusus asked. The boss of Area 2A is SS Class. I'm only A Class. Aren't you just sending me to my death? Darren explained. The underground city in Area 2A has already been nearly conquered by the heroes from Area C. The heroes who escaped back reported the intel. The Area 2A boss has been crippled. Right now, even an F-class hero could kill it. I've intercepted and blocked this information. He continued. If you go now, it's a freebie. You'll secure your position as a team leader. Satusus was overjoyed. So that's how it is. Brother, I'll definitely succeed this time. At the same time, 2A tilted his head back, drinking a green liquid. Satis said, after drinking so much of my blood, your body should be recovered now, right? 2A swallowed, then stomped his foot, shattering the floor. He roared majestically. I am fully resurrected. He let out a long breath. 2A said, Lord Satis, you've saved me once again. Is there anything I can do for you? I don't want to be in your debt. Satis smiled cheerfully. It's very simple. Just kill a human. Meanwhile, Ceres was looking at a map showing Satis's location. He mumbled, Satis actually went somewhere that far away. Cheston was ecstatic. Ceres, you've performed a great service this time. Our Area 2 will now be cooperating with the Holy Church. Our strength has increased immensely. If you have any requests, just tell me. Ceres said seriously. Give me the position of team leader. That way, I'll have the authority to choose which city to conquer. Cheston agreed immediately. No problem. Ceres said, I'm going home to pack my things now. I'll be leaving the city this afternoon. He thought to himself that he only had 49 days left. There's no more time to waste. Cheston asked, Why the rush? He explained, Right now, the guild is short-staffed, so the promotion process for team leader might not be finished by this afternoon. Dia spoke up. I can help. Ceres was delighted. Really? Dia said, I'm very familiar with this process. I can probably get it submitted before this afternoon. She blushed shyly. Consider it a thank you gift for helping me defeat Satusus. Ceres opened the door. I'm home. As the door swung open, a woman's figure appeared inside. Master, welcome home. Ceres was surprised. The maid, Yug, was kneeling neatly by the door in a white apron. I've already finished cleaning everything in the house. Ceres replied. Oh, I also ate all the food. Ceres. Yug hugged Ceres. Everything in the house is clean now. I'm the kind of maid every man dreams of having. Praise me. Ceres praised her. Yug, you're amazing, though you could have left a little food for me. Yug replied, Okay, I'll leave some next time. Yug asked, Master, since I'm so useful, can I stay here forever? Ceres was surprised. Don't you want to go home? Yug was silent for a moment. Home? She said. Monsters only have nests, not homes. Ceres pondered for a second. then finally said, "Just don't let anyone find out you're a monster. This is a human city, after all. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble." Yug said happily, "I'll hide myself well." A system notification appeared. Affection level has reached 100, value doubled after contact. Saris was taken aback. Yug touched Sari's face. "My business is finished now. Now, it's your turn, master." Saris was confused. "My turn for what?" Yug explained. "Back in the dungeon, I blocked a few hammers for you, which used up a lot of my mana. Your master agreed to pay me double." Saris forced a smile. "I think that did happen." He frowned. "The doubling of my power after contact with her will be a great help for the journey ahead. This is like killing two birds with one stone." The file was placed in front of him. Dij drove happily, thinking they must be close to Sarah's house. Yug forcefully tore the cloth. She held Saris on her lap and caressed him. "Master's body really is adorable." She leaned down, making me unable to resist getting closer. Yug opened her mouth. "I just want to eat you all up," Ceres cried out. His body convulsed continuously. Defense plus 2,400. Agility plus 3,200. Attack power plus 3,600. Yug's tail curled up. She hugged Ceres tightly. "My magic power is starting to recover. Focus plus 2,460. Perception plus 3,000. Endurance plus 3,620. Mana plus 2,680. Yug tightened her grip on Ceres, making him cry out, "That hurts." Yug let out a long breath and said, "Master, I'm so sorry. I got a little too excited and forgot to control my strength." Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Yug asked, "Is someone here?" Ceres replied, "It's probably the secretary with my promotion notice." Ceres spoke urgently. "Yug, go hide for a moment." Ceres watched Yug hide away, then turned the doorknob and opened the door. He greeted her. "Miss Secretary, you're here. I was just taking a shower, so it took me a second to open up." DJ smiled and handed him the file. "It's no problem. I've already taken care of all the paperwork for your appointment. Inside are your captain's card and your promotion notice." Ceres took them. "Thanks." Deej added, "Oh, right. I also bought some fruit. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got a little of everything." Ceres was delighted. "That's great. I just ran out of food at home." Hiding behind the wall, Yug pressed her ear against it to eavesdrop. Deej said if he liked it, she would bring more next time. Yug muttered, "Sounds like a woman." Deej said shyly, "If you need help with anything in the future, just let me know." Ceres said, "All right." Suddenly, Yug walked up from behind them. "You two seem to be having a nice chat." Deej was startled. "Huh?" She thought to herself. "She's huge." Ceres felt a pang of guilt. "Yug, why did you come out here?" he stammered, trying to explain. She's. But Ceres was stunned when he saw Yug. She had transformed into a human. Yug hugged Ceres' face and nuzzled him. "I'm his dear little sister, right, big brother?" Ceres had no choice but to play along. "Right." Deej was visibly displeased. Yug continued to provoke her. "Come on, big brother, give me a kiss." Ceres panicked. "Yug, wait, don't." Deej immediately snatched the bag of fruit back. Ceres was confused. "My fruit." Deej walked away, annoyed. "Goodbye." Ceres was dejected. "That little brat." Yug grinned mischievously. "Master, I know a little transformation magic." Ceres sighed. "And now we're out of food again." Deej angrily slammed the bag of fruit onto a trash can lid. Ceres strapped on his leg armor, followed by his arm guards. He said, "Yug, I have an important mission for you. Transform into a human, go buy food, and don't let anyone find out." Yug replied, "Don't worry, master. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Ceres was fired up. "Time to go find Satis." He opened the door, only to be blocked by a bag. Ceres stared at it in surprise. It was the bag of fruit, with a note attached that simply said, "Humph." Ceres wondered why there was a note with the fruit. He picked it up and saw a few words scrawled on the back. "I hope you're not mad." Meanwhile, Satusis was leading a team with a map. A few team members were flattering him. "The whole way has been smooth sailing, without any obstacles. We haven't even run into a single trap." Another said, "That's right. Following Captain Satusis was definitely the right choice." Satusis puffed out his chest. "This is the power of my intelligence network. You guys are going to hit the jackpot following me this time." Satusis smirked and thought, "With the map my brother gave me, this journey is like a walk in the park. There's a fork up ahead. We should probably go left." A team member laughed and said, "Over a dozen A-rank hero teams have come to the Ka Zone, but not a single one has conquered this place. Using their intel to beat the boss. They'll be furious when they find out." Satusis said smugly. "So what if they find out?" He gave a sinister grin. "The guild headquarters rule is that whichever team defeats the boss first gets all the resources. If their intel gets leaked, that's their own fault." The magical beast collapsed with a thud as the system announced, A-rank magical beast, the Southstone giant soldier, has been slain. Receiving the map for this area, Ceres marveled at how much his own value had increased. Defeating A-rank magical beasts was so much easier now, and it was almost all thanks to Yug. Ceres checked Sadis's location. Sadis had run to the deepest part of this place. In the boss room, Sadis's team was walking when they heard a noise from the bushes. Sadis was on high alert. "There's movement," he shouted. "Attention, something's on the left. Everyone, draw your weapons and get ready." Sadis was shocked. "Huh?" He stared in disbelief as Ceres stepped out. "It's Ceres." Satus's mind was in chaos. "Why is he here? Could he have come for the leaked information too?" Satus asked. "Ceres, what are you doing here?" Ceres replied, "Same as you, killing magical beasts." Satus asked again, "Where's your team?" Ceres walked right past him. "I came alone. I'm in a hurry. See ya." Ceres gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Running into you is such bad luck," Satus thought in astonishment. "Taking on an A-rank underground city alone. I knew it. He must know that Boss Shia is low on health. This brat is even more cunning than I am, trying to hog all the credit for himself," Satus ordered. "Everyone, pick up the pace. Follow me." The whole team responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Satus thought to himself, "I absolutely cannot let him find the weakened Boss Shia and steal my glory." Ceres commanded the map to activate. The system displayed. Map activated. All props in this area will now be indicated. Signal staff. Lifting this sword will swap the left and right paths ahead. Using it can activate or deactivate the mechanism. Ceres quietly observed the sword stuck in the ground. At that moment, Satus walked over. He chuckled to himself. "According to the map my brother gave me, there's a fork at the entrance ahead. The right path is a dead end. The left is the only way forward." Satus sped past Ceres, glancing at the sword that couldn't be lifted. "Looks like the intel you got isn't as good as mine." Satus's team ran towards the door. "Once I get through the left path, I'll block it off. Ceres, you can forget about getting any of the credit." Suddenly, a massive, roaring mouth appeared above them. Satus looked up in terror and screamed, "It's a dragon! Wait a second. I think there's someone on top of that dragon." Satus was bewildered. "How can there be a dragon here? The map my brother gave me, and the intel never mentioned this." The dragon's massive tail slammed into the wall, sending Satus's team into a panic. "The wall is collapsing! Fall back!" The dragon was struggling up above. The person grabbed its tail and readied their fist. A single punch was thrown, and the dragon was knocked out cold. Satus screamed, "The dragon's falling! Get out of the way!" The dragon crashed to the ground right in front of the team members. Satus was terrified. She took that dragon down with her bare hands. The girl who had just defeated the dragon walked up to the group. "I'm Daphne, an S-rank hero from the KA zone," she said. "Which zone are you all from?" Satus quickly answered, "Zone Z." "We're the team from Zone Z," Daphne asked again. "You're also here to conquer the underground city of Sha?" Satus said, "That's right." Daphne said coldly, "We in Zone K almost never call for support from Zone Z. Are you trying to compete with me?" Satus thought to himself. Confronting her will definitely not end well. So Satus immediately put on a friendly act. "No, no, no. We can cooperate. It would be an honor to fight alongside you." Daphne said, "You probably won't get that chance." Satus was taken aback. "Huh?" Daphne said coldly. "I never cooperate with others. Only weak little runts want to rely on someone else." A floating drop of water appeared by her ear. A voice came from the droplet. "Help! Are there any heroes nearby? Is anyone there? Please send support." Daphne bent her knees to build momentum, while a group of people started screaming in chaos as if they'd seen a dragon. "If you're scared, then go home and stop causing a scene," she threatened. "You're not even qualified to be my competitors. When I get back in a bit, I don't want to see a single one of you here. This is a warning." Daphne jumped, and the force of her push-off was so strong that the ground around her cracked and caved in. A frightened Satus screamed. Daphne flew straight up into the air. She frowned. Based on the sound, their position can't be too far from here. Ceres watched in amazement. She can fly. Meanwhile, Satus took this opportunity to run to the door. He chuckled to himself. What a great chance. Before that woman gets back, I'll find Boss Shia and deliver the final blow. I have the map. I can definitely do it. Ceres wondered. Are they in that much of a hurry? Satus slashed at the wall. There must be another mechanism here somewhere. From above, a section of the wall was revealed and slid down. With a loud noise, the wall sealed the passage. Satus said smugly, I've closed this place off. All the credit will be ours. His team members cheered. Long live the captain. Ceres grabbed the hilt of the sword. The system announced that his mana value was rapidly draining. It was at 12,481. Then it dropped to 9,278. Then to 6,495. And finally, only 3,536 remained. With all his might, Ceres finally pulled the sword out. As Satusus's team was walking, everything suddenly began to shake violently. They were bewildered. An earthquake? The system announced, Shadow Treasure Scepter has been acquired. Ceres casually slung the sword over his shoulder and walked down the path on the right. Satusus led his team deeper inside. The people from Zone K who went ahead of us have already cleared out the mana beasts on the path to the boss room. We should be able to catch up soon. He smirked. It's hard to say if there are any monsters on the other path. Over there were more than a dozen B-rank wild wolves, the black obsidian claws. Ceres, he came here all by himself. He's a dead man for sure. Satusus laughed loudly. Look at him, trying to compete with us. He really doesn't know his own limits. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. We're already a big step ahead. One of the team members cried out in alarm. Captain, up ahead. Satusus calmly looked up. Oh. When he saw a pack of B-rank black obsidian claws in front of him, he was terrified. Wolves. What's going on? There shouldn't be any mana beasts on this path, right? The wolves roared and charged. Satusus shouted, They're charging! Prepare for battle! In the Shia boss room, Satis was stretching and yawning. Satis sighed. I'm dead tired. I've never let the mana beasts drink this much blood before. Satis said, Don't disappoint me. Shia was brimming with power. I feel like my body isn't the same as before. It feels like a constant stream of power is flowing through me. My strength has increased many times over, Sadir asked. Lord Satis, can Xia really kill all those people? Satis replied, Based on strength alone, the current Xia is definitely stronger than those people. Sadir quickly said, But that guy seems to be able to increase his power while fighting. Satis smiled cheerfully. It won't be like that this time. All the mana beasts in this underground city are male. Ceres came face to face with the mana beasts. The wolf pack stared intently at his sword. Drawing the sword used up too much mana. Now, let's see what it can do. Using this sword to strike, the suggested locations can activate the mechanisms. Several points of light appeared around him. Ceres thought, let's turn this city into my own tool. There was an arrow trap mechanism right in front of him, so Ceres thrust his sword into it. The mechanism activated, and countless arrows shot out, causing the wolves to howl in agony as they were hit. A wolf that wasn't hit by any arrows charged toward Ceres. Ceres frowned. Its hide is so tough, yet it still charged through. The tip of his sword began to glow. Ceres swung his sword, slashing the wolf in half. Another one lunged forward. Ceres gripped the hilt tightly, swung down, and split the wolf's head in two. Meanwhile, Satisus's team was scattering and fleeing. The strength of these wolves is definitely above B rank. Captain, save us! Satisus yelled. Retreat! Get back, now! They ran as fast as they could back to the starting point, but they were met with the wall that had sealed the passage. One team member panicked. We're screwed. The way back was sealed by Captain Satusus when we came in. You've really screwed us over this time, they screamed. Those wolves are right behind us, Satusus ordered. You guys go, hold off those wild wolves. I'll check the map to see how to open the door. The men struggled desperately. Satusus, hurry up. We can't hold on much longer. Satusus looked at the map and wanted to cry, screaming internally. The map only shows the mechanism to close the door. There's absolutely nothing about opening it. At the same time, on Ceres' side, two wolves were charging at him simultaneously. They opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp fangs. Ceres waited for the right moment as they got close, then jumped to the side, letting the two of them crash into each other. Ceres backed away, glancing at the stone gate mechanism beside him. The two wolves charged again. Ceres stabbed the mechanism, and a wall descended from the ceiling. Just as the two wolves reached him, they were crushed right under the wall, and mana beast blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, the stone gate on Satusus's team's side lifted, and the men hurriedly ran through. The captain opened the door. Let's fall back. Satusus, however, was still stunned. How did the door open by itself? He quickly got up to run, but a wolf managed to bite his leg. Satusus fell, screaming. Ceres then pulled his sword out of the mechanism, solving the problem with ease. The stone gate on Ceres' side rose, and at the same time, the stone gate on Satusus's side came down, severing the head of the wolf biting Satusus's leg. His body was thrown clear. He kicked the wolf's head away and screamed in pain over his leg. Ceres slung the sword over his shoulder. This sword isn't half bad. Ceres turned and continued on. The system pointed straight ahead and to the right. Behind him, wolf carcasses lay scattered everywhere. Satusus limped past the wolf carcasses. The person supporting him asked with concern, Captain, your leg is injured this badly. Do you really want to keep going? I have a bad feeling. The strength of the mana beasts here isn't right. How about we fall back and regroup first? Satusus angrily cursed. Fall back my ass. Ceres is already ahead of us. If he finds Xia first, we're in trouble. Satisus's mind was in turmoil. This time, even with the map, he'd come up empty-handed without any reward. If he went back like this, his brother would definitely kill him. He looked around, thinking all the monsters here had been killed. The layout of this path perfectly matched the map. Sadasus tore the map, grinding his teeth in anger. This is the right way. You were holding the map upside down. Bro, you nearly got me killed. The two of them stopped. They looked at the two paths ahead of them. It was another fork in the road. Captain, which way should we turn this time? Satusus calculated silently. The map showed the path to the right. Without hesitation, Satusus pointed to the left. The system continuously guided him. Turn left ahead, turn right ahead, continue right. You have arrived at the boss room. Ceres was a little surprised. He wondered, why is boss Shia outside of this room? Shia said, you little brat. To think you were able to pull out the shadow staff. You've got some skill. Ceres raised his sword. Satus is in here, isn't he? Shia said, I'll take your head in there with me to meet the goddess Satus. Ceres couldn't believe his ears. Goddess? You think Satus is a woman? Shia insisted. Lord Satus possesses a magnificent chest, snow-white skin, and even a delicate fragrance. If that's not a woman, could Satus possibly be a man? Ceres struck the seal mechanism with his sword. Think whatever you want. A giant axe fell from above. Shia clenched his fists, watching the approaching axe blade. He shattered the mechanism into pieces with his bare hands. Shia let out a powerful roar. Ceres was shocked. He didn't even need a weapon to deal with the trap? Sia stomped his foot and lunged viciously at Ceres. You dare call my goddess a man? Your disrespect to her is an insult to me. Die! Ceres was startled. He's so fast. Shia's blade slammed down, shattering the ground at his feet. Ceres escaped with his life, but the shadow staff was sliced in two. Shia said, Your sword is really getting in the way, Ceres remarked. Such immense power, he muttered. But that's fine. Now, it's my turn. Ceres dashed forward like a flash of lightning, using flash slash. He instantly appeared behind Shia. Ceres swung his sword, but Shia quickly turned and blocked the attack. Ceres was shocked. He blocked my slash. Another Shai appeared, saying smugly, What's there to be surprised about? Physical clones are my specialty. He brought his blade down hard on Ceres' head. Ceres parried with his broken sword. Shia laughed triumphantly. Satis has multiplied my strength several times over. He said, Killing you will be as easy as squashing a bug. Ceres gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on as the shadow staff began to crack. His power is immense. He's the strongest monster I've ever faced. From behind, another Shia charged forward. Shia shouted, Split into two. Ceres immediately jumped up. He kicked off Shia's blade. Shia swatted Ceres into the cliffside like he was hitting a baseball. The two Shias looked incredibly smug. Ceres, battered in the rubble, thought, I didn't expect this guy to have clones too. This is going to be a bit tricky. Meanwhile, Sadasus's team was in chaos, attacked by a giant stone golem. Satusus, you led us into another dead end. The monster brought its weapon down, sending the whole group scattering. Satusus lay on the ground, screaming in terror. Help me, Satusus. You two, don't run. Help me up. My legs are frozen. Satusus squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, Somebody, save me. The next second, the monster's weapon snapped in two. With a series of loud thuds, the monster staggered and fell. The monster's body crumbled into stone, raining down on the ground. She asked, Were you the ones calling for help just now? Terrified, Satusus finally peeked his eyes open. Huh? He was stunned. Daphne said impatiently, I'm asking you, were you the ones screaming for help? Satusus replied, Yes. The panicked team members were saved. I thought I was going to die here. Daphne crushed the stone golem. We ran in such a hurry we forgot about Captain Satusus. He should be fine, right? Daphne launched a kick straight into Satusus's mouth, sending him flying several feet. The team members were horrified. Captain, crap, the captain's been knocked out. Daphne was annoyed. What is with all the losers in Zone Z? Look at all of you, calling yourselves heroes, yet you tremble in fear before a monster. It's absolutely pathetic. Relying on useless trash like you, this world will be ruled by the Demon King in no time. Satusus was unconscious, and the other two were pale with fear. Listening to her, they heard, If you still want to stand on this stage, go back and train properly first. At least try not to be so ridiculous. Now get out of my sight. I don't want to see you useless fools again. The two immediately grabbed Satusus and fled. Yes, let's go. I wanted to get out of here ages ago. Daphne turned around. She crouched down, gathering her strength. According to intel, the boss room should be in the deepest part, 37 degrees to the south, straight ahead. Daphne then launched herself forward, blasting right through the walls. The thick, sturdy walls were pierced by her charge. Daphne used her arms to smash through the stone walls, leaving a trail of destruction wherever she went. At that moment, Ceres was struggling to catch his breath. Damn it, Shia's strength is on a whole other level. The two boss Zayas attacked Ceres at the same time. Lord Sadas has promised me that if I kill you, we will be wed. He swung his blade down, For my beautiful love, die. Ceres cursed inwardly. Damn it, are there no other female monsters here? Suddenly, the wall exploded, and she made a cool entrance. Ceres was surprised. Daphne was also surprised. Why is there another person from Zone Z here? She said, it looks like your body is seriously injured. You've been defeated by the monster. I'll handle this monster. You don't need to die like this. Get lost. Ceres ignored her words. This boss is stronger than I imagined. I'll help you kill him. Daphne was furious. You'll help me? Ceres muttered. Lock on. Daphne grabbed Ceres by his shirt. Is your brain waterlogged? Or did you not understand what I said? Their faces were close as Daphne continued to yell, I'll handle this monster. You losers from Zone Z better stay out of it. The system announced. Target locked. Daphne said, if you don't, I'll suddenly. The two of them kissed. Ceres' attack power increased by 1,320. Hot-headedness, 77%. Daphne's eyes widened in shock as the kiss broke. Daphne blushed in confusion. Why did I? Xia roared in anger. Are you two treating me like I don't exist? Making out while you're in a fight with me? Embarrassed, Daphne threw a punch that missed Ceres. Get away from me, she thought to herself. I've never even kissed anyone before. The other Xia leaped toward them. Ignoring me. Are you? Bastards. Ceres and Daphne immediately split apart, causing the two Xia's attacks to miss. Ceres kicked off a blade, leaped up, and slashed at Xia's neck. A scratch appeared on Xia's neck. His power seems to have increased a bit. Daphne was still stunned. That sudden kiss. It must have been an accident from standing too close. I even used my tongue. She replayed the moment in her mind. So soft and warm. Is this what a kiss feels like? Lust level, 85%. Ceres shouted a warning. Daphne, stop spacing out. He threw his arm in front of her as Xia swung his sword. Daphne leaned back, dodging the blow which struck the wall behind her. The chest plate of Daphne's armor shattered, and she looked down at it in a panic. Ceres stood in front of Daphne. That was too close. You almost got hit. Xia swung his blade again. You're fast. Ceres gritted his teeth and blocked the attack. His arm pressed against Daphne's chest, causing her to let out a few suggestive moans. Lust level, 88%. Daphne felt lightheaded and blushed. It felt like an electric current was running through her body. Her entire body seemed paralyzed, unable to move. Lust level, 92%. Attack power plus 2,300. Ceres knocked Xia back, surprising him. This guy's power, it's actually increasing. I need to finish him off quickly. Daphne was still lost in her thoughts. I'm done for. This tingling sensation has already spread to my lower body. My legs feel a little weak. Daphne bit her finger. This feeling is so strange. I've never experienced it before. If this keeps up, my whole body will go numb. Lust level, 97%. She thought she couldn't fight anymore. Then she pulled herself together. Calm down. I can't think about that anymore. I came here to exterminate demon beasts. I have to get my body to move and reduce this tingling sensation. She saw Ceres struggling against the two Cs. He already blocked 2 attacks for me. I don't want to be a burden in this fight. Ceres fell back. My current strength isn't enough. We need to attack together. Daphne scoffed coldly. I'm not teaming up with you. I don't cooperate with others. That's my principle. I've always eliminated demon beasts on my own. Ceres was stunned. Huh? Suddenly, Daphne's voice softened. But, there are 2 of them. We'll each take one and fight on our own. That way, it won't be considered a violation of my principles. We can quickly eliminate the demon beasts without technically cooperating. Daphne hesitated. Do you agree? Ceres walked over to Daphne's side. He reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and said, All right, with you here, I'm sure I can win. Daphne gasped. His hand is so warm. That tingling sensation is back again. Lust level, 99%. Elsewhere, demon beast blood trickled from Satis's mouth as his face twisted in pain. This body without a heart or lungs is reaching its limit. Damn it, Satan worriedly said. Lord Satis, you're coughing up blood. Satis muttered. Xia, haven't you finished off those 2 humans yet? Meanwhile, Daphne's mind was in turmoil. Before, I would have just hit him and told him to get lost. But now, this battle plan I came up with, is it really to quickly defeat the demon beast? Or is it because of this constant impulse from deep inside to get closer to him, and I have to use this fight to suppress that impulse? Satis took out a gem. Satan, I don't have much time left to wait for Xia to deal with those humans. This is my blood soul. In a moment, you will give this to Xia to eat. I can then possess his body and power, Satus explained. Gaining power in his physical form will allow me to bypass the markings of the gods. However, in Xia's body, I can only inherit my power for a few dozen seconds. And within that time, I must forcibly take back my internal organs. Right now, I can only take the risk. Satan looked thoughtfully at the blood soul and said, That human will die here. Satis's eyes glowed red. Satan, you seem quite interested in that man. Satan grew flustered. And no, not at all. I feel nothing but hatred for creatures like humans. Meanwhile, Saris was struggling in the fight, and his already damaged sword chipped even more. My ribs. They feel like they've been broken to pieces. The power boost from before wasn't nearly enough. Daphne quickly pulled Saris back. Watch out. Xia swung his blade down. Take this. Daphne raised her arm to block the blow. She held Saris tightly. The two of them were thrown back, and Saris' face was pressed against something large. Daphne let out a moan. Oh my god, that feeling is back again. Defense plus 1,310. The two Xias crossed their blades. A perfect chance. Blood poured from Ciri's nose as he grimaced and panted. Daphne panicked. He's bleeding. I wasn't careful and I crushed him. Daphne covered her chest. Sorry, it was just an accident. The two Xias gathered a large ball of electricity. One blow to finish you off. They swung their swords in unison, launching the sphere. A huge beam of energy shot out, and the ground exploded with a deafening roar. When the attack ended, all that remained was rubble and dust. Xia laughed triumphantly. Those two humans must have been blown to bits, right? The other Xia gasped. Daphne was standing in front of Ceres. She panicked. My armor. It's broken. It must have taken too much of an impact just now, huh? She turned to Ceres and asked, Are you okay? Ceres replied, I'm fine. Just a few broken ribs. Daphne said, You're no match for Xia at all. If I let you fight him, you'll definitely die. Daphne covered her chest with one hand. I'll handle this battle alone, she thought. According to my principles, I should probably be sending him away right now, Daphne panted. But the moment I think about forcing him to leave, that intense feeling suddenly returns, a desire to be close to him. Daphne blushed and glanced at him. I really want to hug him and experience that wonderful feeling again, Daphne said coldly. My armor was shattered just now. Now, you're going to come over here and hold me tight. Ceres was dumbfounded. Huh? Daphne explained. I don't want that demon beast to see my body. If I use one hand to cover my chest to keep everything from falling out, I can only fight the beast with my other hand. My combat power would be greatly reduced that way. Therefore, Daphne said shyly, it would be better if you came over here to hold me and cover me up a bit. She asked herself, what in the world am I saying? Daphne waved Ceres closer, but her mind was racing. Wait, calm down. Why am I having thoughts like this? I can't let this desire control me. She told herself she was an S-rank warrior. My body and mind have gone through countless tests. There's absolutely no way. I'd lose control of my own desires. Ceres cried out. Man, it still really hurts. After this is over, I need to find Lilia for some healing. Daphne immediately thought, he's injured. She comforted herself. That's right, he's a wounded soldier. What's appearing in my mind isn't desire, but the responsibility to protect the weak. Daphne reached out to Ceres and embraced him. Protecting the weak and the injured is the duty of a warrior. I must protect you. Lust level, 100%. Upon contact, all stats doubled. The Xias shouted and charged forward. Both of them slashed downwards at the same time. Daphne deftly leaped up to dodge. She soared high into the air, holding Ceres in her arms. Her thighs clenched. My body is starting to react again. This tingling sensation is even stronger than before. This time, it feels like a fire is burning through my body. Her face flushed red. I'm a hero. I have to overcome this. Ceres winced as his nose started bleeding again. I'm completely pinned. Her body is so soft. The arms Ceres wrapped around her were also firm. Agility plus 3,200, focus plus 2,450, magic power plus 3,130, attack power 4,300. Daphne landed and said, I only hugged you to protect you while you were injured. Don't get the wrong idea. Looking up, he said, Of course. We're both pure-hearted. It was all just a sacrifice, for the sake of victory. They looked at Xia in shock. It had split into 4 clones, quadrupling its power. This is my body's limit. Daphne was shocked. The demonic beast split into 4. Ceres thought to himself. Just in case, I'll endure it a little longer. Perception plus 4,300. Sadir stared pensively at the blood soul in her hand, remembering Sadis's words. Sadir, don't forget, you drank my blood. You've already resonated with my body. If I die, you can't live either. Sadir looked on in silence. The image that appeared in her eyes was the mushroom Ceres had given her. Sadis said, Sadir, once I get the organs, I will reward you with invincible power. You are worthy of becoming one of my concubines. You'll experience the ultimate pleasure. Now, go find Xia. Sadir left. Yes, sir. Satis thought, as long as I close my eyes, I can see what's happening outside through the blood soul. The image came through the blood soul in Sadir's hand. Sadir, don't disappoint me. Rewind to a few minutes earlier. Satis was surprised. What? You don't like being held? Sadir replied, I'm not used to being touched, so please, don't. Satis laughed. In your dreams, I have no such intentions for you. Only a powerful demon king is worthy of mating with me. You're still a long, long way off. You're only fit to be a guard dog. Get out, Sadir frowned. Yes, she thought to herself. This person is even crueler than any human. As Xia charged, Daphne said, hold me tight. She threw a punch, deflecting Shia's blade. At the same time, another Shia charged from behind. Daphne glanced at Sari's face, which was squished between them. Defense plus 4,300, agility plus 4,400, perception plus 4,700. Daphne lifted her leg for a straight kick, her thigh brushing against Sari's. Magic power plus 4,820, endurance plus 4,900, attack power plus 5,000. Another Xia clone rushed forward, shouting. Daphne blocked its blade with both hands. As Xia pressed down, Sari's leveled up by 1. Xia activated a binding skill. She was in a tough spot, completely unable to move. My stamina is draining way too fast. The 3 remaining Xias gathered together. Destroy them. To win Sadis's love, sacrificing 1 clone and a quarter of our power is no great loss for us. Daphne looked at the orb Xia was creating. This is it. I'm done for. My armor is gone, Xia shouted. You 2 humans, die. Ceres, level 25, all stats, plus 15,000. Ceres turned around. Now, it's my turn. Xia was shocked. No way. He broke free from my restraints. Ceres threw a punch, striking Xia. The demonic beast was sent flying into a wall with a single blow, shattering it. Sadir was astonished. Huh? She looked outside. Was Xia really sent flying? Daphne sat on the ground. My stamina. It's been completely drained. Ceres said confidently. It's all right. This time, I'll be the one to protect you. The 3 Sias unleashed their attack, sending a giant orb hurtling towards Ceres. He clenched his fist and shouted, get a taste of my level 25 fist. Ceres threw a punch, knocking Xia's power orb right back at them. The 3 Xia clones were hit by their own attack. Daphne was amazed. How did his fist suddenly get so powerful? Sadir stared, stunned, at the unconscious Xia beside her. Sadis shouted, this is your chance. Sadir, eat Xia. What are you just standing there for? The image that flashed in Sadir's eyes was the mushroom Ceres had given her. She bit her lip, then screamed, I never wanted to be one of your concubines. Sadir forcefully gripped the blood soul. Sadis, you make me sick. Sadis angrily slammed his hand on a stone pillar. Sadir, you bastard, how dare you crush my blood soul? Sadir's wrist was immediately severed. She screamed in pain. My hand! A red curtain flew over. Sadis appeared from within it and snatched the blood soul back. He then quickly shoved the blood soul into Shia's mouth, and Xia swallowed it. The Xia in front of Ceres screamed as power was drained from its body. Ceres was shocked. What's happening to this thing? Sadis appeared and absorbed all of Xia's power. Sadis then split into multiple copies, shocking Ceres. Daphne cried out. Ceres was horrified. No way. Why are there so many of them? Then, he suddenly realized. That's right. The system had noted his true identity. Ceres activated the map to locate Sadis, but he was even more shocked. How is this possible? They're all the real Sadis. Sadis exhaled. I'll suck out every last one of his organs within 1 minute, Daphne shouted as she charged towards Sadis, throwing a punch. Sadis just casually put out a hand to block, her fist not even making contact. He flicked his hand away. Annoying. Daphne was sent flying, crashing straight through a wall. Ceres panicked as she fell into the rubble. She lay there, exhausted. System. Sadis Min's destroyer mother. You have 1 chance to activate. Ceres was frantic. I only have 1 chance. I have to find his real body. Sadis spoke up. Every single one of me here is the real body. He smiled smugly. The one thing in the system that could threaten me is no longer effective. Unless you can kill us until only one of me remains. 2 of the Sadis grabbed Ceres' arms and pressed them against their chests. Do you still want to fight me? Player is immune to all attacks from Sadis. Another Sadis grabbed his head, pressing it to their chest. I know. 3 Sadis held Ceres tightly. I actually don't want to attack you or cause you pain. I just want to make you feel a sense of release. The remaining Sadis stepped forward. Pleasure isn't pain, so the system can't block it. Sadis touched the armor on his lower body. I'm now going to pull every one of your internal organs out in a single breath. You'll feel extreme pleasure, and then you'll die. Terrified, Ceres screamed, Hey, I'm not interested in you at all. I'm only attracted to beautiful girls. Sadis teased. Not interested in me at all? Your body is giving a different answer, and on that subject, I'm very confident. Sadis then opened his mouth wide. The whites of Ceres' eyes showed in his terror. Oh crap, no way, let me go. Suddenly, Sadir charged forward, knocking Sadis aside. Sadis frowned. Sadir. Sadir said, Satis, this multi-body state only lasts for a few dozen seconds. If you don't want him to catch you, run now. Ceres broke free from Sadis. He jumped to the side. I'm free. So his power only lasts for a few dozen seconds? Reaching out his hand, Satis asked, Sadir, why are you helping a human? If I die, you can't live either. I don't understand, Sadir replied. Can't I just consider this repaying him for the mushroom? Satis was confused. What did he mean? Sadir smiled gently. I mean, I don't want this human to die. His favorability is at 100%. Ceres was stunned. Satis waved his hand. Then you shall disappear. Ceres murmured, Rest in peace. Sadir suddenly vanished, causing Sarah's attack to miss. Sadir landed right where Yug was at home, cleaning the toilet. Yug shouted, Someone fell down here. She was surprised. Sadir looked dazed. I'm still alive. Satis was confused. How could he not sense Sadir at all? She had escaped the range of his perception. The Satis clones looked at Ceres, thinking this human had taken her away. But there was no time to think about that now. They needed to get the heart back. Ceres ran to pick up Shia's sword. Shia's weapon is so heavy, I can barely hold it with 2 hands. Satis surrounded Ceres. You think having another weapon in your hands means you can beat me? I can overpower you with just my body's raw strength. Now, let's finish what we started before we were so rudely interrupted. Just as Satus was about to grab Ceres, he used flash, step, slash. Ceres slashed at Satus's body. Satis sneered. Our system skills are both disabled, but with your pathetic strength, you can't even scratch my body. Ceres said, I never said I wanted to fight you. I just wanted to dodge your attacks. Satis let out an, oh? You can't rely on that move to escape, you know. Flash step slash has a 10-second cooldown. You idiot. The Satis clones lunged forward. You can't escape now. Just come back to my embrace, and I'll grant you an ecstatic death. Ceres suddenly vanished. System has been locked. Ceres had jumped behind the Satus clones. Satis was shocked. It hasn't even been 10 seconds. Satis wondered. How could he activate a system skill again? Ceres explained. Every one of your clones is a real body. That's how you were able to fool the system's mark. So, to the system, each clone is a completely new entity. I can keep locking onto your clones and activating flash step slash to dodge your attacks. If you want to catch me, your only choice is to dispel your clones, Ceres said. Or, we could keep playing like we were just now. I can do this for a long time, but it looks like you're running out of it. Satis clenched his fists. Damn it, I didn't think of this at all. Now I can't catch him anymore. Am I really going to run away, find a new body, and continue being hunted by some weak little human? The Satis clones roared as they unleashed a wave of energy. I am the god of demonic beasts. What is this humiliation? The system is even on his side. Instantly, a surge of power shot upwards, blasting a hole through the ceiling. Ceres was shocked. Is Satis trying to escape? The Satis clones looked up and, using Shia's cloning ability, shattered their bodies into tiny pieces. With a loud bang, they exploded in the sky like fireworks, releasing a shower of tiny pink particles. Ceres stared in stunned silence as Satus's body exploded. Those pink particles flew into the hands of every demonic beast, my harem. I grant you my blood soul power. Kill the human who comes for them, and then restore me to my original form. Ceres was horrified. Satis was gone. The system initiated a new mission. Obtain Satis fragments to reduce toxicity outbreaks and increase lifespan. Something red fell from the explosion. Ceres looked at the object on the ground. His body blew to pieces. Is Shia's head all that's left? System has unlocked the inventory. Can store items. Capacity is proportional to level. Current inventory has 5 slots. Ceres pondered for a moment. Notification. Shia's head has no value. Store it? Ceres replied. Store. Daphne coughed a few times. Ceres finally noticed her and ran over to help her up. Daphne was in shock. I lost. That beast knocked me out with a single flick of its hand. How could my power be so weak? Ceres helped support her. Let's get out of here first. Satussus and his 2 squad members were outside. The blonde-haired man asked nervously, Captain, are we going back to the guild now? Satussus was on the verge of tears. I'm screwed. I'm screwed. I'm really screwed this time. I'm going back empty-handed. I'm dead for sure. What am I going to tell my big brother? Just then, Ceres emerged, helping Daphne. The blonde-haired man shouted, Captain, they're back. Satussus was surprised. Huh? Ceres? How is that kid still alive? He thought, my only option is to ask Daphne to share some of the credit with me. At least then I can keep my position as captain. Satussus humbly approached them. Miss Daphne, the demonic beast inside has been dealt with, right? Could you? Daphne cut him off. I lost. Satussus was astonished. Huh? You lost? Even you failed? He thought with a smirk. This is great. Even an S rank like Daphne couldn't handle it. The intel on Boss Shah was definitely wrong. There's no way Shah was weakened. He looked at Ceres. I just need to find someone to blame, and I'll be safe. Satussus pointed a finger right at Ceres' face. Ceres, you brat. You must have held Miss Daphne back, causing her to fail. This mission's failure is all on you. You'll take full responsibility. Ceres thought to himself, I knew it. This guy wants to pin the entire failure on me. Satusus smiled smugly. Miss Daphne, that's what happened, right? Daphne swung her hand, slapping Satusus across the face. You filthy scum! His two squad members rushed over in a panic. Captain! Oh my god, the captain got hit again. With his face planted on the ground, Satusus cursed internally. That hurts, you rotten old hag. Daphne rotated her wrist, loosening it up. She sat. My body feels like it's recovered pretty well. I'm going back on my own. Ceres asked with concern. Are you really okay? What about your injuries? Daphne snapped. I said I'm going back on my own. I don't need your help. She hesitated. Also, what happened in there? I don't want anyone else to know. Ceres just grunted in agreement. Daphne blushed and glanced at Ceres. If you dare tell anyone, I'll grind you into mincemeat. You hear me, you annoying brat? Then Daphne crouched down and leaped high into the air with so much force that the ground sank beneath her. Ceres sighed. She's got such a sharp tongue. As Daphne soared through the air, flashes of what happened earlier appeared in her mind, making her blush. Her thighs clenched. My mind's a mess. What on earth did I do? Why do those scenes keep replaying in my head? She frowned. Damn it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Sometime later, at the Z District Guild Hall, inside the conference room, a judge said, You have failed 2 consecutive missions, and your team suffered heavy casualties. You should know the consequences, shouldn't you? Satusus pleaded. Chief Judge, I can explain. It was all because of Ceres. Chief Judge Bulls roared. Silence. I haven't asked you yet. He said, one more word out of turn, and I'll throw you directly into prison. Bulls' voice was threatening. If you dare lie to my face, I will show you a living hell. Now, tell me the reason for the mission's failure. Satusus trembled. The reason we couldn't defeat Boss Shia. Shia. Was all Ceres' fault. Ceres walked into the guild's lobby and opened his inventory through the system. He pulled out the mass of red hair, and the people around him stared in fear. Satusus, with his slick tongue, lied. That brat Ceres took all the credit by leading us down the wrong path, causing the entire squad to be injured or killed. I was the one who sacrificed a leg to save them. Outside, every step Ceres took made passers-by tremble. Satusus continued his fabrication. Every time Ceres sees a monster, his legs turn to jelly. He doesn't have an ounce of a hero's spirit. The more he spoke, the more worked up he got. That includes this mission in the underground city. Last time, that kid was still my subordinate, but he refused to follow my command. His abilities are pathetic, which is why he's always been F rank. He's not qualified to be a hero in the slightest. He's just dead weight. Bulls pondered for a moment, then said, For now, strip the F rank Ceres of his captaincy and bring him here for questioning. I'll interrogate him myself. The monsters are extremely hostile, and Xia will attack the city at any moment to vent its rage. The city must immediately enter a level 2 alert state to protect the safety of its citizens. Satusus put on an angry facade. If that worthless piece of trash hadn't been dragging us down on this mission, I would have taken Xia's head long ago. Annoyed, Ceres threw something. Xia's head was hurled through the air, shattering the door. Satusus spun around in shock as Xia's head smashed right into his face. The people in the room were startled, looking on in astonishment. That's a monster's head. That looks like Xia's head. Who threw that in here? They saw the person standing outside the door. It was Ceres. Without a word, Ceres turned and walked away. Satusus cursed under his breath. That damn brat. Bulls' voice was grave. Satusus. He looked absolutely furious. Now, say what you just said one more time. 2 streams of tears ran down Satusus's face. Chief Justice, please, let me explain. After walking a short distance, Ceres let out a surprised, oh. Lilia. Lilia said, The Pontiff of the Holy Sanctum Church requests your presence. Ceres was surprised. Right now? Lilia replied, Yes. The Holy Pontiff has found a way to neutralize the poison in your body. The Holy Pontiff was a pink-haired woman, but why did she have a fragment of Satus on her leg? At the Birchance estate, Daphne was furiously pounding a punching bag. She punched relentlessly, but then the image of that kiss suddenly flashed in her mind. Daphne landed a powerful blow, tearing the punching bag open. She panted heavily. Damn it, why is that image still stuck in my head? She looked at the torn bag. Just hitting this isn't enough. I need to increase the intensity of my release. Only then can I focus my mind on building up my physical strength. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, sis. I heard your mission was a failure? 2 people walked in. The pink-haired girl named Dolly said with a smile, And you had to rely on a measly F-rank hero to get out of the dungeon? Sis, I seem to recall you have a principle about not working with others. Something about only relying on yourself, wasn't it? Daphne was irritated. Who let you in here? This is my room. Get out, Dolly said. There's no need to be so harsh with your little sister. Getting angry will affect your endocrine system, which is bad for your skin, and will make you look ugly. You know, the girl continued. And how exactly did this Ceres fellow manage to break my sister's no cooperation rule? I'm just dying to know. Daphne shot back. It's none of your business. What do you really want coming here? Dolly chuckled. I just heard you failed your mission, so as your good little sister, the first thing I had to do was come and check up on you. I wanted to tell you that as people live in this world, they develop their brains. As you get older, do you only know how to develop your limbs, sis? Daphne calmly replied. I don't know if you've developed your brain. Her words made Dolly blush with embarrassment. But you certainly haven't developed your body. Little sister. Dolly pointed a finger at Daphne, enraged. Rokuro, hit her. Rokuro said, Second young miss, as the butler. I cannot harm the eldest young miss. Daphne lifted a dumbbell with one hand. If you want to fight me, then come and get me. Dolly frowned in annoyance and turned away. I wouldn't stoop to such crude behavior. Rokuro, let's go. Yes, milady, Rokuro replied. Just as they turned, the dumbbell in Daphne's hand came flying at them. Rokuro glanced back and reached out a hand. His hand transformed into a giant demonic arm. He crushed the dumbbell. Dolly asked, Why is it so windy in this room? Rokuro's hand returned to normal as he released a black particle. It was just a bug flying by. Dolly cried out, Ugh, how disgusting. Go wash your hands quickly. Daphne watched them in silence. Dolly gave a wicked smile. Oh, sis, I'm going to take away everything you hold dear. That, Ceres, is mine. At the Holy See, Lilia led Ceres to the door. The pontiff is waiting for you inside. Only you may enter. Lilia watched Ceres walk in, then suddenly called out, Wait, Ceres, don't go in there. Ceres turned his head, confused. Huh? What did you just call me? Lilia stammered. Nothing. You must have misheard. Ceres pushed the door with both hands. It swung open to reveal a vast space with 2 chairs in the center. One was already occupied. Ceres stood and looked at the person who spoke up. I am the head of this holy see, Pontiff Seraphina. She stretched her leg out, placing her foot on the opposite chair. Seraphina said, Come here and sit. I want to speak with you as equals. Ceres suddenly grew tense and swallowed hard. As soon as Ceres sat down, Seraphina spoke. I know that the poison in your body was formed from the blood of Satis. Ceres let out a surprised, Huh? Seraphina continued. The blood of the demon god Satis. If a monster consumes it, its power will increase enormously. If a human consumes it, their body will melt instantly. She said, But your body has merged with the poison, so it will slowly dissolve your body from the inside. Ceres was shocked. Pontiff, Seraphina, you already understand the extent of the poison in me? Seraphina raised her foot and covered Ceres' mouth with it. When I speak, you will be silent. Seraphina stepped onto Ceres' chair. She stood up. It would be terrible if your blood were to be consumed by other monsters. That would surely bring a great catastrophe upon mankind. To prevent such a disaster from happening, Seraphina leaned in close. I must devour you. Ceres immediately leaped from his chair. Ceres frowned. She wants to eat me? But we're both human. Then, Ceres' eyes widened in horror as several tentacles emerged from Seraphina's body. A monster, Seraphina said. Although I am a monster, I stand with humanity. For the future of mankind. Let me devour you. System lock, engaged. The system presented 2 rows of mysterious cards. Please draw a card. Ceres thought to himself, There's no way I'm letting a monster eat me. He reached out and drew a card. Ceres' gloves turned gold, acquired gleeful angel gauntlets. When touching a locked enemy's body, it will charge the gauntlets with electricity and release a shockwave. Touching a sensitive spot will activate the lethal skill. Seraphina held up the Satis shard, saying, In the entire world, this is the only thing that can keep you alive. Seraphina then put the shard in her mouth. She savored it. The power Satis gives me is truly delicious. Ceres was stunned, as the tip of her branch had opened into a mouth. Seraphina said, After I devour you, I'll have the power to merge all of humanity's cities into one, and raise you all like livestock. You will all become believers of my holy order. Anyone with impure thoughts who dares to defy my teachings will be eaten alive by me. Then comes the purification. I will build a world completely free of impure thoughts. Ceres frowned. So what? That doesn't sound like you're protecting humanity at all. I will never let you eat me alive. Seraphina said smugly, I don't think you can escape from here, not with me standing right in front of you. Several mouths lunged at him. Ceres leaped to the side to dodge. He touched them and thought, These vines are also part of her body. Sensitivity, 1%. Ceres exclaimed, Only 1%? Let's give it a try. Ceres fired a shockwave from his gauntlet. He was surprised. Did I actually manage to injure it a little? An energy charge of 1% is nowhere near enough to cause any real damage. To touch her actual body, I have to get to other parts. The vines coiled around Ceres. As Serafina lifted him up, he screamed in fear. Serafina leaned in close to Ceres. Now, where should I start eating first? She noticed the scratch on Ceres' body. Your shoulder is bleeding. Serafina's voice was cheerful. We can't let this go to waste. She pressed her mouth to the wound. Ceres blushed and moaned as it tickled. Serafina marveled. Your blood. It tastes just like Sadas. She was overjoyed. It's truly intoxicating, brimming with power. No demon beast could resist this kind of temptation. Ceres winced. Damn it. In this situation, while she's drinking my blood, the veins on the vines look like they're about to burst. I have to break free, and fast. Ceres managed to wrench one hand free from the vines. He reached out and lightly touched Serafina's chest. Not close enough, just a little more. Sensitivity, 15%. Serafina angrily shoved Ceres away. What the hell do you think you're doing? I'm trying to eat you, and you're already thinking about doing lewd things to my body? Ceres raised his hand, firing a shockwave from his gauntlet at the vines wrapped around him. Ceres collapsed to the ground. Whoa, I didn't expect the shockwave's kickback to be that strong. Serafina winced. Ow, that hurts. Ceres thought. 15% only causes a minor injury? I just managed to touch her chest, so the power should have been much greater than this. Serafina's purification magic should lose its effect when healing a vine tainted by impure thoughts. And yet, she can still use it. He touched my body. Doesn't that mean his heart is already sullied by thousands of impure thoughts? Ceres charged forward. I'm fighting you for the freedom of humanity. With a nosebleed, Ceres yelled, how could my heart possibly have any impure thoughts? He slid forward, reaching his hand up between Serafina's legs. The most sensitive part of a human. It has to be here. There's nowhere else. Ceres' hand made contact, directly unleashing his lethal skill to end the fight. This arm is for the freedom of humanity. Serafina clamped her legs shut, trapping Ceres' hand. Ceres frowned. My freedom has been clamped down. Serafina spun around, trying to throw Ceres off. This hand of yours is a nuisance. I'll break it. Ceres' fingers dug into Serafina's skin. She let out a moan. Sensitivity. 11%. Ceres continued to scratch that spot with his fingers. Have a taste of my technique. Sensitivity. 14%. Serafina kicked Ceres away. She was panting heavily. Ceres sat up. After each energy charge, firing a shockwave uses up almost all his energy, leaving him with nothing. I can only get close and keep touching her body. That's the only way to effectively use Angel's ecstasy to deal damage. Serafina's legs trembled. This guy is so detestable, she thought. Just that little touch from before, and my legs are still shaking. There's this tingly, painful sensation. Serafina was furious. To disrespect me like this in my own holy cathedral is unforgivable. All the vines shot towards Ceres in unison. With only a 14% energy charge left, I can't possibly cut through her vines. Ceres calculated. Staying close to her body must be to my advantage. Otherwise, I won't be able to dodge her attacks later. Ceres fired a shockwave behind him, using it like a rocket to propel himself toward Serafina. As fast as lightning, Ceres weaved through the vines. I must charge forward for the future of humanity. I have to touch her body. Ceres got behind Serafina, leaped up, and reached his hand toward her butt. Perfect. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Ceres was bewildered. So hard. This sensation feels a little off. There's something growing here. Sensitivity, 6%. Serafina spun around and released him. You disrespectful brat. She kicked Ceres away, and the vines immediately surrounded him. Ceres panicked. This is bad. I have to dodge, or I'll be eaten alive. He aimed his gauntlet at the vines. With a 6% energy charge, I should be able to use the thrust to launch myself out of the air. Suddenly, he stopped. There seems to be something inside the vine's mouth. Just then, Ceres was swallowed whole by the vine's mouth. Serafina scoffed. You didn't even attack my vines. Have you given up on escaping? Well, no matter what you do, you'll still end up being eaten by me. Serafina moaned. It's been so long since I've had this feeling of devouring a person. Inside the vine's oral cavity, Ceres thought, this folded, slimy structure. There's no mistaking it. Ceres then stroked a line inside the mouth. Serafina's body suddenly jerked, and she moaned. What is this guy doing inside my vine? Sensitivity, 25%. Serafina writhed and cried out as the vine spat Ceres out. Ceres staggered to his feet, got vomited out. The taste inside was actually pretty good. Ceres calculated. The sensitivity was 25%, exactly 1/4 of 100%. And she has exactly 4 vines. Does that mean I just have to touch each vine once to reach 100%? If that's the case, the second time I touch her, the sensitivity should increase to 50%. Serafina muttered, it feels like my suppressed desires are being reawakened. If this continues, my purification magic will become useless. Disgusting. I can't let that man touch the inside of that thing again. Serafina screamed, I just have to kill him and devour him. The mouths of her vines opened wide. Ceres was shocked. Are those vines growing from beneath the man-eating flower? A vine lunged and struck Ceres in the side. He winced. This is the same vine that just threw me up. It seems a lot faster than before. Another vine appeared from behind. Ceres whipped around. An attack from behind, too? Now, let's see if I can increase the sensitivity. Serafina cried out again as Ceres' hand probed inside. Sensitivity, 25%. Serafina roared. Stop touching me in there. Get away from me, you filthy bastard. Zoe opened its mouth wide, its tongue lashing out and piercing Ceres. It slammed him into the wall behind him. Ceres screamed as rubble rained down and his blood dripped to the floor. Ceres gritted his teeth. The sensitivity was still at 25%. It hadn't increased. Her weak point must be somewhere else. The other vines roared. After I chew you to pieces, I'll swallow you whole. Die. Ceres channeled energy into his gauntlet. Then, he unleashed a shockwave, creating a deafening boom. Serafina leaped to the... It seems that whenever his right hand touches me, he can unleash that light attack. And each blast is stronger than the last. Ceres realized her sensitivity point wasn't inside the vine's mouth. That means it must be somewhere on her main body. I have to get close to her to have a chance of finding it. Ceres charged forward. For the freedom of humanity, even if it costs me my life, I have to touch every part of her body. Serafina fumed. How can this man put on such a noble and heroic face while saying such disgusting things? Ceres leaped high, stretching out his hand. The most likely place to start is her chest. A vine immediately moved to block Serafina. The vine sprayed purple smoke throughout the room. Ceres frowned. This smell is so pungent. The smoke swirled around Ceres, frustrating him. Is she trying to create distance by hiding in this smoke? Ceres muttered. Damn it, the Angel of Joy hasn't recharged its energy yet. In this situation, I'll just have to improvise. Ceres touched his forehead as a wave of dizziness rushed over him. Does this smoke have a paralyzing effect? Just then, something shot through the mist. A vine appeared, its tongue stabbing into Ceres' chest. Ceres gritted his teeth. This vine, it's draining my blood. As Ceres reached out to grab it, the vine retracted its tongue and vanished back into the smoke. Ceres cursed. Damn it, I almost touched it. She's hiding in the smoke again. Now she won't even let me touch her vines? Serafina's voice rang out. It won't be long. Your body will soon be completely paralyzed. You'll lose consciousness, and then, you'll be nothing more than my meal. Ceres felt sick to his stomach. His head grew dizzier, and his body began to feel heavy. Serafina's voice echoed. It's your right arm. When it touches me, it can unleash that blast of light, can't it? Ceres flinched. Serafina sounded delighted. I was right. I won't let your right hand touch my body ever again. Something moved within the smoke. Ceres turned his head to look. A vine appeared on his right. But as he moved to react, another one lunged from the left. Panicked, he couldn't stop the vine from biting down on his left arm. The movement on the right was a feint. The real attack was from the left. Ceres struggled to reach out with his right hand. Is she targeting my left arm? But attacking me like this just gives me a perfect opportunity to touch you. The vine immediately threw Ceres off, sending him crashing to the ground. Serafina said, Your body is certainly tough. I really thought I could rip your left arm clean off with that one. Serafina's voice drifted through the smoke. And after you've inhaled so much of my poison gas, very soon, you won't be able to move at all. Another vine opened its maw and lunged forward. Caught by surprise, Ceres couldn't dodge in time. Serafina laughed in satisfaction. After I bite your left arm off, I'm going to slowly savor the taste of your blood. I'll enjoy every last drop. Ceres wiped the blood from his mouth. Is that so? At some point, he had already switched the gauntlet to his left hand. The thing that creates the shockwave is this gauntlet, not my right arm. His left hand began to feel around inside the vine's mouth. Serafina let out a startled moan. Sensitivity, 25%. The trembling vine spat out Ceres' arm just as he unleashed another shockwave. Ceres rushed towards Serafina. Found you, he charged. The anatomy of a demon beast is very strange. Although they may look human on the outside, Ceres reached out to touch Serafina. Their internal structure is fundamentally different from a human's. His hand was just about to touch Serafina's chest. His fingers curled, squeezing tight. The most nerve-dense and sensitive part of their bodies is actually located somewhere else entirely. I touched it. Sensitivity, 38%. Serafina shrieked. With blood dripping from his nose, Ceres looked stunned. 38%? So it's not her chest either? Serafina raised her hand. Ceres panicked. I'm screwed. Her hand is too close. At this distance, it's easy for her to strike. But instead, Serafina kicked him. Stay away from me. The force of the kick sent Ceres staggering back. Serafina jumped backward. Ceres muttered. Her chest is only at 38% sensitivity? He fired another shockwave. Serafina screamed, "Here comes another one of his light attacks." Several vines moved to shield Serafina from the light, and she cried out in pain. The vines were blasted away by Sarah's attack. The blast was powerful enough to shatter the stone pillar behind her. A large section of the cathedral wall exploded outwards. Lilia was shocked. "Is there a fight going on in there?" As the smoke in the room slowly dissipated, Sarah stepped forward. "That pink smoke is finally clearing," Serafina said. "It seems your attacks still aren't strong enough to kill me. Thanks to your blood, my defenses have been strengthened considerably." Ceres thought. Does hitting a 38% spot really do so little damage to her main body? Ceres frowned. "I have to find her sensitivity point and kill her quickly. If she keeps sucking my blood, I'll be completely helpless. What parts haven't I touched yet?" Ceres ran through the list. Ears, neck, armpits, navel, lower abdomen. Where the hell is it? Then, a realization hit him. Wait a minute. When she attacked me earlier, why did she use her foot? At that distance, it would have been more effective to strike my neck with her hand. And that scream from before, it happened after her hand brushed against my hair, didn't it? He remembered back to when they first met. She had silenced him with her foot, not her hand. Could her weak point be her hands? Serafina snarled. "I won't let you touch my body again. You're disgusting. Can't you just stand there obediently and let me suck you dry?" Lilia suddenly appeared. "Suck him dry? Matriarch Serafina? Are you trying to eat Ceres?" Serafina was taken aback. "Lilia, why are you still here? Stand down," Lilia retorted. "You and I agreed that you would only seal him inside the cathedral, that if I couldn't find an antidote, he would be left to die in here," Lilia continued. "According to the doctrine of the Holy Purity Order, a saintess must not bring harm to any living soul." Serafina replied, "Even with a seal, he could break it and escape. Eating him is the only method that leaves no room for error. Lilia, don't be so inflexible and obsessed with the rules." She pointed a finger at Ceres. "Furthermore, if I eat this guy, I'll gain the power to make all of humanity submit to the Holy Church." Serafina said, "With such a great achievement, I could become the Grand Bishop. You'll manage this place, you'll be the bishop. As long as you keep your mouth shut." Lilia was resolute. "I will report this to the Grand Bishop. Ceres, leave this place with me." Serafina shot a vine towards Lilia. "Such a stick in the mud. I don't mind eating one more person." Ceres immediately lunged forward, pushing Lilia out of the way. The vine pierced Ceres, pinning him to the wall. Ceres cried out, "That hurts!" His hand touched the vine. Sensitivity, 2%. Ceres released a shockwave. Serafina thought, this human's movements are slowing down. It seems his body has reached its limit. Ceres fell to his knees. Damn it, getting stabbed in the heart this time really hurts. His arm trembled, feeling as if his body was about to give out. Suddenly, a foot appeared. Lilia extended her leg. "I'll stop the bleeding for you. This magic can stimulate your nerves, keep you conscious, and reduce the pain." Ceres was overjoyed. "I think it's working. Can you give me a little more?" Lilia cut him off. "No, this is just emergency magic, not a real treatment for your body. It's similar to a stimulant." Lilia explained. "If I give you too much, the magic will seep into your blood and become a substance similar to an anesthetic, paralyzing your entire body. You'll be left to be torn apart by others, which is very dangerous." Ceres gripped Lilia's leg tightly. "Inject all the magic into my body. I can take it." Serafina yelled. "Lilia, using purification magic on him is a complete waste of effort." One vine wrapped around Lilia, while another attacked Ceres. Lilia was lifted into the air. Serafina said, "Lilia, I really don't want to kill you. If you promise me you won't say anything, I can still let you go now. Don't lose your life over some irrelevant man." Lilia replied, "He is not some irrelevant man. He is my patient. According to the doctrine, once you've begun to help, you can never see someone dying and not save them. You must give it your all and be responsible to the very end." Serafina looked at Ceres writhing against the vines. "Is that so? Then I'll make him die right in front of you." A vine stabbed into Ceres' body and began to suck his blood. Serafina suddenly trembled. "That's strange. Why do I feel so dizzy?" The vine immediately detached from Ceres. Ceres used a shockwave to propel himself towards Serafina. She was startled as Ceres grabbed both of her hands. He squeezed hard. Sensitivity, 100%. Serafina screamed. "You have found the enemy's sensitive point. Hands have unlocked the ultimate skill." "No, don't come over here. I won't allow anyone to touch my hands." "My hands belong to Lord Satis," the woman screamed as her hands were touched. "That's too much. Stop squeezing my hands." The man noticed that her hands were covered in bulging green veins. All the sensitive nerves in her body were concentrated in her hands. She was the man-eating flower. Lilith. "Stop." The woman fell to the ground as an electric current shot from her hands straight to her brain. "Let go of my hands," the woman shrieked. "Let go." White fluid gushed out from the flower buds. Filth. To think the bishop's body contained such a filthy thing. This is what Ceres made the bishop spit out. Ceres had reversed the process. The bishop had been purified. The bishop let out a savage laugh. I will absolutely not let you touch the wombs of the other demonic beasts. I'll bite your head clean off. The woman screamed. Ceres felt his own hands begin to tremble. His hands had gone limp, probably because of Lilia's magic. She opened her mouth wide. Only by eating the man before her could she ensure the safety of humanity under her rule. Ceres bit his own hand. He looked up. Like hell I will, he said defiantly. The woman's eyes widened at the situation. Ceres landed an incredibly powerful blow on her. The person beside her couldn't even interfere in the current situation. The punch caused the building itself to warp. The person next to the bishop stared at the remnants of the rubble. What kind of magic did Ceres use on the bishop? Ceres opened a mouth full of fresh blood. So painful. I think I broke a few bones. The recoil from the gauntlet is really powerful. The system displayed a message. Indicator has been removed. Received status fragment. Life points increased by 34 days. Before this, his life points were at 58 days. System reward. Unlocked. Homestead. Demonic beast entities living within the homestead's range can grant the player their corresponding skills. Goliath, the man-eating flower, can grant a skill. Release a large cloud of dust that stuns the enemy. Ceres asked Lilia, "Are you okay? Say something." "Ceres, did you kill the bishop?" Ceres shook his head. "She's just reverting to her original form." Lilia said she was fine, then let out a gasp. Ceres said, "That's good, but it looks like you've got a problem now." He fell unconscious onto Lilia's lap. Clever guy. Lilia began to heal Ceres' wounds. Lilia thought to herself, his body temperature has dropped too low. Plus, the battle just now used up too much of his stamina, leaving his body weak. I have to replenish his energy quickly. Otherwise, Ceres could really be in mortal danger. She sat down, her hips looking incredibly alluring. She lifted her leg. "First, let's repair your damaged internal organs." She stepped on the torn part of Ceres' shirt. Meanwhile, Ceres dreamed he was lying beneath the cold earth. "Where's the water here? Why has it all turned to mud?" Lilia said, "This mud represents the wounds on your body, Ceres. It shows just how weak your body is." Ceres said, "The mud here is too thick. I can't get up. I think this stuff is getting colder and colder. This layer of mud will slowly absorb your body's energy and then freeze solid. Now, relax your body. I will use my feet to massage you and warm you up. Otherwise, you'll fall into hypothermia and a coma," Lilia said. She stepped her alluring foot onto Ceres, pressing him vigorously into the thick mud. Ceres moaned, "Amazing. It's so warm." His body was enveloped by a warm sensation. Lilia felt that sensation coming again. She regulated her breathing to calm her inner self. We saintesses rely on purification magic to heal the wounds and illnesses of others, to enhance our own power. During this process, the more impure thoughts we have, the weaker the healing magic becomes, until the magic disappears completely. I have to completely heal Ceres before these impure thoughts completely take over my emotions. Ceres felt his body warming up. Lilia panted. The feeling of stepping on him should be firm, but my feet feel so soft, it's so comfortable. It makes one unable to resist stepping on him again and again. This is the impure thought I'm generating. This thought slowly spread through her mind. Ceres slowly got up. He could finally stand up. He slowly opened his eyes in reality. He can open his eyes, which means his internal organs have been healed. All that's left is to replenish his vital energy, to restore his body to its original state. She brought her foot to Ceres' mouth and told him to open up. When Ceres saw a chocolate cream cake appear, Lilia shoved her foot straight into his mouth, ordering him to eat the treat he saw. Now comes the crucial moment. I will not let this magic fade. This is also a test of my faith. I will definitely heal you. Lilia flinched. Fluctuation level, 51%. Ceres took Lilia's foot into his mouth, thinking how soft and comfortable it felt. He used his tongue, and Lilia felt a jolt of alarm. Fluctuation level rising to 60%. Ceres gulped. His absorption rate is too fast. Lilia's legs started to cramp up. If this keeps up, she'll be completely exhausted and sore before he even wakes up. She had to calm him down. Fluctuation level rising to 73%. She lifted her leg, thinking this spot seemed to be the best. The sensation could instantly spread through her entire body. Ceres felt something slick. Lilia said, "Don't resist. This is a necessary part of the treatment." Ceres obediently complied. Since this was part of the treatment, Lilia had to use her other leg as well. Fluctuation level at 80%. She let out a soft moan. The purification magic was starting to take effect. Her mind began to be invaded by wicked thoughts. Lilia had to stay clear-headed. She was the saintess. She couldn't let these corrupt thoughts take control. Lilia urged Ceres to hurry, telling him she couldn't hold on much longer. Fluctuation level, 84%. Ceres shut his eyes, savoring the moment. He even dared to use his tongue, which sent a ticklish sensation through Lilia. Ceres began to suck on her foot. She couldn't focus on the feeling in her foot any longer. She had to break free from these thoughts. She recited the creed of the Holy Church, the saintess's teachings for washing away impure desires. Let a pure heart see sincerity in all things. Though 1,000 passions may stir, all shall return to silence. Practice restraint, diminish your desires, and awaken what is pure. Let nature be guided by reason. When desires end, they end. Do not be a slave to the flesh. The fluctuation level dropped to 73%. Ceres said he was finished eating. Lilia let out a sigh of relief. Mission complete. The purification magic was still active. She had managed to endure it. The fluctuation level dropped to 67%. Ceres sat up. Is the treatment over? Lilia nodded. The fact that he was awake meant the treatment was complete, and her purification magic could be enhanced. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped Lilia. Such immense power, far greater than her previous level up. What on earth was happening? Her power had at least doubled. Healing Sarah's wounds had somehow doubled her strength. Ceres marveled that not only were his injuries healed, but his spirit also felt refreshed. He remarked on how incredible Lilia's magic was. Lilia thought that if she could increase her magic this way, perhaps Ceres could help her become the new pontiff sooner than expected. Lilia told Ceres he could come to her for healing anytime, even for a single scratch. Ceres agreed. All right. At the cathedral, someone shouted, "Why is there a huge hole here? Was this place just attacked by a beast?" Lilia and Ceres slowly emerged, startling the person outside. When the guildmaster saw Ceres, he cried out his name. Ceres told the guildmaster that the pontiff was gone, which shocked him. He explained that all collaborative matters would have to wait until the main cathedral selected a new pontiff. But Lilia interjected, saying they could discuss the project details with her beforehand. That way, they could skip a lot of the formalities once a new pontiff was chosen. The guildmaster agreed that for now, that was the only option. Ceres felt he shouldn't disturb their discussion any longer and decided to leave. But the guildmaster stopped him. He called for his aide to drive Ceres home, and on the way, to fill him in on recent events at the guild. Ceres frowned. What's going on? A strange magical beast has snuck into the city. It's targeting heroes. Several A-rank heroes have already been found dead, drained of all their blood. Ceres was shocked. Drained of their blood? Their bodies were all severed at the waist, and their upper torsos were carved with non-human symbols. It seems this magical beast is looking for someone. The guildmaster looked worried. It's not looking for you, is it? The aide continued. To avoid causing a panic, Daphne from D District has been appointed as the investigation team's captain. They're secretly investigating the beast throughout the city. Elsewhere, a slender foot stepped down as a woman exclaimed, "Damn it!" Someone asked her, "Why did you come back?" She replied, "The place is crawling with heroes and soldiers. There's no way to escape." The person pointed at her. "Hey, Sadie Teo, don't tell me you plan on staying here too." Sadie Teo scoffed, as if, "This is the enemy's headquarters. If we don't leave, we'll be discovered. Besides, I have no desire to bother the humans." The other woman said she would use a transformation spell so she wouldn't be discovered. Sadie Teo replied, "I only know transformation magic that can change my appearance to look like someone else. If we keep going out like this, it's just too dangerous. We need to find a safe place to hide." Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. She collapsed to the ground. The other woman thought she was faking it to get sympathy, but declared she wouldn't share anything with her. Back then, even though Ceres had taken her away to save her life, the blood in her body felt like it was about to explode. Back in the present, Ceres told the aide to come inside his house so they could talk more about the vampire intel. He called for Yug to open the door. The aide commented that his sister had a very unique name. Yug thought to herself that having another person around would be a pain, and that she'd just have to hide Satis here for now. I'll just kick her out after she wakes up. As she thought this, the door slowly opened. "Welcome home." Ceres called Yug's name happily and invited the guildmaster's aide inside. The aide greeted Yug. Yug fumed internally. Why the hell is it another woman? The female aide stepped slowly into the house. The aide's heart was racing. I must seize this opportunity. I have to get to know Ceres better. Last time, I couldn't control my emotions and didn't get to go inside his house. I absolutely cannot make that same stupid mistake again. Meanwhile, Yug was thinking she had to make her master kick this woman out. Over with them, Ceres asked. How did the blood-sucking beast manage to infiltrate the city? The aide explained, it's because the great dragon in the south is about to awaken. It will devour everything in its sight. She added, the guild sent many heroes to evacuate the nearby villages, so there aren't many left in the city. That's how the blood-sucking beast got its chance to sneak in. Earlier, when I gave you the captain documents, I forgot to tell you something important. She stammered, As the secretary to the vice guildmaster of Z District, her face turned red. I also have a duty to understand the living environment, lifestyle, and hobbies of the Z District heroes. It's so we can better enable them to serve the guild. So, she handed him a form, asking him to fill it out. In reality, she had made this form specifically for him. Ceres looked at the personnel promotion survey. Why is there a section about choosing a life partner on here? Do I have to fill out every single section? He asked. The aide stammered. It's a mandatory duty for all newly promoted captains. You also need to bring it to the guild to file. Every section must be filled out seriously, or it could affect the entire team's income. Hearing this, Ceres immediately began to fill it out diligently. The woman thought that this way, she could learn everything about him. Their relationship would soon surpass everyone else's, and she would become the person closest to him. Suddenly, the sound of a cough came from behind a door. Is someone in Ceres' room? Sadis wondered why a human was here. Ceres slowly walked to the door and asked, "Who's there?" As he got closer, he realized it was Satus. She told him to close the door, asking, "You thought I'd left already, didn't you?" Ceres noticed she looked terrible. Was she injured again? Satis felt that the person outside had discovered her. If the other heroes saw her, it would be a huge problem. She decided she'd kill the woman right now to be safe, but Ceres stopped her. Satis asked, "Is she so important to you that you can't let me kill her?" Ceres denied it, but he didn't know how to explain. He said he'd let her go after he finished filling out the form. Outside, the woman asked who was in there. Yug replied, "That's Ceres' second best little sister." The comment startled the woman. "Wait, Ceres has another sister? Doesn't that make me number 3? Inside, Satis urged Ceres to get rid of the person outside, or she would kill her. Ceres had no choice but to obey. The woman outside asked if Ceres needed help. She heard Satis's terrified scream, but Yug told her not to bother. The second best little sister has a nasty bite. It's better to let Ceres handle it himself. Satis then kicked Ceres out. He couldn't believe it, she was injured, yet still so aggressive. Ceres went back to filling out the rest of the form. Once he was done, he asked the other woman to take it to the guild. She happily accepted. She then hesitantly asked Ceres about a decent restaurant nearby. "Could you go with me?" This made Yug's expression change instantly. A hand slowly picked up a piece of cake from below. Yug said to Ceres, "It's time for your scheduled snack now." Ceres had no idea what she was talking about. She placed the cake on her massive chest like a lure. Her hand reached for Ceres while he was distracted. She pressed his face into her chest, purring, "I made this, so you can't let it go to waste. You're not leaving until you've finished every last bite." The other woman stared, her eyes wide with disbelief at the two siblings. Ceres blushed so hard he almost had a nosebleed. He asked, "What flavor is this cake? It smells so strange." Yug replied, "Snake liver and bat wings. I'm sure it's not bad." She continued to feed him the same way. "You have to eat this whole plate, you know. I've already placed it all on my chest." The woman asked, "Ceres, do you always eat like this?" Before he could deny it, Yug cut him off, shoving Ceres' face back into her chest. "Of course, we have to do this every single day. If you don't want to watch, you can leave." The woman understood the hint and excused herself. In her heart, she never imagined the two of them could be so intimate. The door slammed shut, carrying with it the departing woman's disappointment. Someone outside told Ceres to open the door. Yug was annoyed. Another woman's voice. The woman outside, along with her attendant Laula, called out repeatedly, but Ceres didn't open up. They decided to just break the door down and barge in. Laula used a magic spell, and a corner of the door was instantly destroyed. The woman and her attendant stepped inside. "Isn't anyone home? Why aren't you welcoming your guests?" Ceres was furious. "My door, you two bastards. That door cost me 200 yuan. Ceres swore he was going to kill them both. The woman tossed Ceres 100 gold coins. "Go get this changed. You can exchange it in any district." Ceres immediately snatched the money and asked, "So, what can I do for you two?" The woman calmly told him to come work for her. Ceres' eyes went wide. 500,000 gold. Honestly, Yug couldn't understand why so many people were coming after Ceres. It was so annoying. Deej told Ceres, "Don't agree to this woman's offer." She asked the newcomer, "You're from District D, aren't you?" The woman nodded. Deej stated firmly, "Ceres is very important to us in District Z, so we won't let you take him anywhere. Elsewhere, judging by the bloodstains, a corpse was estimated to have been dead for not too long, probably about 4 or 5 hours ago." When the eldest daughter of the D family heard that the second daughter was looking for Ceres, she became furious. "That little brat." She told her comrades, "I have to go take care of something important right now. I'm leaving things here to you guys. Report any new intelligence to me immediately, and especially, if you encounter a magic beast, don't engage. Wait for me." With that, she left. A figure shot away from the building. She fumed, "Daij, I won't let you take anything from me." Sarah's location was in District Z. The District Z building suddenly appeared, and with a loud crash, a giant monster's hand burst through the ground. Amidst the chaos, a dragon-like monster emerged from the earth. It was the incredibly powerful Great Dragon, BGLA. It lunged towards the heroes, letting out a mighty roar. The heroes had already evacuated everyone before BGLA awakened. Someone asked, "Since this happens every 10 years, why don't we just kill it?" Another person explained, "It's protected by Logang scales, the strongest shield in the world. Only the Logang sign-cleaving blade can break through them. But right now, no one can draw that sword." The first person replied, "Well then, can't we just move our residences far away from it?" The other person remarked, "There's a reason you're still an E-rank hero, isn't there? After the Great Dragon BGLA finishes eating, it sleeps underground, which means there are probably many gold mines down there. As long as it doesn't threaten Syrian City where the Heroes Guild is located, it's not worth the risk to try and destroy it." Back in the room, Dij was arguing with the two from District D who had come to poach their people. The young lady said that if the other side could offer a higher price, she would have nothing more to say. Then, she turned to Ceres and asked what he thought of the deal. Ceres thought to himself that he didn't know these people at all. And of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. He had to figure out their real motive first. With that in mind, Ceres replied, "What is it you want me to do, miss?" The young lady said, "The first thing you'll do after you agree is tell me how you made my sister break her principle of never cooperating with anyone else. You have to tell me any 3 details about what happened in the Shia dungeon." Ceres asked, "Is there anything else?" Just as he'd guessed, there was more. The young lady declared, "I'm going to arrange for you to appear on a television program and spread this story all over our city of Sarian. To think my stubborn older sister would break her own principles. I have to promote this story properly to make her lose face." Ceres finally understood, but he refused. The young lady asked why. "It's 500,000 gold coins. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for you to receive that much money." Ceres replied, "What I would say would make Daphne sad, and I promised her that I wouldn't tell. If you two have no other business, please leave. Promises are worthless in the face of money. It just means the price isn't high enough." She pointed at Ceres, about to make a higher offer. But before she could speak, Daphne burst in. Dolly turned her head and saw her older sister. Daphne shot towards Ceres' room like an arrow. She yelled at Dolly to get away from Ceres. In the next instant, the two of them clashed with their opening attacks. Daphne was intercepted by Dolly's attendant. He said, "There's no need to use such force against the second young lady." Daphne snapped that he was talking too much. It seemed Daphne was also quite concerned about Ceres. Dolly mused that for Daphne to pause her work and rush here so quickly. Does that mean you lack confidence in yourself, or do you not trust your partner? This question was clearly meant to stir up trouble. Standing to the side, Ceres made a gesture, signaling that he had kept his mouth shut. Ceres shoved his hand straight into the vine's mouth. Daphne was pleased. As expected of the man who fought by her side, he had resisted the temptation of money. But Dolly's chest was incredibly large, which bothered Daphne. She sneered, "Little sister, not everything can be bought with money. Patting your chest like that just shows how insecure you are. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Even if you stuff it, it's still fake." Dolly, flustered, denied it repeatedly. She immediately left with her entourage, muttering that the place was filthy. As she left, she couldn't help but think that Daphne and Ceres must be hiding some unspeakable secret. She swore she would make him kneel at her feet, and when that day came, she would repay this humiliation twofold. Meanwhile, Daphne told Ceres to just throw her sister out if she ever came around again. Ceres just mumbled in agreement. The relationship between those two sisters was awful. Daphne's teammate reported that they'd discovered a vampire in Sector Y. She quickly departed for the mission. Dolly left as well. Ceres was finally able to see them off. Inside, Yug told Ceres that something was wrong with Satis. He rushed inside to check on the situation. Satis's body temperature was dropping rapidly. She wasn't going to last much longer. In her current state, the only way to treat her was to retrieve a high-grade recovery herb from the dungeon to strengthen her bodily functions. But she was out of time. Ceres grew worried. No way. Wait, if it's about strengthening bodily functions, then his blood should definitely work. He quickly cut his hand to draw blood. Then, he let the blood drip into Satis's mouth. Yug watched in silence, a strange look in her eyes. Satis gradually began to recover. It was actually working. Satus. She was finally waking up. She slowly sat up, groaning and clutching her head. Far from Sarah's apartment, the giant Logang was in the middle of a battle with the heroes. The giant Logang caught a scent coming from Sarah's direction. So fragrant. People cried out, "Hey, the BGLA has changed direction. Nothing like this has happened in 100 years. Why all of a sudden? How strange." "That's the direction of the city with the Heroes Association." A man urgently shouted for everyone to report it to the guild. The giant Logang BGLA had suddenly changed its course toward the city of Syrian. It smelled just like the blood of the great Lord Sadis. The BGLA wanted a taste of that blood. Sadis leaned forward to lick Sari's hand, not wanting to waste a single drop. She gnawed on his hand like a treasure, clearly using too much force. Saris felt an intense tingling in his hand. Yug called out from the side, "Master." She couldn't take it anymore. She wanted some too. She approached Saris, her massive chest leading the way. She pushed in next to Sadis, eager for a taste of the delicious, fresh blood. They both lapped up the drops. Saris told them to stop, saying his whole body was going numb. Yug exclaimed that her master's blood was incredible. After absorbing it, a miraculous and sublime feeling surged through her, as if all her internal organs were being cleansed from the inside out. It was like being injected with new life force. Yug understood now how Sadis's body could be healed. Moreover, she didn't want to stop at all. She wanted to absorb even more. An emergency announcement echoed through the city. A high-level magic shield had been activated. The sound reached the room with Saris and the others. Yug paused for a moment. Sadis said she had felt a bit dazed. Yug's clothes returned to normal, and her magic seemed to be somewhat restricted. Saris was just happy they were both back to their senses. Warning, warning. The giant Logang BGLA is moving at high speed toward the city of Syrian. Estimated arrival in 10 days. All citizens, please proceed to the underground shelters. All residents, proceed to the underground shelters immediately. All heroes remaining in the city are requested to report within 3 hours. Please assemble at the Heroes Association headquarters and devote all your strength to saving our homeland. Any hero who failed to report within 3 hours would be demoted or expelled from the association. 3 hours later, the heroes had gathered. At the check-in hall, the receptionist asked Saris, "Is it just you and your party?" Saris explained that he was a new captain and didn't have any teammates yet. "If you're alone, you can't register for a vehicle. You need a team of at least 2 people to be eligible. Are you telling me I have to run 160 kilometers to the headquarters in 3 hours? The situation is exceptional. Most vehicles in Sector B have already been requisitioned, so they're extremely scarce." The receptionist asked for his understanding. "If you can't make it to headquarters within the specified time, your captain rank will likely be revoked." The receptionist added that he could recruit teammates on the spot, and she could process the paperwork right there. If that doesn't work, you could try contacting other teams to ask to join them. Of course, you'd need their captain's approval. From a distance, a woman's voice called out to Saris, "Hello, I'm Alin from the 14th Squad. My captain is about to bring our vehicle around. You can ride with us." Saris was overjoyed. "Thank you so much. That's a huge help. Your captain won't mind, will he?" She assured him that her captain would warmly welcome a fellow captain. Then she asked for his name and rank. "I'm Henless, captain of the 13th Squad, F rank," he replied. Her face fell. "Are you kidding me?" She told him to forget everything she just said. "Let's just pretend I didn't say anything." How humiliating to even talk to an F-rank hero. Saris thought there was something seriously wrong with her. Just then, another woman walked up, ready to join his team. "Here's my basic information," she said, greeting Saris. "Long time no see." Saris was surprised. She was finally out of the hospital. She pointed at his chest. "That's right. It's been a while, Saris. Don't tell me you've already forgotten about me. I've heard a lot about you, you know." Saris gave a forced laugh. "A lot has happened recently. It's hard to explain." "Never mind," she said. "Now that you're a captain, you have to prioritize the mission. We'll settle our score after this business with the association is over." The receptionist called Saris over to sign a few things. He said he'd be right back and quickly went inside. Alin scoffed at the newcomer. "Little sister, there's no future in following an F-rank captain. It's also incredibly dangerous. My captain is an A-rank. Honestly, how can an F-rank even be promoted to captain?" A man walking by added, "He only became captain because of his connections to Vice President Cheston, not because of his skills." Alin greeted the man warmly. "Master, long time no see." He looked at the woman who had joined Saris' team. "Have you seen my new outfit?" he asked arrogantly. "I've joined the Kint Club," the woman replied. "With that new uniform and your current strength, you've really improved. It's true that in this world, following the right captain is crucial for growth." He reached out his hand to her. "Out of respect for our past, I'll give you a chance. Ditch Saris and come with me. Follow the strong. Join my team now, and I'll immediately give you an A-rank longsword. You could raise your power to level 8. The woman replied that she had already joined Sarah's team. "Sorry." Saris came running out from inside. "The registration is done. Let's go." The woman immediately ran over to his side. What's so great about Saris, anyway? The person next to her told her to just ignore it. That idiot doesn't know what's good for her. Thea just huffed. In a little while, they'll be the ones begging him. Saris was surprised. "What? There are no cars left?" The receptionist answered hesitantly. "Yes. The last 2 were requested by Team 14. They have 5 people, so they requested 2 cars. You could try negotiating with their captain." Tia replied that they were all full. Outside, Tyr instructed his teammate. He's a captain who can't even afford a full set of armor. I'm going to make this crystal clear in front of Bera, and then I'll still refuse to let him in the car, just so Bera knows how utterly useless the man she chose is. Ceres held 2 tickets with a grimace. Tyr's men called out when they saw Ceres' group coming outside. Captain, they're coming out. Tyr asked Ceres. Not getting a car? Ceres nodded. Is there a problem? The sword at Tyr's side fell to the ground. It landed right in Ceres' path. The whole team laughed mockingly at him. Tyr exclaimed, "Oops, how careless of me. I'm still not used to this new S-class weapon, the Raging Thunderbolt. It just keeps slipping out of my hands. Ceres, if you could pick that up for me, perhaps I'd be willing to let you ride in my car. After all, you're an F-rank hero, so doing things like this should be easy." "Isn't that right?" he said, his voice dripping with arrogance. Bera said angrily, "Tyr, you're obviously doing this on purpose." The members of his team just kept provoking Ceres. "Little sister, you have really terrible taste in men. You should just beg our Captain Tyr. He's a really great guy, very generous, and gentle with women. He'll surely forgive your earlier disrespect." Tyr spoke clearly to Bera. "Bera, this situation is truly special. If a hero below class fails to reach headquarters within 3 hours, they'll be delisted. And this place is about 160 kilometers from headquarters. Think about it. If he's a captain, he'll be stripped of his title. A captain needs powerful support. Ceres is still far too weak. It's better to let him go back to where an F rank belongs." Bera felt that it was her fault. Tyr was giving Ceres such a hard time. Ceres announced that someone was coming. Tyr's eyes widened as he saw who was approaching. A large helicopter slowly descended from the sky. On its underside was the guild's emblem. The people below exclaimed, "That's the one-of-a-kind headquarters helicopter. That's the special helicopter reserved for VIPs of the guild. This is the first time I've ever seen a transport vehicle from headquarters. How much would we have to achieve to earn that kind of treatment?" Tyr roared at his teammates. "Shut up, you idiots. This thing is definitely here to pick up some big shot. Don't let that important person hear your nonsense." The helicopter landed right in front of them. Dali called from above, "Captain Ceres, hurry up. The helicopter is here for Ceres?" Everyone on the ground was stunned. "Is there some kind of mistake? He's just an F-rank hero." Ceres told Bera, "Let's go." Bera nodded in a daze. "No way. That F-rank guy really got on the helicopter. By the way, he took Tyr's weapon with him." Dali told her entourage, "Let's go." From the ground, Tyr yelled for Ceres to give back his Raging Thunderbolt. Ceres held the sword. "Oh, I almost forgot to give this back to you." Ceres threw the sword down below, and it pierced straight through Team Tyr's car. The blade punctured the gas tank, causing the vehicle to burst into flames. Now, Tyr's group had no ride. Tyr roared at his teammates to find another car. A while later, elsewhere, a hero was fighting a monster. The man had been drained of all his blood. The monster before them was the very one that had drained the hero's blood. The monster said, "This taste is wrong. It's not that familiar taste. Where is that human?" She didn't care. She would just drain every man in this city. She was bound to find him eventually. All the heroes were worried. If only Daphne were here, this would have been dealt with long ago. But heroes have more important things to do. The vice captain said, "Besides, maintaining city security is the responsibility of our city guard. We can't just call for the heroes' help over every little thing." The monster charged, and all the heroes braced themselves. Before they could react, the monster lunged forward and shattered their weapons. Its sharp teeth shot towards the vice commander's neck. Just then, Daphne came crashing down from above. She forced the monster and the commander apart. Her eyes were incredibly sharp and furious. The monster silently observed the situation. Everyone was overjoyed that Daphne had arrived. "Didn't I tell you? Do not engage. I told everyone to wait for me," Daphne yelled angrily. The commander was surprised to see her. "Captain Daphne, weren't you on your way to the Hero Guild's headquarters?" Daphne confirmed. "I still have half an hour. After I deal with this thing, I'll leave. There's more than enough time." She looked at the monster before her. This is the specter from the Xia dungeon. She's still alive. It was surprised that Daphne still recognized it. Daphne got into her battle stance. "Have you forgotten? The last time we fought, I was seriously injured, and you knocked me out with a single blow. Compared to back then, the magic radiating from your body is completely different now." She leaned forward, preparing to advance. The vampire sneered. "Of course it is. I am merely a collection of fragments of my true self. Now, I'm following my inner desires, and I've come here to find a man. There's something about him that's so alluring, it makes me want to drain him dry. I've crossed blades with that man before." Daphne remembered that at that time, only she and Ceres were in the dungeon. It must be targeting Ceres. If that's the case, then Daphne had to finish it right here. She wouldn't let it find Ceres. Meanwhile, Dali was leading Ceres inside. She took the opportunity to explain a few things to him. Unexpectedly, beneath the headquarters lies a sealed dungeon. "You're only F-class, so of course you wouldn't have access to that information. Logang, the sign-severing blade, was sealed here precisely to prevent the current situation. Bara was afraid. If there are magical beasts here, it'll be very dangerous. Dali laughed, dismissing her as naive. This dungeon only contains Logang, the sign-severing blade. There are no magical beasts, so it's perfectly safe. Just around the corner, ahead is the chamber where we draw the sword. They slowly stepped inside. Ceres was shocked by what he saw. Didn't Dali say there were no magical beasts in here? What part of this is safe? Could the intelligence have been wrong? Dali exclaimed in disbelief. There's an extra stone statue by the door. The person lying on the ground let out a few groans. He was probably still alive. Bara, help that person up and check on him. This room is littered with bodies. Nearly everyone is dead. Is this the place? The injured man looked at Dali descending from the platform with fear in his eyes. He stopped Dali. Don't make a sound. You'll wake up the stone statue. The stone statue lifted its head. So noisy. It began to move when it heard the noise. Its eyes flashed with light as it attacked Ceres' group. Dali was almost hit without even realizing what was happening. Ceres quickly pulled her back up. Her attendant blocked the blow. Lucky for her, she was with the main character, or she'd have kicked the bucket so many times by now. The attack was instantly repelled. The stone statue was surprised to see that the group could counter its attack. It closed its eyes, staying silent for a moment, then returned to its original posture. The attendant asked if Dali was okay, even though his own hand was injured. But it was nothing. It would heal quickly on its own. Bara was healing the injured, but she felt it wasn't very effective. The other person said it was better than nothing. Ceres observed the statue. If there was a noise, it would wake up, emit a light beam, and attack the enemy. This platform is the stone statue's territory. The injured person warned Ceres to be careful. He picked up the sword from the ground. Ceres told Bara to take good care of the second young Miss Dali and the injured man, just in case Dali ordered her attendant to attack the statue for her. Ceres said the stone statue only has one pair of eyes. If one person dodges, and another attacks, they can defeat it. Laola nodded in agreement, but he doubted if an E rank like Ceres could actually pull it off. Ceres dashed forward. We'll know if we try. Stop asking so many questions. Hearing the noise, the statue opened its eyes and shot a laser right at Ceres. Ceres gritted his teeth. At my current speed, I can just barely dodge the statue's attacks, but constantly dodging will drain my stamina. It won't be long before I get hit. I have to end this quickly. Ceres rushed forward, and the statue advanced to strike him. It was about to land a hit on him again. Over on the other side, Dali and Bara were nearly hit by the statue's attack. Bara felt that this shockwave was not something she could get involved with. The stone statue uses sound to judge and attack its enemies. Ceres threw his sword towards it like a flash of lightning. Hearing the sword hit the ground, it turned its head. Don't make any more noise, it cried out before turning its head back. Ceres realized it seemed to attack the source of the louder sound. He picked up his sword. This was a good chance to rush it. Ceres quickly swung his sword, aiming a strike at the statue's head. But instead of the statue breaking, his sword did. The statue was so incredibly hard, it shattered his weapon. Laola thought that, as expected, the power of an E-rank hero wasn't enough. Only he could shatter it to pieces. Laola lunged forward with a swift blow. The statue turned its head toward him. This is the price for disrespecting the second young miss. But when the blow hit its head, it seemed to have no effect at all. Laola was stunned. It's that hard? My attack didn't even leave a crack? His eyes widened in shock as the monster was about to strike. It delivered a critical blow, grabbing him by the neck like some insignificant creature. Ceres saw its back was exposed. Try your big hammer. But there was another eye on the back of the monster's neck. Ceres' eyes widened. This is bad. The eye on its neck could fire a shockwave. Just a single blast was enough to shatter Ceres' hammer. You've got to be kidding me. An eye on the back of its head? Laola struggled to withstand the monster's attack. Seeing her attendant in a tough spot, Dali ran out, ignoring Bara's attempts to stop her. The monster turned towards her. Laola panicked, thinking he was done for. He told the second young miss not to step forward, but it was too late. Bara pulled Dali back. She had indeed been too rash. A huge hand swung out like an arrow. Laola covered the monster's eyes, even though it was about to strike. He yelled for Ceres to push the statue over and not let it attack the second young miss. Laola twisted the monster's head up. Look over there for me. As it turned, Ceres seized the opportunity to attack. But Ceres was surprised by a sudden warmth. Why the hell is this monster blushing? It blushed and pushed the two humans away. Its cheeks were bright red. That human just did something shameless. Ceres struggled to get up and assess the situation. The monster clutched its chest, a look of shyness on its face. The stone statue closed its eyes and even covered its chest. Laola realized that even his full-powered strike couldn't break this statue, only crack it slightly. His right hand would be useless for a short while. His leg bones were also broken. He collapsed to the ground just as the monster heard the sound. She turned back towards Laola. It was looking right at him. Laula knew he had to think of a way to escape. His legs trembled. I'm done for. My legs are numb. I can't use any strength at all. Ceres ran out and stood in front of Laula to fight. He was going to block the statue with his bare hands. Laula was furious. Is Ceres trying to block the statue's light beam with his bare hands? You fool. There's no way you can take it. Get out of the way. The stone statue's eyes flew open as it prepared to attack. Ceres used twin dragons emerge from the sea, touching the stone statue's chest and grabbing its soft, round breasts with both hands. The stone statue arched its back, and the shockwave went off course. She was distracted by Ceres' hands. As expected, Ceres' guess was right. This move was effective. She could feel physical touch. Dolly was shocked. Ceres made the statue's attack miss, and for some reason, that Bara girl was blushing again. Laula didn't understand. What on earth is he trying to do by grabbing the statue's chest? Ceres yelled, "What are you spacing out for? Get out of here! What are you still doing here with an injured hand like that? I'll cover you." Laula quickly left, a sense of urgency on his face. The stone statue blushed and turned its head. Ceres unleashed a move called Reversing Heaven and Earth. The statue once again fired its attack off target. The statue convulsed. "This scene is for those over 16, Dolly remarked from the side. Does Ceres always use tactics like this to defeat his enemies? Bara shook her head. Not really. Well, as long as it works. Laula went back inside. Dolly asked if he was okay. He said he was fine, just that watching Ceres was a bit strange. I underestimated how dangerous that stone statue is. It's not an enemy we can handle. Right now, Ceres is in extreme danger. The statue aimed for Ceres' head. He quickly dodged as it bent down to attack, and he once again put his hands on its chest. The stone statue convulsed and arched its back again, its attacks becoming frantic and panicked. Ceres laughed savagely. An attack like that won't hit me. Amazing, he's got the statue completely suppressed. Its attacks are a total mess because of him. He raised his hand. Give it to me. He slapped its butt. Come on, fight me seriously. The stone statue cried out, blushing and panting. Laula was beet red. I never would have imagined this kind of fighting style. It seemed Laula wasn't okay. His chest had taken too many hits from the statue earlier. His ribs are probably fractured. If his rib cage is broken, it's very dangerous. Even breathing will affect his heart and lungs. Bara wanted to heal him, but this was just emergency first aid. Let me see your chest. My chest? Laula is a woman? Bara suppressed her surprise and continued to heal Laula, an opponent that even Rokuro couldn't handle. So, can an E rank like Ceres really defeat it? Ceres' strength, whether in defense or attack power, had long surpassed that of a typical S rank. And yet, even he couldn't damage the stone statue. But he was able to slow down the statue's attacks. He had it completely figured out. His power was above S rank. Ceres said, "The laser you're firing is getting slower and slower." Was it because she closed her eyes? Suddenly, the stone statue started avoiding Ceres' gaze. Not only did she have feelings, but she also felt shy. When she's embarrassed, she closes her eyes. What a cute girl. But the statue had just revealed her weakness. Ceres moved closer, and the statue kicked him away. This is bad. Bara's team captain was hit. Now she's the only one left who can fight. She wanted to go help her captain, but Laula stopped Bara, telling her not to go, that she'd only get in the way of Ceres' fight. Why is that? Laula told Bara to look closely. The statue wasn't kicking Ceres. Ceres was clinging tightly to the statue's leg. Ceres was using the statue's leg to press against himself, so she could feel his burning chest and his sincere heartbeat. Overcome with embarrassment, the statue managed to break free and attacked Ceres with lasers from her eyes, but he dodged it. Ceres could feel that the power of the laser beams she fired had weakened. It was nothing compared to her earlier attacks. Ceres deliberately teased her. "The laser you're shooting now is nothing. Even if I got hit, I probably wouldn't die." The statue got shy and moved closer to Ceres. "Oh no!" Laula yelled. The statue is trying to close the distance to make up for her lack of power. "Ceres, get out of there. Get away from her." But Ceres, he seemed to have gone crazy. Getting that close to the statue's face is a death wish. He didn't listen and just said, "Locked." He had locked the statue in place. With a kiss, the statue froze. She pushed him away, completely flustered. Did she just actively use her tongue on Ceres? The statue returned to her original spot and buried her head. Ceres landed on the ground and walked over to the statue. Even though he was making noise, the statue didn't raise her head to attack him. Ceres whispered to the statue, "Your tongue is so hard." Then Ceres told everyone it was safe to come over. They all thought to themselves that his fighting style was truly unimaginable. Well, I guess she won't be lifting her head again. Scene change. An army was advancing to battle when they discovered a fork in the road. Didn't Intel say there was only one path? After entering, they found what looked like a maze. HQ's intelligence couldn't have been wrong. Perhaps the team that went in before us triggered some mechanism, causing the terrain to shift. Suddenly, traps began to spring, and another squad screamed. Everyone, be careful, the people there wondered. Hasn't anyone managed to pull out Severe yet? According to the news, most people couldn't even find the entrance. They all got lost. Right now, we can only rely on them. The ones fighting to stop the advance of the giant Logang. The captain has bound the giant Logang's legs, but it seems the chains aren't having any effect. We can't hold on much longer. You guys pulling the sword need to hurry up. The iron-armed giant, Cassius, charged forward. Let me handle this. He transformed, rushing forward with a powerful punch. Don't you take another step forward. I'll shatter your limbs. It seemed to be effective. The dragon stopped. Lord Cassius is incredible. They continued their relentless attack. Inside the dragon's body, its spirit form appeared. She thought to herself, every time I'm about to enjoy a delicious meal, these flies show up to ruin it. You people are so annoying. The spirit form kicked Cassius, sending him flying before he could react. But he refused to give up. Behind them was Raythian City. No matter the cost, they had to stop it. Scene change. Sarah's group was opening a door, proceeding with extreme caution. They had no idea what lay behind it, be it another trap or a maze. After opening the door, a series of purple beams appeared. They panicked. Is it an earthquake? No, this doesn't feel like an earthquake. There's a breath of magic in the air now. Someone must have triggered another condition of the underground city. The terrain began to shift again, and an immense surge of magical energy erupted from the direction of the main headquarters. Everyone wondered what could have possibly happened over there. The entire underground city has vanished. This place is so strange. Even the main headquarters building is gone. The terrain where Ceres was standing also changed, probably because Ceres opened that door. The second young miss felt a bit dizzy. KTE threw up, and Han collapsed as well. The S-rank berserker tiger, Venra, said mockingly, can't you C-rank weaklings and below even withstand that little magical shockwave? The guild giving you a chance to pull the sword was a foolish decision. The terrain changed in the blink of an eye. Venra could still feel the residual magic on the ground. This level of magical density, it's frightening. However, only an underground city with this much magic is worthy of housing a legendary weapon. Captain Thier's eyes were fixed on the weapon, Sina Severer. It was the legendary Logang's Sine Severer. Ceres wondered, so this is the sword we have to pull? Captain Thier is here, and the S-rank Ceres is here too. What a coincidence. Thier thought to himself, how did this guy get so lucky? The maze disappears, and he ends up right next to Sine Severer. From his experience, the first person to try and pull the sword has the highest chance of success. I absolutely cannot let him get to it first. Thier ordered his subordinates. Follow him, go pull the sword. His men didn't hesitate for a moment at his command. Ceres faintly heard a voice coming from the sword. Why are there so many people? It's so embarrassing. Don't stare at me like that. I don't have a scabbard, which means I'm completely naked. The sword spirit was apparently a girl, and she was extremely embarrassed, telling everyone not to look at her. But no one could hear her. Except for Ceres. She threatened, if you don't close your eyes, I'll release my spiritual pressure. Don't look. Close your eyes now. Ceres was startled. He couldn't believe his ears. A talking sword? It has a personality? The sword began to unleash its power, emitting an incredibly strong aura. Someone shouted, my armor. Another person collapsed. This is bad. It feels like the air has turned into a solid, hot block. It's hard to breathe. Their throats all burned. But there was one person completely unaffected by the sword's power, Ceres. This guy's body. It's incredibly durable. The pressure created by the sword spirit had no effect on him whatsoever. The truth was, the sword spirit couldn't see, so she had no idea who he was. Back to the situation. According to HQ's intel, anyone who can withstand the pressure and still move is qualified to pull the sword. Venra, is it really safe to approach Sina Severa right now? He assured them. This sword has always been dormant. There's no danger at all. The sword spirit said, whoever dares to come closer, I'll kill them. Ceres asked his companions, did you guys hear something? Everyone heard nothing. Is it just static? Laula asked Ceres. Did you hear something? Thier suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He said, looks like that pressure just now scrambled your brain. Are you hallucinating? My physical abilities aren't as pathetic as yours. Laula said, the first person to draw the sword has a very high chance of success. Don't let someone else beat you to it. He scoffed at this kind of weapon. It's not something an F-class like you can touch. Bera regretted it. Thier beat me to it. Laula advised Bera not to go in there. If he wants to go, let him. Just don't get close. Thier secretly hoped Laula was watching closely. He would become a hero in front of her and Ceres. Ceres would never be his equal. The sword spirit wondered, does that guy really intend to touch my hilt? Thier laughed. Ceres only deserves to be trampled under my feet. The sword spirit didn't like the despicable look on his face. She was furious, not wanting that man to touch her body. The sword spirit struck. Captain Thier's been attacked. It was an attack launched by the Sinner's Edge. Sarah stood in a corner, astonished. The sword spirit said, "Don't just come at me so crudely like that. Hundreds of years have passed, and you humans are all the same. I truly detest you." By this time, Thier was severely wounded. His armor, forged from deep-sea mithril, was defeated so easily. Luckily, he was wearing an S-grade upgraded armor set underneath. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thier was cut by the sword. "Weren't you supposed to be safe drawing it? This is different from the intel we got from headquarters. Could it be? The Sinner's Edge has awakened. Does this mean Thier was rejected by the Sinner's Edge? Well, it's the next person's turn to draw the sword. Is anyone going?" They hesitated. One said he didn't have armor that strong, another didn't want to get slashed by the Sinner's Edge. Tyr laughed loudly, no one knowing what he was thinking. "Who said I failed? A legendary weapon, of course, won't let just anyone touch it. This is clearly a test from the Sinner's Edge for the one drawing the sword. Only those who pass the test are worthy of being its master." Thier assured them he was still alive. "I've accepted the Sinner's Edge's test just now. This sword must be delighted." Not at all. It was simply disgusted by a crude man like Thier. The sword would find it repulsive to even kill someone like him. "Yeah," Cirrus said. "Couldn't it be that the Sinner's Edge just finds you utterly disgusting?" Thier replied, "You're clearly just jealous that I'm gaining the Sinner's Edge's approval." The sword spirit knew it. While she wasn't paying attention, Thier used his hand to pull the sword again, but what he grabbed was the sword spirit's neck. It looked like Thier had grabbed the hilt. Everyone thought, he must have gotten the Sinner's Edge's approval. Thier felt it with his hand. It was violently attacking his body. This must be the final test from the Sinner's Edge for me. He was hurting the sword spirit, and she was furious. Thier used all his strength, holding on with both hands. "I have to get it." The crowd cheered in welcome. "Is this the first person about to draw the sword? The heavens are helping our city of Sarian. He will become the hero who saves Sarian." The sword spirit was not pleased. "How can you be so rough with a woman?" Suddenly, the sword stopped attacking. Does this mean he succeeded? They wouldn't have to risk their lives to draw the sword anymore. "Captain, hurry up and pull out the Sinner's Edge," Venra said. "It seems this Thier guy really succeeded. Looks like an S-class like me won't need to step in." As if gaining a surge of strength, Thier said, "Of course. Bera, look closely. The one the Sinner's Edge acknowledges is me." Bera told Saris, "You were supposed to be the first one to draw the sword, but he took the chance while you weren't looking." The sword spirit was enraged. "And they say humans are good? I'll cut you all into 8 pieces." Saris heard the warning and pulled everyone back. The Sinner's Edge is furious. A terrifying surge of power sent everyone flying. They were all blown away. A terrified woman cried for help as the sword spirit's power closed in on her. Suddenly, Venra saved the day, blocking the blow for her. The sword spirit thought, "What a sturdy body." The armor Venra wore was known as Humanity's Shield. That was the S-class warrior, the raging war tiger, Venra. Venra ordered, "The lowest-ranked members of each squad, take the injured to the underground shelter. The rest of you, stay here." They obeyed, taking Captain Thier with them. Venra transformed, his entire body now covered in a suit of armor, humanity's strongest. Vanra spoke to the Sinner's Edge. "You are the sharpest blade among all weapons. We are the perfect partners, destined by the heavens." Venra charged, breaking through the sword spirit's power and rushing forward. He is the last hope of Sarian. Show the Sinner's Edge the power of humanity. Vanra charged like a fierce tiger, truly worthy of his moniker. He lunged forward to grasp the hilt. He wanted to become the sword spirit's master. The sword spirit had no intention of becoming Venra's property. She unleashed her power, piercing through the tough armor on Venra, shattering his mask and leaving a scratch. This time, he couldn't even touch the hilt. He had been rejected. Everyone was worried about their captain, but he refused their help. "Don't help me up," he yelled. "You all, go and draw the sword." They hesitated, not daring to. Even S-class armor couldn't withstand it. "What about us? Perhaps the Sinner's Edge has fully awakened. Our chance is gone." Venra was furious with the cowards. "Are you insane? I told you to go draw the sword. Each person has one chance for the Sinner's Edge to accept them as its master. We just need one chance, but in the current situation, for them to go would be suicide." As warriors shouldering the responsibility of Sarian, they were already starting to falter. "Anyone who doesn't go," Venri declared, "I will consider a deserter and execute on the spot." He cursed. "What are you worthless trash still standing there for? Go!" The sword spirit chuckled to herself. "After seeing my power, these humans are all scared witless. No one will dare approach me now." Venra decided. "So none of you will move? Then I'll throw you over there one by one to draw the sword, starting with you." That man cried out, "Please spare my life, Captain." "Captain, someone's going over there," Ceres thought for a moment. Before he tried to draw the sword, The Sinner's Edge had said something that sounded like she was being choked, which means, the Sinner's Edge has a human body and senses. If there's a life form like the Sword Spirit inside, perhaps Ceres could lock her down. The Sword Spirit started to feel shy as Ceres stared intently at her. Everyone's attention turned to Ceres. "Isn't that the captain of Squad 14? Venri said. "Does this D-class brat have a death wish? With his rank and equipment, he'll surely be sliced in two." Ceres declared heroically, "I am a warrior responsible for protecting the city of Sarian from any harm before drawing the Sinner's Edge. Even if I face a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, even if I must risk my life, I will absolutely not falter." Vanra yelled at his teammates, "Did you hear that? Even an F-rank hero is braver than you bunch of A and B rankers. He has a truly noble soul." The Sword Spirit felt a burning sensation. Why was her body tingling like this? It seemed he wasn't like other humans. His gaze was clearly fixated on her body. "But my heart no longer feels the same repulsion as before. Without realizing it, he has gotten this close to me, the Sword Spirit. I can't let him get any closer. I must cut him down." The Sword Spirit's legs had lost all their strength. She couldn't lift them, and they even felt numb. Everyone thought to themselves, judging by that distance, the Blade of Penance should have struck Ceres by now. So why isn't the Sword Spirit reacting at all? Venre frowned. Doesn't the Blade of Penance cut down any living creature that approaches it? This was the main reason it hadn't been drawn for such a long time. Could it be that the Blade of Penance has become dormant again? Indeed, the Sword Spirit felt an inexplicable restlessness in her heart, as if it was pounding violently against her mind, constantly suppressing the urge to attack everyone else. Could it be because of Ceres? Ceres took another step forward, and the Blade of Penance still didn't attack him. Everyone wondered, what is happening? This is impossible. The Blade of Penance must have entered a dormant state again. How could this brat Ceres be so lucky? Why have the Sword Spirit's hands become so heavy? Ceres' nose is bleeding, but the Blade of Penance didn't attack him. He must be bleeding for another reason. Don't forget, everyone, Ceres is just an F-rank hero. Before this, the Blade of Penance had unleashed numerous wide-range, high-pressure attacks. It's already a miracle that he has held on until now. At this moment, he is carrying the mission of a hero on his shoulders, fighting tenaciously. This is the first time Ceres has had such a bad nosebleed. The Blade of Penance certainly lives up to its name. Barrow was worried about him, telling him to come back if he can't hold on, but Ceres refused. Protecting this city is his mission. He will fight to the end and never back down. As Ceres stared intently at the Sword Spirit, her whole body was now growing scorching hot, trembling, and even felt a little itchy. This feeling was so strange, even the Sword Spirit's heartbeat began to quicken. Suddenly, the Blade of Penance attacked. The attack from the Blade of Penance carried a heavy, magical feeling. It was the same kind of attack that tore through Venra's armor. At such a close distance, Ceres won't be able to escape. He didn't expect it to strike back, so he had no choice but to counter. He blocked the attack, and it seems he succeeded. Everyone screamed that the attack from the Blade of Penance had been broken. Venre watched in utter astonishment. He doesn't even have any armor. Ceres relied only on his body, yet he could break the Blade of Penance's attack? How can an F rank like him possess such power? A sensation felt when cutting through armor and into flesh and blood, shattering a magic shield, or even a stone wall. It felt nothing like being burned or hammered, nothing like any of those things. It was a sensation the Sword Spirit had never experienced before. At that distance, her whole body felt like it was electrocuted, but compared to an electric shock, it felt a bit more ticklish. It shot straight into the deepest part of her heart, making her entire body tremble. Now, her whole mind was bound by that sensation, and the Sword Spirit could no longer strike back at Ceres. Seizing the opportunity, Ceres decided to pull out the Blade of Penance in one go. The sword has been moved. It's budging. Is Ceres really going to pull out the Blade of Penance? Is he going to become the master of the Blade of Penance? At this rate, Ceres will pull the sword out. Ceres is determined to save the city. He will definitely pull out the sword. The Sword Spirit suddenly snapped out of it and held the sword tightly. She wouldn't let Ceres pull it out so easily. Perhaps the Blade of Penance has recoiled again. It seems the power of an F rank is still not enough, the Sword Spirit thought to herself. As long as that feeling rushes into her brain, her attacks against him will be ineffective. She had waited a long, long time for a strong and righteous champion to come and draw this sword, but she didn't want it to be in such an embarrassing way. This is just too humiliating. The Sword Spirit continued to apply pressure on Ceres. Her oppressive aura shook Ceres' entire body. He could barely breathe. The Blade of Penance is an extremely holy weapon. She absolutely cannot let this feeling continue to occupy her mind. The more she resisted, the more determined Ceres became to pull the sword out. But the Sword Spirit is an ethereal being, while Ceres has a mortal body. If he continues to struggle against the Sword Spirit, he will surely die. The Sword Spirit yelled for him to let go. Ceres is a champion. He came here for the safety of the entire city. It's the justice in his heart that has helped him persevere until now. He decided not to let go. The look on his face showed he had no intention of giving up. He was still fighting to save the city. Everyone said that someone with such willpower would sooner or later become an S-rank champion. The crowd cheered for the F-rank kid, telling him to hang in there. However, the sword spirit said disbelievingly, "What nonsense is this?" She wouldn't let go. Who in their right mind would do something so righteous in a situation like this? Ceres replied, "Then please forgive my rudeness," as he lifted the sword's hilt, but it was right under the sword spirit's armpit. Even though it tickled, even though it was embarrassing, the sword spirit had to endure it. She absolutely refused to give Ceres a chance to draw the sword. She had endured being burned by fire countless times. An attack of this level, she could definitely withstand it. This time was even more shameless. Ceres lifted the sword but accidentally touched the sword spirit's butt. But sure enough, this move was effective. The pressure vanished. This was a great opportunity. Ceres managed to pull the blade of penance out a little more. The sword spirit could still endure it. She released a heavy pressure, unleashing her full power. But this time was too much. This oppressive aura was completely different from before. His bones felt like they were about to be crushed to pieces. To stop Ceres from pulling out the sword, does the sword spirit intend to flatten him? Bera panicked and ran over, but when she tried to swing her sword to save Ceres, her blade turned to dust. Her strength was nothing against the pressure of the legendary sword spirit. Everyone shouted at her, telling her not to get any closer. That is high-level, high-density gravity magic, so dense that you can see its physical form with the naked eye. It's over. Under such immense pressure, the F-rank Ceres definitely can't withstand it. Is he going to be crushed? A warning appeared. His body's functions are gradually being damaged. The sword spirit said to Ceres, "Your body is about to be crushed, isn't it?" This is the power gap between an ordinary person and a legendary sword spirit. Ceres' hands and his body absolutely could not move another millimeter. He no longer had the ability to draw the sword. The sword spirit demanded he leave this place immediately, or I will crush you into meat paste. But Ceres simply replied, "You underestimate the justice in my heart. Forget being crushed into meat paste." Even if he were ground into minced meat, Ceres would not give up. "As long as I keep fighting, I have a chance to win. Take this." Ceres continued to press her. He wanted the sword spirit to surrender. The sword spirit wanted to stop him. While she was still clear-headed, she had to stop him. The pressure from the blade of penance came again. "Everyone, be careful. Retreat." Ceres' fingers were starting to ache, but he had to endure it for the sake of the justice in his heart. The sword spirit couldn't understand why this human would risk being crushed into a pulp just to do this. Could it be that this Ceres guy was truly doing this out of a sense of justice and responsibility? The sword spirit yelled for him to stop, but Ceres was on the verge of successfully pulling out the sword. Suddenly, the blade was completely in Ceres' hand. A jet of water shot up, and everyone wondered why water was spouting from the ground. "Look, that's the Blade of Judgment. The Blade of Judgment has appeared. It's incredible. That F-rank guy. He actually managed to pull it out. Ceres has drawn the Blade of Judgment. Damn it. The Gigadragon Logang is too massive. Our weapons are completely useless against it. All that's left is the magic attack from Commander-in-Chief Viviana. I wonder if it will have any effect." That's the Archmage Viviana. She's casting her ultimate spell, Echo of Destruction. She's using all her strength to destroy it. A cloud of smoke envelops the Gigadragon. It seems like the mage's spell had some effect. But no. The Gigadragon broke free from the spell. It had no effect at all. It doesn't even have a single scratch on it. There's simply no way to stop this dragon. We have to use the Blade of Judgment to break the Gigadragon's magical shield. Otherwise, no attack will ever work on it. "Commander, what do we do now?" She said, "We can't afford to waste time here waiting for them to draw the Blade of Judgment. At the Gigadragon's current speed, it will take 15 hours to reach the city of Sirion. We should have enough time to evacuate the entire population. Inform everyone to cease their attacks on the Gigadragon. Return to the city and do everything possible to help the citizens evacuate." But why did the dragon turn back towards Sirion? This wasn't supposed to happen. The mages must investigate this thoroughly. Back when Ceres had just drawn the Blade of Judgment, the sword spirit said this was the final step. "You need to feel my heartbeat and create a resonance with me. When that happens, man and sword will become one, and you'll be able to wield its power at will. You can't let go until the ritual is complete." Ceres thought that even though she was a spirit, his hand could really feel her heartbeat. How strange. "Ceres, your internal injuries are getting worse. This time, you're bleeding even more than before. Someone, go find a healing warrior, now. It must be because of the Blade of Judgment. Let go, get treatment, and then we'll continue. I can handle something as small as this." Even though his nose was bleeding non-stop. "This scent, it's so rich. This is it. This is absolutely it. I can smell your exact location now. It turned out the Giga Dragon could smell Ceres' blood. That monster was determined to find Ceres. It suddenly accelerated, rocketing forward. The mage warned it not to fly so fast. If it does, we won't have time to evacuate the citizens. Slow down, now. The city's alarms began to blare. Warning, warning. The giant dragon, Logang, has suddenly accelerated and is heading this way. To all the brave warriors in the city, evacuate the civilians immediately. Hearing this, Ceres and his comrades were stunned. They had to get there fast. Dill had the guild's helicopter, which could fly them there. Venril said he was even faster than a helicopter and told Ceres to come with him. The mage was chasing after the Giga Dragon. Someone, stop it. It's going to devour the city. But then, something unexpected happened. The Giga Dragon's magical shield was broken. It must have been an attack from the Blade of Judgment. They actually pulled it out. The Giga Dragon is regenerating itself. Everyone was shocked. That's a level 5 berserker. And in front of him is the Blade of Judgment. He must be the one who pulled it out. The city has been saved. You actually know teleportation magic? And over such a long distance while carrying 2 people. This was Venril's limit. He realized. Is that the Giga Dragon? A loudmouth spoke up. How dare an F rank stand before an S rank hero? Get out of the way, don't block Venril's path. Venril kicked the man aside. He asked, Captain Ceres, what do you need from me? Just keep them away from me. That's what he wanted. Did they hear that right? An F rank ordering an S rank around? Is this still the same berserker? Ceres took the Blade of Judgment and prepared for battle. The Blade of Judgment is in Ceres' hands. Could it be that the F rank really pulled it out? But how could he have possibly done that? At that moment, Ceres stood tall before the Giga Dragon. He thought to himself, the Giga Dragon's magic shield is incredibly thick. That last attack didn't damage it at all. The Blade of Judgment told him that with his current strength, he'd need to strike it 3 more times. The Giga Dragon's spirit said, the little human has made me excited. The Giga Dragon charged. Eat him, Ceres thought to himself. Charging straight at me like this is actually a good thing. He swung the Blade of Judgment and slashed the Giga Dragon. The blade struck the creature's massive body. He hit it. The crowd roared. The Giga Dragon reared its head and lunged to bite Ceres. Ceres yelled, stop right there. He swung his sword, but this time, he missed. How can something so massive be so agile? Look out! The Giga Dragon is about to breathe fire. The Giga Dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating a huge patch of sky. Everyone, fall back! Ceres swung his sword. The Giga Dragon heard an explosion. It was the sound of its magical shield shattering. But where was the Giga Dragon? It had vanished. Where did it go? Ceres asked the sword spirit. Did you hit it just now? She confirmed that she had indeed hit the Giga Dragon once. Its magical shield must be broken. But Ceres heard 2 explosions. Could the other one have been the sound of the Giga Dragon hitting the ground? Ceres spotted a crater below them. The Giga Dragon suddenly shot up from it. It swallowed Ceres and the Blade of Judgment whole. The Giga Dragon ate him. Now the Blade of Judgment is gone. How are we supposed to fight the Giga Dragon now? Someone spoke up. See? I knew we couldn't trust that F-rank trash. We should have made him hand the Blade of Judgment over to an S-rank warrior to use. Others thought, he's an F-rank warrior. Just breaking the Giga Dragon's shield was already an amazing feat. The rest is up to the A and S ranks now. We have to make Ceres' death meaningful. They began their counterattack. Meanwhile, Ceres was inside the Giga Dragon's stomach, which was filled entirely with lava. Waves of lava swelled up, trying to engulf Ceres. It was dangerous, but he managed to dodge it. Too close. The inside of this Giga Dragon is filled with lava and rubble. The Giga Dragon's spirit appeared. She said, "This is my stomach. You've been eaten by me." She was the Giga Dragon's true form. She wanted Ceres to dissolve in the molten rock so she could absorb him completely. The spirit raised waves of lava to wrap around Ceres. Blink strike. He continuously dodged the streams of lava. His speed was incredible. Ceres used the Blade of Judgment to slash at the spirit, but it passed right through her. Didn't Ceres already shatter her magic shield? The dragon scales covering her spirit form are her true defense. For thousands of years, humanity couldn't even break her outer shield. So of course, they wouldn't know about this. With his current strength, Ceres would have to strike tens of thousands of times to break the great dragon's scales. With that, the great dragon slammed its tail into Ceres. He was sent flying. At this rate, there was nothing he could do. As he was knocked back, he accidentally touched a location marked by the system. He received the space card, Heaven's Road. Whoever touches a spot marked by the system will be struck with a wave of euphoria. All of their power will be nullified, and the duration is directly proportional to the intensity of the pleasure. The spirit didn't understand what happened. This must be some trick that human came up with. However, against her defenses, even Ceres was meaningless.